somebody remembers. They say your legacy is only real if they can point and say that's him. If the room goes quiet when I walk in, if my shadow's longer than my sin, numbers climbing, names on screens, always craving accolades and needing to be seen. If they don't see me, I don't matter. If I'm not winning, what's the use? I gotta leave something carved in stone, something louder than the truth I know. 'Cause silence feels too close to death, and being forgotten scares me most. The world says it only matters if they see me, if they know my name. If I'm up in lights, I gotta burn it so they remember. Before the darker night claims the light, I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. Yeah, I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. Say my name, don't let me fade away. I watch the faithful go unnoticed, hands so dirty from the work they never chase. Recognition, always walking in faith. Every prayer said in the shadows, every choice nobody praised. They weren't building monuments to fame, just kneeling to pray. Even when it was tough to stay, I felt the weight of what I wanted and the cost of what it took. I was chasing something empty while the answer overlooked. Chase the crowd just to feel complete. I measure worth by cloud, by those surrounding me. But there's only one name that matters, and I lay mine down to claim it. All these years I tried to leave a legacy when I was called to carry his name. The only thing worth leaving behind is a life that pointed back to him. Not my glory, not my fire, just faith that held when the whole world dimmed. It shouldn't matter if they knew my name. My life should be the proof of his glory. What matters is what they saw in me when the world was watching how I live my life. It never mattered if they saw me or if they ever knew my name. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day, then I ran my race the right way. Let the lights fade, let the noise fall. Heaven knows the choice I made. I don't need my name in the spotlight if they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If heaven knows my they say it's only real if somebody remembers.
Contact us at advertising@KLRNRadio.com.
If they can point and say that's him, if the room goes quiet when I walk in, if my shadow's longer than
You are
my
listening to
sin,
KLRN Radio.
numbers climbing, names on screens, always craving accolades and needing to be seen. If they don't see me, I don't matter. If I'm not winning, what something louder than the truth I know, 'cause silence feels too close to death.
From the halls of power to Main Street lights, we're tracking the shifts, exposing the fights. Truth seekers rising in heartland flame. Ricks calling names and we're joining the game. No filters, no fear. We pull back the veil. When the system rebels, we refuse to pale. America off the rails. We wake up calls and rebel tales. Unchained voices in the news, standing strong with nothing to lose.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
And welcome into an emergency impromptu edition of America Off the Rails right here live on KLRNRadio. It is Chat Lives Matter Night right here. I am the opening act for the evening. I will also be one of the closing acts for the evening before we turn things over to our friends over at SHR Media. So I guess not really the closing act, but kind of the transition team, I guess is a good way to put it. So actually, Amish and I are on a lot tonight. So coming up next after me, you get Amish, you get VC. So it's almost like we're doing Manorama again, but we're doing Toxic. You get me, you get Amish, you get VC, VC. Sorry, I'm sorry. Tongue twister went boom. Anyway, so Toxic Masculinity after this one. Then we have our friends over at Behind Enemy Lines Radio. Then we'll be back over here for me and the Amish one. Then we will head over to SHR Media territory, either for an Edge of Liberty and then going over to the bar and hanging out with BZ, or we might just be hanging out at the bar with BZ. I don't know if Sean's done with his plumbing problems or not yet. Oh, look, it's me, Mario. Had to be done. If you've seen his face, you know why I made it. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, I know he would be a Boston Bastage plumber, not an Italian one, but still. Anyway, so there are lots of things to talk about. Lots and lots and lots of things to talk about. First thing I want to talk about is something that was just brought to my attention a minute ago, because, like I said, for those of you who don't know, I've had a lot of time off lately in between illness and deaths in the family and a billion other things that I've been trying to work on. So I'm just now really getting up to speed. And why? So, couple things. I want to start with this. So this will probably be what we talk about for most of the first part of the hour. And then I have some questions about what's going on in Minneapolis based on information that we just saw today. But I want to start here because I want to know when we go, I'll go over to Orty's Pitchfork and Torch Emporium and start buying stuff because, yeah. So I'm going to let you guys watch this and then we are going to discuss. But the problem is I'm not used to being on this setup anymore. So I got to figure out where. Oh, I think it's over here. I think. Yeah, there we go. All right. So one moment, please, because I keep clicking on the wrong stuff. But here we go.
One of the military ballots was a registered voter. And the ballots looked like they were all exactly the same Xerox copies of the ballot. They were all for Biden across the board. There wasn't a single Trump vote. And none of the voters were registered. They had to manually enter the names and addresses and a birth date of 1/1/2020, which would override the system and allow them to enter non-registered voters, of which I saw several that day. Throughout the day, that's how they would override voters that were neither in the electronic poll book or the supplemental updated poll book.
Thank you. What time of the morning was it when you saw this come in? Or what time of the evening was it?
Like you said, 3-ish, 4 in that window.
In the afternoon?
No. I was there from
3 or 4 in the morning.
I was there at 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
They were in mail sleeves, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody have any earmarkings of who they were carrying these ballots? Were they carrying them? Were they on a dolly?
Yeah, they were on a dolly. Do I know who they were? Absolutely not. But they were people that were doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lucido. Senator Santana.
Was there any particular reason you didn't ask for a supervisor to question, the ballots coming in on a dolly? Or
Well, I didn't figure I needed to because the lead counsel that was supposed to be there was taking tally, and I was there standing right next to him. So I figured he was kind of the person that was overseeing the whole night. That's what we were told. No, we were talking directly about why are these coming in. We all thought it was interesting that these ballots were coming in so late. What was his response?
So
We
we can
were
use
we
the
were trying to
microphone.
take.
Sorry.
What was his response, sir?
We were taking count, and we were his exact response I couldn't recall, but we were definitely perplexed that these were coming in so late, as well as they were being put out to be counted.
All right. So, in case you didn't notice the date on here, or you can't read it, because I know a lot of you watch my stuff on your phone. So, this is footage from 1:12 and 22 seconds p.m., otherwise known as 13/12/22, on the date of December 1st, 2020. So, this is footage from Lansing, Michigan, within a couple of weeks of the election that has been in question now for over 4 years. And I'm not going to play the whole thing again, but I do want you to notice one thing at the very beginning. Hang on. I don't have a,
Was it?
hang on.
Not one of the military ballots was a registered voter. And the ballots looked like they were all exactly the same Xerox copies of the ballot. They were all for Biden across the board. There wasn't a single Trump vote, and none of the voters were.
All right. So again, so they were all military ballots. None of the military voters were registered to vote, and they were bypassing the system by putting an erroneous birth date in. And to the person giving their testimony at the beginning of this clip, these things appeared to be Xeroxed copies of the same ballot. I mean, what does it take for us to get as mad as the folks that are protesting ICE right now? What does it take? We're now talking about ballots in Michigan. We're now talking about the fact that we know there were at least 315 ballots in Georgia that should have never been counted. What does it take? What does it take for us to wake up and realize that we're not the ones in charge anymore, that we are that we have been being given the illusion of freedom, and they've made the cage as comfortable as possible? What does it take? I mean, I keep showing you evidence of this over and over and over again. Enough evidence, even though I know I'm showing you the evidence, I'm about 90% sure that I'm going to get a strike from YouTube tonight. I don't care anymore. I don't. The truth needs to come out. And the truth is, the people that are in charge of how you live your lives now, because we've let them become those people, don't give a damn about you. They don't give a damn about me. The only thing they care about is their narrative. The only thing they care about is being able to keep their power. This is why they despise Donald Trump. This is the exact reason they despise him. And let me be honest with you, there are days that I don't like him either. There are days that I wish he would just sit down and shut up, because there are times when he talks for 90 minutes when he could have said what he needed to say in 15. But you know what I will never say about this man? You cannot tell me he doesn't love this country, because everything that I have seen him do is proving it to me. And I heard from someone who doesn't live here, or actually lives here but is from another country, who works with Donald Trump because of his love of golf, during the end of the Fox News morning show this morning, talking about how whatever you want to say about Donald Trump, you can't say that he doesn't bleed red, white, and blue. Imagine where we would be right now if she had won. She who shall no longer be named, in 2016. But imagine where we would have been if they hadn't been allowed to cheat in 2020. If you take out Georgia and Michigan alone, how many things would have been changed? Again, 315,000 erroneous votes in Georgia when Warnock won by like 1,500 votes, not counting the recount. It means there probably wouldn't have had to have been a recount. And it also would have changed the face of the Senate, because it would have been 50-49, which means there would have been no way, or 51-49, which means there would have been no way for them to do half the things that they managed to do. for the first 2 years when they had control of everything when Biden was in office. I don't know what it takes to make people understand that these people aren't on our side anymore. You know, the weirdest thing for me, and we'll be getting into this in a little bit, is the clip that came out of Renee Good's father-in-law, who basically says, "Hey, it's nobody's fault." Now, I don't agree with him about it being nobody's fault, but I do find it interesting that even someone who, you know, used to consider this person their daughter is like, yeah. Anyway, there's just so many things that every time I think I'm just gonna calm down and I'm gonna let it go, there's something else that comes out, and I'm just you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. And this is one of them. This is one of them because this is again another instance of ballots that don't make any sense. What are the odds? Let's just be honest with each other right now. What are the odds that every single military ballot that came in Lansing, Michigan at 3 a.m, might I add, that every single one of them voted for Joe Biden? Does anybody want to calculate those odds? I know. Don't tell me the odds, kid. I get it. But yeah, seriously. All right. So that may be where we leave that one because there's other things that I wanted to get to. Like the whole Greenland thing. Look, Amish has already put this out here, and I was going to say it later tonight. I would not be surprised if in about 2 or 3 weeks we're inking a deal for Greenland. Just because of Donald Trump actually making jokes about it now. If he's comfortable enough to start making jokes about it, it means that he's comfortable enough that he's going to be able to make a deal. So we'll get into that in a minute. But first, this stuff is back in the news. So because of everything that's going on with the Supreme Court, this stuff's all back in the news. And this is none other than Josh Hawley trying to ask a doctor a very specific question, an actual doctor. I don't know if you've seen or heard this yet, but you're going to get to now one way or the other. So hang on.
It up. Why don't we just start there? Dr. Verma, I wasn't sure I understood your answer to Senator Moody a moment ago. Do you think that men can get pregnant?
I hesitated there because I wasn't sure where the conversation was going or what the goal was. I mean, I do take care of patients with different identities. I take care of many women. I take care of people with different identities. And so that's where I paused. I think...
Excuse me, I have to stop this to address something in the chat. She's allowed to identify as goth if men can identify as women. Get bent.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is just the truth. So can men get pregnant?
Again, the reason I paused there is I'm not really sure what the goal of the question is.
The goal is just to establish a biological reality. You just said a moment ago that science and evidence should control, not politics. Absolutely. So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities, but
can men get pregnant?
Many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
can men get pregnant?
Again, as I'm saying,
let me just remind you what you testified to a moment ago. Science and evidence should control, not politics. Absolutely. So can men get pregnant? You're a doctor, I think.
Science and evidence should guide medicine.
Do science and evidence tell us that men can get pregnant? Biological men, can they get pregnant?
I also think yes/no questions like this are a political tool. And
no, yes/no questions are about the truth, doctor. Let's not make a mockery of this proceeding. This is about science and evidence, and I'm asking you. You know, the United States Supreme Court just heard arguments yesterday at great length on this question. This is not a hypothetical question. This is not theoretical. It affects real people in their real lives. And you're here as an expert, called by the other side as an expert, and you've been telling us that you follow, right, you're a doctor, and you follow the science and the evidence. So I just want to know, based on the science, can men get pregnant? That's a yes or no question. It really is, I think.
I I think you're trying to reduce the complexity of a lot.
I'm not. I'm trying to get, it's not complex. I'm trying to get to an answer, and I'm trying to test, frankly, your veracity as a medical professional and as a scientist. Can men get pregnant?
I think you're also conflating
This is
male
extraordinary.
female with
No, I'm not conflating male and female. They're two different things. There's biological men and there's biological women. And I want to know, can men get pregnant?
what you were talking about is biological.
You're not going to answer my question, it sounds like to me.
Biological males.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men get pregnant? Yes or no?
Again, I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you that is not coming from a place of trying to be polarized. And
All I have to say to Josh Halley is the pregnant man emoji in Facebook says yes. Just kidding, mostly, but still. All right, let's finish this up.
I'm not trying to be polarizing. I'm trying to ask, I think it is extraordinary that we are here in a hearing about science and about women. And for the record, it's women who get pregnant, not men.
it also,
We are here about the safety of women and science that shows that this abortion drug causes adverse health events in 11% of cases. That's 22 times greater than the FDA label, another fact you haven't acknowledged, and yet you won't even acknowledge the basic reality that biological men don't get pregnant. There's a difference between biological men and biological women. I don't know how we can take you seriously and your claims to be a person of science if you won't level with this on this basic issue. I thought we were past all of this, frankly. I can't believe we're still here talking about this.
I am a person of science, and I'm also someone here who's here to represent the complex experiences of my patients, and I don't think polarized language or questions serve that goal. I don't think they serve the American people.
It is not polarizing to say
hang
that
on,
there
hang
is
on.
a scientific difference between men and women, and I want this to be clear and for the record. It is not polarizing.
All right, hang on. I know. 406, so I'm going to go back there in a second. But I just want to pause this right here. Hang on, right there. Mr. Holly, you're arguing with a crazy chick. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. You're literally trying to argue with a crazy chick. Just because she has doctor in front of her name doesn't mean she might not be insane. All right, let's finish this up.
To say that women are a biological reality and should be treated and protected as such. That is not polarizing, that is truth. It is also, by the way, the United States Constitution, which offers unique protections to women in a variety of circumstances as women. And your refusal to recognize women as women and men as men is deeply corrosive to science, to public trust, and yes, to constitutional protections for women as women. And I think it's extraordinary that you would sit here and advance a political agenda that has been thoroughly discredited and rejected by the American people in this forum. And I'm glad we had this exchange because it is exceptionally clarifying. It is also in many ways quite depressing. I see that my time has nearly expired. I just want to thank the other witnesses for being here. Thank you for protecting women and children. Thank you for your valiant efforts. Thank you for following the science. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this hearing.
Senator, also.
Isn't that the funny part? All we heard all through COVID was trust the science, trust the science. You're not trusting the science. Genetics is a science. There are literal scientists called geneticists. It's a science. It exists. Your DNA determines who you are, not your thought process. And look, again, 9 times out of 10, if you're an adult and you've gone through all the after factory markups, I don't care. But don't foist this crap on children. Don't make teenage years more confusing than they already are. Does anybody here remember being a teenager? It was really confusing being a teenager. It really was. Because you had all these cliques and you had to try to figure out where you belonged and you had to figure out where things made sense for you. And if you weren't one of the jocks and you weren't one of this and you weren't one of that, then you usually wound up going to hang out with the smokers and the stoners, even if I, at that point, wasn't doing either. Because, yeah, we are social creatures. But the whole thing of, science, you got to trust the science. First of all, my thing is, don't ever trust science. The whole point of science is to learn. The whole point of science is to question. The whole point of science is to push the boundaries of who we are, and what we believe, and to try to prove the things about who we are, and what we believe. But since you guys are the ones that keep wanting to push the trust the science narrative, let's talk about this trusting the science. Genetics is a science. You either, for the most part, you either have XX or you have XY. And yes, I am aware there is a small percentage of the population that sometimes has some sort of variable difference in their genetic code. Those are called outliers. Those are called mutations. They exist, but it doesn't mean that we have to change our entire way of life to make the outliers feel better, to make them feel more special than they already are. I don't care about any of that. You know what I care about? I care about finding out that there was a woman or a man saying they were a woman in a World's Gym jacking off in a women's locker room. That's what I care about. And yes, I said it that way for a reason. I said it that way for a reason. Because it's time we stop sugarcoating this crap. This is exactly what I'm talking about. We have an assault going on everything that we believe. Not only do we have an assault going on everything we believe, but they've also done everything they can to try to steal your ability to change and to fight the assault on everything you believe. And they did it in 2020. And I guarantee you they tried it again in 2024, but it just didn't work because there may be a very loud few who think Biden was fine. Most of the country realized we elected a fucking ficus to the Oval Office and put a potted plant in charge of our military. A great many people saw that and they understood it. That's why a lot of them stayed home. That's why you didn't have as big of a turnout for this election as you supposedly did for the last one. But at the same time, there's another reason, because a lot of these states that knew about these irregularities, they couldn't do anything about it in to fix anything for 2020 because we don't have any type of a situation where we can overturn an election once it's certified. The real reason why there were instigators in the January 6th crowd tied to the government, just so you know. But they can and did put mechanisms in place to try to make sure that what happened in 2020 couldn't happen again. That's why. Why do you think? Okay, so look at this logically. Hindsight being everything it is, and then we need to take a music break. Hindsight being everything that it is, look at this logically. If a lot of folks in the Democratic Party weren't aware of how heavily the fix was in 2020, why do you think they would have been so comfortable swapping somebody out in the very last minute for the 2024 election? They just assumed the fix was in again. And you know how I know this is true? Because I used to work with a kid who used to be really liberal back in the day when I did a show where it was me and a liberal host squaring off with one another every week. And the original guy had to step away. So we had interviewed a kid at the time who I thought was 18, 19 years old. This was several years ago. Turns out he was only 16, but I didn't know that when we offered him the seat when the other guy stepped away. So I basically became his de facto teacher for a while because he was able to actually submit the show as one of his electives, and I became his instructor for 2 years. But I remember about halfway through his tenure with us, when he realized that there was a good chance that Trump might win, he was freaking out because he, like I said, he was 16 when he started doing this with us, and this was back in 2015. So this kid had grown up all through the Obama era, and he thought that the Democrats were going to be the party that was going to be in charge for forever. And when he realized that may not be the case, and actually wound up not being the case, he kind of freaked out a little bit. He got a little nervous. But guess what? He's not a liberal anymore. And one of the things that I used to argue with him about all the time, because this was back when the whole push was you don't really need guns because you have police. Everybody remember that? When the whole thing was you don't need a weapon because we have cops. Everybody remember that? Because I remember that. You know what happened to that kid? He went off to college. Somebody mugged him and stole his bike. Everybody sat around and watched while somebody mugged him and stole his bike. that was one of the steps that fully changed his mind about whether he was going to be a liberal or a conservative. All right, my name is Rick Robinson. This is my show. We're going to take a music break. We will be right back in just a second. Once we take the music break, and I get it queued up anyway. So hang on just a second. I keep trying to do things to make this smoother, and then then it never happens. So anyway, hang on just a second. Okay, and all right, we'll be right back.
He's for an oath to make a difference. Ran toward danger while others turned away. Now it seems the world's against him, and no one knows quite what to say. Live the life and follow the path forged in fire, burning bright through the darkest night. Though the world may turn its back on him, he still stands. Won't lose the fight. He walked through fire with no applause, carried burdens that nobody saw, judgmental words and glares that wound. A price has been paid that few can understand. Live the life and follow the path forged in fire, burning bright through the darkest night. Though the world may turn its back on him, he still stands. Won't lose the fight. Maybe France was an armored war. Maybe it was the trolls they chose to endure when the world turned cold and he felt some more. He still will still carry on. Live the life and follow the path forged in fire, burning bright through the darkest night. Though the world may turn its back on him, he still stands. Won't lose the fight. Backbone laid in fire. Still alive. To every former but current member of law enforcement, thank you.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I am Rick Robinson. This is America Off the Rails. This one normally airs on Monday nights, but with everything that's been going on lately, I missed the night, even though I was trying to pick things back up. And then we had a scheduling snafu with our regular show for tonight, so I'm pinch hitting as the guy who steps in every time something goes sideways because it's kind of my job. But anyway, so we're here, we're live. I've been getting a lot of feedback on the music we've been putting out lately. For those of you who like that one actually drops to distribution stores like Spotify and stuff in about about a week. We have one of the first ones I ever wrote, which was Freedom Isn't Free, is already available in places like Spotify, YouTube Music, Apple Music, all that stuff. And another one dropped Saturday, which was the second one I wrote, which is We Ain't Changed. It's a song about all the leftists thinking we won a civil war and how stupid that idea is. And then I was going to I did a first responder tribute, which I actually haven't played on the show yet, except for the Daily Show, because I do a first responder shout out on Fridays. But I haven't played it anywhere else. That one was actually going to drop next. And then with everything that happened in Minneapolis, that one that you guys just heard, I had to get that one out of my head. I was like up till like 3 or 4 in the morning one morning working on that one because it would not go away. So that one actually jumped the line. So that one comes out next. And then Always Standing in the Gap, which is my first responder tribute song, comes out a week later. So yeah, we've had 4 singles drop, or we'll have 4 singles drop by the end of the month. 2 more that are already in the works. 3 more. I just haven't figured out how to categorize those yet, even though they're out. So anyway. I know you weren't the sideways one. I get it. But anyway, sorry, my dogs are freaking out because half the people in my house are gone. So every time there's a car door or something or somebody drives by, they think that the other folks in the house are coming home. So if you're hearing my little Chewini barking, that's why. I tried to go there and calm her down for a second. It's one reason why I was playing some music, but I kind of gave up because she can't come in here because she makes too much damn noise anyway. I'm sitting here feeling like I need to change the scene that I'm on, not realizing that I was already on the right one. But in my defense, this is already my 3rd hour of live radio today. So, and I have 2 more to do. Did I mention I'm a workaholic? Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. My last meeting was forever ago. All right, so let's get back into the stuff that we need to talk about. I thought this was interesting. I talked about this a little bit on the daily today, but we're going to talk about it tonight. So hang on. I really got to clean up some of these scenes.
Out front now, Renee Good's former father-in-law, Timmy Macklin, and he is the grandfather of Good's 6-year-old son, that little boy. And Timmy, we're really appreciative that you are willing to speak out. And I know you want to talk about Renee. Your son was married to her before he died in 2023. And now there has been this horrible tragedy for Renee, and of course your grandson now has lost both his biological parents. You just heard the president speak about your former daughter-in-law. What's your reaction?
Well, I'm a Trump supporter also, and Renee was an amazing person. I mean, she full of life, full of joy. I mean, real gentle, a good mother. I just think we make bad choices, and that's the problem. There's so much chaos in the whole world today. And that's why the Bible says, if my people would humble themselves and seek his face and pray and turn from our wicked ways, God will hear from heaven and forgive our sins and heal our lands. And that's what we need to do. We need to turn to God and walk in the Spirit of God and let him lead us and guide us.
So we have some new...
She's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I am sorry for your loss, because for your loss for you, it's your grandson who will suffer so greatly, and you have suffered the loss of your own son so tragically as well, her former husband. Your grandson's 6 years old. Have you been able to see him or talk to him since all of this has happened?
Not since it's happened. I've been blessed to see him, 2 or 3 times a year. He's an amazing young child. I mean, he's amazing. He's really smart, and so I look forward to seeing him when I can.
I want to ask you about this. When you talk about the confusion, and you've been open, obviously, about your support for the president, when you look at the videos of what happened, and I'm sure they're very hard for you, Timmy, to watch if you've even been able to, but the Deputy Attorney General says that the Justice Department doesn't believe that there's evidence to back a criminal investigation, right? And nothing about charges or anything that, just an investigation into what happened in terms of the ICE agents' actions. But they were, according to the prosecutors resigning today, pressuring them to investigate Renee's actions and Becca, her wife's actions. How do you feel about all that?
Well, I'm not blaming anybody. I mean, it's a hard situation all the way around. It's hard for for everybody involved. I mean, the ICE agent, at first I didn't see the footage where, he was actually, he was actually being ran. I mean, I seen the bump of the car hitting his legs. And so in a flash like that, it's hard to say how you would react. From my understanding that he had been through that before, maybe dragged or something. And so, like I said, it's just a hard situation for everybody. Becca, she's a great person as well. I mean, I don't have any many enemies. I love everybody, and that's what the Bible tells us: love our neighbors as we love ourselves. But I think there's some bad choices, and the word says, "For the wrath of God will come upon the children of disobedience." And it's I don't blame ICE, I don't blame Rebecca, I don't blame Renee. I just wish that if we're walking the Spirit of God, I don't think she would have been there. That's the way I look at it.
So when President Trump's borders are Tom Homan, he says that the ICE agent who shot Renee is in hiding. Do you have a message for him?
Well, it's this world is full of trials and tribulations, and his will needs to turn to the Lord. His statement that he made after the incident, the things he called her. I mean, that's definitely showing evidence that he don't know the Lord like he should. And the Bible said in John 16:33, said, "I've spoken these things to you, and me shall have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I've overcome the world." And he's the way. He's the only way for any of us to make it through this journey that we're on with peace.
So, Timmy, what do you want people to remember about Renee? Who for so many, tragically, is going to be remembered for this incident, right? For maybe what they saw in a video.
Yes,
this is a woman that you knew was married to your son, the mother of your grandson.
Well, I mean, like I said, she was an amazing person. She was really gentle, patient with my grandson, with Emerson. Did I agree with everything that she did? Absolutely not. But we've all, I've myself, I've been addicted to drugs. I've been a lot of bad things, but when God changed my life over, it changed everything. But she's an amazing person, real outgoing, full of laughter all the time. I mean, she was a happy person, and it was really a shock to see this happen to her.
All right, so if you didn't notice, I mean, granted, he took a couple of passive aggressive jabs there, but if you didn't notice, he wasn't being hard enough on the agent for the interviewer. The one thing that I would like to point out is, for all the people that kept saying he was never hit by the car, this is all a bunch of BS, yada yada yada. For Mayor Jacob Fry, who basically said, he may have gotten hit by the car, but I've seen harder checks from using my hip to close my refrigerator door. Story just got released today from, I believe it was the Times, no less. So for all you, I mean, I take the Times with a grain of salt always, but you liberals count it as the Bible. So if the Times is saying dude has internal injuries from the impact of the car, maybe you should rethink that. Zelda, I'm nice to Laura all the time. Oh, wait. Sorry. Had to be done. Anyway. Okay. You brought that on yourself. Dude, Marco Rubio is going to cut you over that. He, just ask Aggie how much those folks like knives and things. But yeah, anyway. Anyway, so yeah. Yeah, if you count Captain Crunch and freaking Lucky Charms, maybe. Anyway, sorry. I'm responding to the chat for those of you that are listening later because I've gotten some emails once in a while be like, are you talking to voices in your head when you know I'm responding to chat messages? Which means you should be in the chats if it's that confusing for you. But anyway. All right. So let's see what else we can get into. Yeah. Your husband may be sufficiently scared of you. I am not. I mean, granted, that's your job. Keep him both aroused and terrified. I get it. But yeah, no, I'm not afraid of you. So anyway, yeah. Oh, so remember we were talking so I know I'm bouncing all over the place, but I just saw this, so we kinda and this actually just dropped a little bit ago. So we kinda need to talk about this now. Because remember that whole thing I was talking about with election integrity? There was a SCOTUS ruling that I guess I missed, because I just saw it. So SCOTUS has ruled that a certain Congresscutter does in fact have the standing to challenge Illinois mail-in vote counting law. So let's take a look at this real quick. So while Supreme Court watchers remain on pins and needles over the anticipated decisions in Caius Voting Act rights and Learning Resources VOS selections tariffs, the court left them hanging on Wednesday, handing down opinions in three other cases, two dealing with criminal procedure and one regarding electoral procedure. That third one, Bost v. Illinois State Board of Elections, is viewed as a victory for election integrity. The case was brought by Republican Congressman Mike Bost, Illinois District 12, and two presidential elector nominees in 2022 against the Illinois State Board of Elections and its executive director, challenging an Illinois law that requires election officials to count mail-in ballots postmarked or certified no later than Election Day and received within 2 weeks of Election Day. Bost and his fellow plaintiffs contended that counting ballots received after Election Day violates federal law, specifically the statutory provision setting Election Day as the Tuesday following the first Monday in November. U.S. District Court Judge John Ness, Northern District of Illinois, dismissed the suit, holding that the plaintiffs lacked standing. The Seventh Court Circuit of Appeals affirmed, but the Supreme Court on Wednesday reversed and remanded the case, holding that Bost, as a candidate for office, does in fact have, because, I mean, come on, if he doesn't have standing to challenge, who the hell does? But anyway, so the Supreme Court reversed the decision, stating he does in fact have standing to challenge the rules that govern the counting of votes in his election. Because they found that Bost had standing, the court did not address whether his co-plaintiffs did, as only one plaintiff needs standing for a suit to proceed. The decision was 7-2, with John Roberts authoring the majority opinion, joined by Justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, ACB, and ACB issued a separate concurring opinion, because of course she did, in the judgment, and Justice Elena Kagan joined in that. Seems like the girls wanted to do their own thing. Why am I not surprised? The dissent was authored by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, because of course it was, and Justice Sonia Sotomayor. The key to the majority decision is as follows. Candidates have a concrete and particularized interest in the rulings that govern the counting of votes in their elections, regardless whether those rules harm their electoral prospects or increase the cost of their campaigns. Their interest extends to the integrity of the election and the democratic process by which they earn or lose support of the people they seek to represent. Barrett, as noted above, concurred in the judgment, but she believes the majority's candidate status rule is too broad. Instead, she finds an alternative, more narrow base for Bost standing. In my view, Congressman Bost has standing because he has suffered a traditional pocketbook injury, not because of his statute as a candidate. Jackson's dissent, which was likely barely in English, hinges on her contention that Bost claims are speculative and generalized. And I quote, "I am all for simplifying our standing law. See ante at 10, but I am against doing so selectively. Either Article 3 standing requires an actual or imminent injury, in fact, that is particularized to the plaintiff, or it does not. Bost has plainly failed to allege facts that support an interference of standing under our established precedents. by carving out a bespoke rule for candidate plaintiffs, granting them standing to challenge the rules that govern the counting of votes. Simply and solely because they are candidates for office, the court now complicates and destabilizes both our standing law and America's electoral process. Now, I would like to point out that yes, that sounds like it was written by an attorney, but earmuffs for kids, 3, 2, 1. That bitch don't even know what a woman is. So yeah, anyway. She also wrote a total of 20 pages of dissent. That's longer and more voluminous than both the concurring and the adjoining concurring opinions combined. Apparently she has, but I mean, I guess it should come as no surprise since KJB does love to do the whole much ado about nothing thing quite often. All right. All right, so we went through that one already. I'm just going through my notes. Oh, so we got to talk about this. All right, so I actually fact checked something live on the air today because Donald Trump did a stroll through Detroit yesterday at a Ford plant, and the guy in charge of Ford basically said that that all F-150s are made in America. I wasn't sure about that because I've heard a lot of that stuff doesn't happen anymore. So I looked, and it's true. But the funniest thing about yesterday was watching Donald Trump walking through, shaking hands, people cheering him, and then there's the one guy who starts shouting Epstein, and all he gets is one of these. First of all, I'd have done it like this. Second of all, I'm sorry, maybe I was just a vulgar SOB, but I don't know. This reminds me when I was a kid. My mom was telling me why she voted for Walter Mondale, and it was because, and I don't even remember who the hell was running against Mondale at the time. I'd have to think. I think that wasn't that Bush. I think that might have been Bush. I'm trying to think of how old I was when Mondale ran. But she voted for Mondale because Bush always talked about how much he liked milk. And Mondale was like, oh, dude, I love beer. It was like, my mom was always like, I want politicians to be honest with me. So, and I respect that. But that's kind of one of the reasons I like Donald Trump. He shows you who he is. He tells you who he is. And then you either get to vote for him or you don't. Anyway. Anyway. All right. So let's find out what else we can get into on the way out the door here because I've got to start making room for toxic masculinity in a minute. So hopefully you guys will hang out for that one. We have a full night of programming, so I'll be working both in front of the mic and behind the scenes till about probably 1 or 2 in the morning because I'm insane. All right, so let's talk about this because I didn't know about this either. This apparently just came out. So I guess the House is actually passing things. Let's see if this is something that I like or not. So once in a while, it seems Congress actually does, in fact, get some work done. This is from our friends over at Red State, penned by Ward Clark. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll just kind of paraphrase it a bit. On Wednesday, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a 2-bill package of funding for the Departments of Treasury and State. The bills passed by 341 to 79 vote and will now go to the Senate. Okay, so the fact that there were Democrats that actually voted for it by a pretty decent margin makes me a little nervous. So let's see what's in this thing. So House lawmakers in both parties joined forces on Wednesday to pass two bill spending packages to fund large parts of the federal government, marking the latest victory for bipartisan leaders racing to prevent a shutdown at month's end. The lopsided 341 to 79 vote reflected the delicate bipartisan talks that produced the package. Sorry. Brought party leaders on board and erased many of the concerns of rank and file members on both sides. The legislation, which combines funding for the State Department and certain national security programs with money from the Treasury Department, the IRS, and other financial service programs, now moves to the Senate, which is expected to consider it along with other spending bills next week. The Department of Homeland Security's funding was intended to be in this package as well, but thanks to the controversy over the shooting of a woman in Minneapolis by a federal immigration officer, House Democrats demanded more restrictions on immigration officers to be included in the bill. Sorry, had to be done that way. which one would think would be a non-starter with House Republicans. Appropriators had initially intended the package to include funding for DHS as well, but last week's fatal shooting of an unarmed woman in Minneapolis by federal immigration officers has prompted Democrats to demand tougher rules. Another item that was struck from the bill was a measure striking salary and expenses for 2 judges, James Boasberg and Deborah Boardman, while also slashing the District of Columbia's district and appeals court funding. That would be appealing to the Trump administration, but it isn't happening in this go around. So, of course, the House Appropriations Committee's Republicans members took to X to tout the benefits of the bill, cuts billions in spending, supports economic growth and small businesses, strengthens national security and diplomacy, upholds safety, strength and freedom. Another step forward, another fiscal year 26 promise kept. As of this writing, Congress has passed 3 of the 12 appropriation bills for the fiscal year. 9 more must be passed by January 30th. That's 17 days for those of you keeping track. To avoid, 16 days now, as of the time of the writing, to avoid another partial government shutdown. At present, 4 appropriation bills have passed both houses and been signed into law by President Trump. Fiscal year 2026, continuing appropriations for agriculture, including H.R. 4121, and includes Senate 2256 and CRS 48546. Legislative branch H.R. 4249 and Senate 2257 and CRS R 48612. Military Constructions and Veterans Affairs as amended by Senate 3-Bill Consolidation Appropriations Act H.R. 3944 and CRS IN 12622. So they are actually trying to get some work done. We'll see how long that lasts. So we'll see, because I don't think leftists are going to be crossing party lines very much more, especially now that Uncle John Fetterman, almost called him Uncle Festerman out of habit. I'm trying to quit that because dude's actually probably the sanest Democrat I know of right now, which is kind of scary. All right, anyway, folks, we are going to get out of here. I got another one as we get ready to go to break. This one was my first ever attempt at dark bluegrass. Also seemed to be pretty popular. Happening in Minneapolis the other day. We're going to get the other crew that are coming on with me for the next hour ready to go. So hang on just a second while I get this squared away so I can make that happen. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for taking the time to hang out. I am so sorry. It's really hard for me to keep up with the chat when I'm solo producing. For those of you that are hanging out in the chat, if you chill out for the next one, we'll be able to pay a little bit more attention to you, I promise. We'll be right back. My name's Rick Robinson. This has been my show. I hope everybody has a wonderful day.
When darkness grips the heart
what's going on with my intro. Because of course,
and truth becomes alive,
it starts going nuts.
They dress their
we'll
greed
be
and
right back here in a
borrow
couple
prayers.
Maybe. If I can make it work. Can I make it work? Is it gonna work? Will it let me work? All right. To work eventually. We'll be right back.
When darkness grips the heart of men and truth becomes a lie, they dress their greed and borrow prayers and call it justified. The loudest mouths preach mercy with a knife behind their smile. They laugh at those who won't bow down or walk their crooked mile. Those who stand for virtue will be rejected again and again, cast out in the cold, believing that right is still right. Even then, they'll say you're a fool fool for love and truth, and lost for holding the line. When darkness grips the heart of men, and truth becomes a lie. They trade their souls for silver and call the bargain peace. They curse the chains of righteousness while begging to be free. The crowd will cheer the liar if the lie feels warm and kind, but stones are safe for anyone who dares to reject the lies for the truth. Those who stand for virtue will be rejected again and again, branded the enemy for refusing to kneel as weak men did. They'll crown the wolves as shepherds and blindfold every eye. When darkness grips the heart of men and truth becomes a lie. Blessed are the lonely who won't betray what they believe. The road is narrow, the cost is high, but chains don't set you free. I'd rather walk with scars and God than kneel with gilded hands. Truth don't need 1,000 voices, just one that dares to stand. Those who stand for virtue will be rejected again and again, but the fire they try to bury still burns in faithful men. And then let the ages judge the moment. Let heaven hear our cry. When darkness grips the heart of men, we will not live the lie. Take his name, but truth don't die. It burns eternal flame.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
misery. Nothing can break me down. Don't you know that? The lay of the land, out of the score like the back of them other boys. I don't give a damn. I'm the man from round.
And welcome into Toxic Masculinity, what used to be our once a month foray and everything the media tells you to hate about being a dude. However, we've been on. We are flying in missing man formation, however, but we do have Andrew is out. He's still recovering from surgery. We do, however, have as a guest panelist on Toxic Masculinity tonight, none other than Vincent Charles. You guys may recognize this voice from Manorama here in just a second.
VC.
How you doing? How you doing, VC? How you doing? Maybe.
Hello.
Wait, he sounds really chipper to be here today. He's like, I was gonna go to bed.
No,
I was gonna go to bed because I did a show last night, and then you asked me if I wanted to do this one. Yeah, trust me, I get it. Anyway, so
no,
I'm just teasing. Anyway, so yeah, we've got VC with us tonight. We have G, who forgot it was the second Wednesday.
Yo, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
All right, good.
And we on the background anyway, so I think he's or maybe
We're
not.
having some latency issues.
I don't know.
You're fading in and out on me, Rick.
Is it me?
Dude,
no, it's Rick.
No,
because it's
No, it's always
Okay.
Rick.
yeah. The problem.
If there are issues, it's always
Yeah, the
Rick.
problem is it was fine until somebody showed up, and I don't know who the actual issue is. So, because
It's
I
me.
wasn't having
It's always me.
I wasn't having this issue till I started trying to bring other people in, so I don't know what's going on. Anyway, you guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute, and I'm going to try to narrow this down. So maybe if I shut up for a minute.
It's Charles
amongst ourselves. So what's up, guys? While he's dicking around.
Oh, just wondering if I can have some kippers for breakfast.
You can always have kippers for breakfast.
You can have whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
goes without saying. You can also have them for lunch
That's
or
correct.
dinner. You know.
But you got to have a little breakfast because everyone's a millionaire.
And you can even have them with whiskey if you want.
Sure. But you know who we haven't introduced yet? The spine of this, whatever the fuck this is. Aggie, how you doing?
I'm the spine. If I'm the spine, there's an issue. Y'all have no idea.
I mean,
Aggie said if
sure,
she's the spine,
scoliosis
this
for your
should be
spine.
called the Scoliosis Podcast. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I'm doing okay. A little cold, but I managed to get here as fast as I could to warm up.
Wait,
So,
you have a cold or it is cold?
it is cold.
Yeah, I know. It's 60 degrees. I mean, I'm just bundled up and
Yeah, I would like 60.
Oh my God, he's got to whip out the wool blanket
Yeah.
because it's 60 degrees.
I've got the
He's grinning. Hey, little known story here. Roy Clark, before the big fame and fortune. Now, Roy Clark was always a hell of a guitar and banjo player.
Oh, yes.
Always. But when Roy had first started Hee Haw and they didn't know if it was going to be a real show or not, he was still a butcher in Dade County, Florida. Had a meat shop. Yep. Had a meat shop.
and that tracks because every butcher I've ever known has had those gigantic sausage fingers.
And he had them, buddy.
And he had them, but man, were they nimble.
God, yes, he could play.
Magdalene
And
still blows
everybody
me
talks about all the techniques that Eddie Van Halen invented. Guess what? Go back and watch some Roy Clark videos.
I think
I
Roy
know where
Clark
Eddie got a lot of the stuff.
I want to say he's still considered the premier banjo player ever. I mean, he's probably the
I think he's
greatest
the premier string player. I'll put
to
him up
this,
against
but
anyone.
overall string, yeah.
Yeah, that seriously.
Yeah.
You know, like he said, everybody talks about Eddie Van Halen being an innovator, and he was in his own way. But Roy Clark, other people like Django Reinhardt, these guys paved the way.
Les Paul.
And you can't talk about Eddie Van Halen without talking about
Yeah,
Jeff Beck.
this is true. And let's not forget Glenn Campbell. And I don't know
Oh
if
God,
anybody
yeah,
remembers when
absolutely.
he did the
And
1812 overture.
Jerry Reed too. Jerry Reed was amazing.
Yeah, Jerry Reed.
Jerry Reed and Roy Clark on Hee Haw is like some of the best picking you'll ever see.
I still get the reruns on one of those, family
The
channels.
retro channels, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I still get the reruns. They're so great.
I'll go straight to YouTube to watch Roy Clark and Jerry Reed just so that way I can know that I lived on the same planet as these two at the same time once.
Exactly.
Absolutely nothing to do with this, but I would
What was
love to
the,
see Hot Stuff again. I love that movie with Jerry Reed and Suzanne Plachette. Remember?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I love that movie.
Gordy,
Yeah.
what did they call the Hee Haw analog on The Simpsons?
Shit.
I forgot the name of it, but I know it had Big Shirtless Joe.
Is that anything like Big Gay Al or?
It had a bunch of country names, and the guy said a Big Shirtless Joe. That was the last guy they introduced.
Man.
Shit.
You
Yeah,
said
I
that
know.
before.
I remember it, but I remember more Nelson just insisting on going to see Andy Williams when they were in Branson.
Oh God, yeah. And then he came out with Moon River as
Andy
the encore.
Williams, Mr. Christmas music.
Oh God, I despise Happy Holidays. I swear, I want to punch kittens whenever I fucking hear that.
Really, the little Happy Holidays.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, because when he gets to the Dickory Doo and Dickory Dock, and I just become infuriated.
No, Andy
fire on
Williams
the sides of
was
my.
incredibly talented.
What's that?
It's I'm
He was
going
incredibly
to.
talented, but there's only one song, and that's Most Wonderful Time of the Year. And that's the only Christmas song I want to hear from him. That's it.
And I will give anybody a pass on hating a Christmas song because it's the same for me with Christmas shoes.
Everybody hates Christmas.
I become violent when I hear that.
Ugh. Yeah, my granddaughter was brushing her teeth the other night after dinner and getting ready for bed and was singing the Paul McCartney Christmas song that I'm not even because it's an earworm, not going to do it. And I was really doing my best not to kill one of my grandchildren because I'm like, it's stupid.
And you wanted to punch and run.
I don't know if anybody else follows Father Mike Schmidt. He's a Catholic priest, and he had a list of the worst Christmas songs, and number one was Last Christmas. He said he's literally looking at the camera saying, "Don't listen to this song. It is a tragic song. It's an awful song. It's telling you that this woman broke your heart and threw it away. This is not a Christmas song. The only time they mention Christmas is in the title." He just went on a rant about this song, and I was like, he's right. This is not a Christmas song.
And you know what? It actually displaced Mariah Carey from number one this past Christmas.
Oh wow, that's
that's
shocked.
a bad thing.
Oh,
What's
Vincent,
that?
to answer your question, it was Yahoo.
Okay.
Yeah, I got that from Jeff on Discord. Thanks, Jeff.
Nice.
See, the networking works.
Nice.
The reach of toxic masculinity
Is a thing.
Yes.
Actually, if we're going to talk about the most depressing Christmas songs of all time, it's the Pretenders' 2,000 Miles.
Quite possibly.
I can see that.
Quite possibly. I still think one of my favorite Christmas songs is the Pogues.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm looking at my calendar, and it's the middle of January. Let's get
And we're
with
Yeah.
it,
talking
people.
Christmas songs.
and we're talking Christmas. Yeah, I should be talking Mardi Gras because
Well, we didn't
shit's
see each
rolling
other
here.
for.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
It is
I don't
Mardi
think we've
Gras
done a show
season
since
here.
before. We haven't done a show since before Thanksgiving, have we?
No,
No,
I
we
don't
have
think so.
not.
But that's beside the point.
Yeah, we
It's
got a little catching up to do. I mean, you know.
It's
It's a big building with doctors in it, but that's beside the point.
Nice. Oh.
Yeah. Some
So at least for the moment, I think I have all the gremlins back in their cages. We'll see how long it lasts.
hey, you know, that's a good thing. We'll see. So what's new and good, guys? I mean, it's been a minute since we all got together.
Well, I have more gray in my hair.
You have more gray in your hair. You do not get
Yes.
more gray in 2 months. I'm sorry.
You do if your mom's living with you.
Oh, holy hell.
boy.
Oh, holy hell.
Oh no.
You don't-
She's the one that noticed it. Okay, she threw
You
the
don't have
most
to say it.
fantastic
Look,
shade at me. It was classic.
look, Aggie, you do not have to say it. You know I know.
I know you know.
I know.
That's why I'm just sitting here going, oh, holy hell.
Oh yeah, you know.
Yeah, there's no way I would off myself. There's no friggin' way.
Actually, I had a great time. She was with us about 6 weeks, and this was the first holiday without my dad. So I didn't want her to be alone, and I figured, well, I got time. So I went down there. We picked her up, brought her back up here, and she stayed with us from Monday before Thanksgiving until the 2nd of January. And I was over the moon. My hips were crying because she kept cooking and I kept eating, and that made a big dent. But she had a great
Those hips
time.
don't lie.
I think she's now comfortable being here. At first she wasn't, so she's seriously considering moving up here to be nearer to us. So
Wow.
yeah.
Well, why not now? I mean, I could understand before when they were both there, but now she needs to be close to family.
I think so too. My sister, the one that lives closest to her, is still 4 hours away, and she's not retired yet, so it's not like she can drop everything and go down to visit with my
Right.
mom. So, but
I understand
she's
that. I'm not
considering it.
retired yet either, and it's eating me alive. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, okay, I know I got to do this. So
Indeed. But no, we'll see. I will keep everybody updated because there might come a time when I'm like, my mom wants to be on the podcast. So just gird your
Yes.
loins.
Yes. We'll have to watch our mouths, though, huh?
She's like the no English here. That lady in the cartoon, I forget her name.
Oh, no.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. No, Mr. Jesus, no here.
No. Mr. Jeff, no here. Mr. Jeff, no here.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's all right.
She has heard me, right? I think that would be a pretty good deterrent.
Oh yeah, she's when we did the
Yeah, she knows of you.
well, when we did the Wizard of Oz, this was unknown to me, but she was actually listening. My husband actually pulled it up on the computer so that she could listen. And after the show, she was like, I thought you were going to be on the show. I kept waiting to hear you. And I was looking at her going, I was literally the Wicked Witch, Mom. She's like, oh, that makes sense. And I'm like, I'm not sure how to take that. Okay. my mom throws shade so well that it's like takes you 5 minutes to figure out. Oh wait, that was shade.
No, when she comes on, this show is going seriously. It's going to be hard Spanish. I'm ditching the English for mom.
I would say between you and Aggie, she'll be all right. I can muddle through enough to be dangerous, so it should be all right.
Yeah, she had, like I said, she thought it was kind of fun. I know my dad enjoyed War of the Worlds. He thought that it was very funny.
That's so
We did
cool.
that.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But we'll see. If she moves up here, I might have her as we might do a mom and daughter podcast, and that might be entertaining enough. The
Oh, yes, it
Puerto Rican ladies
would.
podcast. Can you imagine?
Yeah, actually, I can.
With special guest G.
Oh.
I would pay back for that.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
well. Yeah.
But, yeah. So
I'll just I'll mind my P's and Q's and
oh my God, she'd fall in love with you. I'd be like tossed away faster than I could sneeze. I'm not gonna lie. So, how was everybody else's Christmas? Anybody have family come over?
nice and quiet. Actually,
Oh,
we avoided the families.
oh, did you?
Yep. Just stayed right at home and that was all good.
Yeah, this was the first Christmas in 30 years where I didn't have anything to do on Christmas Day, so we just hung around the house like Gracie opened her entire underside tree of presents, and then we cooked a small Christmas lunch here, and then I went and took a nap.
There you go. That's pretty close to mine.
Yeah, I mean, I cooked for all the olds, and they wanted soft, chewable food, so I just made a pot roast. It was easy. Just fucking drank all day. It was great.
There you go.
How many people?
5.
Oh, that's not bad. That's a nice size group. Yeah.
Me,
I
mom,
did
and
make some New Year's birria.
Give me what?
New Year's birria.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yummy.
Quesadilla. See?
Mm-hmm.
See, what I do for New Year's is I take all the leftover ingredients for all the extra mushrooms and green onions and everything else that had been left over for all the dishes. And I just make one big ass frittata.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
There you go.
Laura wants to know if it was beef or goat birria.
If it was what?
Beef or goat.
Oh, it was definitely beef.
Okay, hey, it was the question in the chat. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't get into that Tuscaloosa shit. I don't deal with goats.
See, I have a simple philosophy about sheep and goat and lamb and stuff is that I'm in a first world country.
See, I like lamb. I like lamb.
I like lamb and my gyro. That's about it.
When I was in the UK, I forget which trip it was over there. It was all work related, so not fun stuff. But these guys, we were at Digital Equipment Corporation's private training facility, which was a hotel, restaurant, bar, convention center kind of thing. It's just plopped in the middle of this little village, or just outside of this little village in northern England. And I believe it was Shrewsbury. But anyway, we walked a mile into town one night because we didn't feel like eating in the restaurant in the little facility there. I say little, pretty good sized place. But these guys were like, "Come on, we'll go get Indian." And I'm like, "I've never had Indian food, like real Indian food." And they were like, "Oh, you're gonna love it. Come on." So they dragged me in, and the guy comes out, and he's straight up Indian. And they all know what they like, and they're laughing and having a good time. And I tell them, I said, I've never had Indian. So the man goes in the back, and he comes back out a few minutes later. He's got this stainless steel rolling cart. He comes up, and it's got like 20 bowls on top of the cart, and each one has a little sample of the food in it. And he's like, you just taste until you find what you like, and then we'll fix it for you. Cool.
Okay.
I took a bite of a bowl, and I said, this is it right here. I love this. He goes, the lamb. I never knew.
Huh.
Well, there
It
you
was
go.
delicious. It was absolutely delicious.
See, it's weird. We were talking about this last night on Manorama. When I was a kid, my dad would get rack of lamb like once a month, bring it home and cook it. I can't remember the last time I saw lamb anywhere.
My local public stores carry lamb regularly. I can pick it up every Saturday if I want it.
Yeah, it's weird. We can go to Walmart. Walmart has Wagyu ground beef. That threw me for a loop. But they have lamb there
I'm trying
too.
to figure out why Orty would
bison.
have a hard time finding it, because it's, I'm in the Northeast and it's thick on the ground here. You can go to any supermarket and find it.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
pretty.
yeah, because there's enough Greek population up there. They got to have it.
I mean, I'm in Basque territory. You think I should be able to find it pretty easily.
You would think.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm
yeah,
in hillbilly
so
land, and I'm finding it. So
I mean,
love
not
the
that I'm
Basque. Not
actually
quite
actively
French,
looking
not
for
quite
it.
Spanish.
Yes. We love sheep and terrorism.
Wow.
for different reasons.
For different reasons.
Yes.
Yes, Basque separatists are a whole big thing. Google it. Anyway.
Yes, but their cheesecake is to die for.
Yes, their cheesecake is amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to keep the sheep from running away. That's all. That's why in grade school they learned to lower the sheep's hind legs into the fronts of their boots.
Either that or you lead them
That way
to
they
the edge of
can't
the
get
cliff,
away.
so they have to keep
Oh,
backing
God.
up just a little bit.
So, well, I do have a drink for you gents, if you are
Oh,
interested.
please.
Always.
I want to
Boil it
preface
up.
this. I actually
Sure,
have
let 'em-
two. One is warm and one is cool. So which one would you rather I feature?
There's no choosing here.
Okay.
That's right.
We will start with the
Embrace the
cold.
power of and.
Okay. The cold libation for the evening. I was very happy to have received for my stash of rums something from Orty, a rum that's made locally where he's at, and he sent me a bottle, and it's absolutely delicious. If you can say that about a rum, it's very smooth, it's very light, and that's which means I'm hoarding it because I know my family. So anyway, so I went with a rum cocktail, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with Trader Vic's affinity for rum.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And one of his favorites was called the Adios Amigos, which basically translates goodbye, my friends, right? And it's a very popular cocktail where I'm from. It's not it's the kind of cocktail that's not listed, but every bartender has it. And if you just ask for it at any bar in Puerto Rico, they'll give it to you. But you never find it. You'll find the daiquiris and you'll find the pina coladas and you'll find those. But this one is never listed, but everybody knows it. You take an ounce of a rum, light rum, so Cristal, if you have it. Half an ounce of French vermouth, half an ounce of brandy, and half an ounce of gin, and the juice of half a lime. You pour all of that into a shaker filled with ice, shake very, very well, and strain into a large chilled cocktail glass. I cannot stress how good this thing is.
It sounds good.
It packs a punch because it's mostly alcohol, but it's very good. It's very refreshing, and it's one of my favorites. I still remember my grandmother ordering this. I want to say she was like 79 at the time, and we took her out to eat into it's very difficult. There were no major restaurants in my hometown in Puerto Rico, so we actually had to drive like an hour to get to a restaurant where you could sit down and have napkins. And so so we went, and she ordered that, and that was the first time that I had heard that. And my dad's like, "Oh, it's in the book at home." My dad had Trader Vic's book, and I now have
Was
it.
his hair perfect?
Yeah, and so, she let me taste it, and I was like, "Yay, this is really good." She's like, "It's not yours." Okay. So that was that. But but like I said, it's very popular, but you'll almost never find it on the cocktail menu at any bar, but everybody knows how to make it because it's a standard. So that
It's a
was
much classier version than the Adios Motherfucker.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, this is a nice one. But in honor of Orty, because he was so sweet to send me that rum, I decided
Aw.
to look up Trader Vic's version of the Tom and Jerry.
Yes.
And at first I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is like so complicated." But he actually has two. He has the large volume so that you can serve it to people, or you can just put it in the refrigerator, and serve yourself as you go along, week by week or day by day. Or you have your single, the single size. And the single size it's it's very simple. I thought it was going to be like, my brain was like, no, but it's actually very simple to do a single Tom and Jerry. And you just use one egg, an ounce of Jamaican rum, and a teaspoon of the powdered sugar, half a teaspoon of allspice. Yes, allspice. And about a quarter ounce of brandy to your taste. You're going to separate the egg yolk from the white. So you're going to mix the egg yolk, the sugar, the rum, and the spice until it's very nice and thick and frothy. And then you're going to add the beaten egg white that you have to beat the egg white until it's very stiff and frothy too. You fold that into it, and then you add the brandy to that, mix it well, and then you fill the mug either with hot water or hot milk or even hot coffee if you want. I prefer hot milk because the consistency is better. But your mileage may vary. If you just want hot water, it's fine. Coffee is really good too. But that's how you make a single serving of the Tom and Jerry. And so you can do that, on a daily basis if you don't want to do a big batch, because the big batch requires, like a dozen eggs and lots more stuff. But so those are your drinks for the evening. I'm seriously thinking after the show,
I
making
could go
myself
for a Tom and Jerry.
an adios.
Yeah, the audio sounds a little better to me, I think.
Yeah, it's good.
Yep.
It's a good one.
For those of you playing the home game, you can get the Trader Vic's hot buttered rum and Tom and Jerry mix on Amazon.
There
Yes.
you go.
Yes, you can. But there are some of us that prefer
gotta be
to
traditional.
labor.
And also,
No,
by the way, also, by the way, if you are playing the home version, get some fucking help.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay. Fair.
If you're playing the home version, I would probably rename that drink Vaya con Dios.
Vaya con Dios. Well, yeah, I can see why. I mean, my grandma was Brandy Alexander fan. I mean, that's
I
the
just
only
had
thing I
one of
had
those
ever seen
recently.
her
It was
drink up until
fantastic.
that time. So when she, asked for that, I was like, well, I got to taste that,
Yeah, that's like drinking dessert.
It is.
Yeah.
And
Pretty much.
to this day,
Yeah.
I love it. I have fond memories of the Brandy Alexander. Somebody, one of our mutuals, Right Girl Problems, she actually tagged me. She said, I found this drink in a book that I'm reading from 1909 or something like that. It was the Brandy Alexander. It's like, oh yeah, it's one of my favorites. I gave her the recipe. So her husband made it
Out of
for her.
those.
She enjoyed it. So, but
That
yes,
sounds
Which reminds
it
me,
is.
next year we've all got to do the clarified milk punch at the same time, so we can all enjoy it together next year.
Yes, we do.
Ooh,
Yes.
yeah.
But
Okie dokie.
right now, I'm going to have a horse's neck. So yeah.
I mean, whatever turns you're on. You know?
Yeah. We don't do king shaming here ever.
I was yeah, no, we don't. We definitely don't kink shame. So if you want to get your godfather on, get your godfather on.
No, it's just 2 shots of brandy, top it with ginger ale and a lemon peel, add ice, and stir.
That doesn't sound bad at all.
No, it's not. It's very good.
See,
And
I
while
thought I
you're
was
doing
being gay
it-
as fuck with my renewed love of brandy, and then Vincent, I found out, has also embraced that line of cocktails. So
I mean,
we can be gay together.
Doesn't I was gonna say, are you keeping your socks on at least? Because it's not gay if your socks are on.
Right. If you keep socks on.
I'm still partial to my cocktail, which is 3 fingers of Macallan in a clean glass. Hold the
With the-
ice, hold the
Yeah.
twist, hold everything else, and just give me my fucking scotch.
It's an ISO cocktail, I gotta say. I thought he
And
was
don't
gonna say
bring that
thick
damn
and cider,
Macallan
but
12
okay.
either.
Yeah, no, he only makes those jokes during actual shows. I'm the one that figures out how to slide the dick inside her jokes in. See what I did there?
Giggity.
Hey, do
No,
we
that
have
was-
polls? Did Andrew pass the polls along?
He did not.
Well, actually, X has been being weird with polls, so he hasn't really been able to do them lately.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm just asking. You know.
I think he got tired of me making him put a G-string on while I played Pour Some Sugar on Me while he was doing his job. So I think he's boycotting. That's what I think.
Well, I can understand that. That hair gets bound up in that string, so that hurts.
Don't offer to be the pole babe if you're not going to be the pole babe. Damn it.
You know.
I don't
I'm good
even
with
know
it.
what to say here.
Put a bow on it.
Bow chicka wow wow.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Yep. Yep.
No, you gotta go. You gotta go 90s German techno. You gotta
Oh,
Is your head going to your shoulder?
What is love?
You know,
Exactly.
funny story.
Yeah. I was waiting for it.
I was there with you.
My brother cannot stand 90s techno, and he had a project that was due. He's a landscape architect, and he had a project that was due in a couple of days. And so he puts in 90s techno because he figures if he hates it so much, he will hurry up and finish his project. He finished that project in under 5 hours just so that he could shut off the music.
My God, 5 hours of 90s techno.
Yes. But it forced him to finish the project, which he was under the gun. So
Well, I wouldn't have heard it after the first 30 to 45 minutes anyway, because the blood clotting in my ears would have shut the sound out.
Oh,
I was a club DJ in '92, and if I never hear techno again, it'll be too soon.
Just for that, I'm gonna burn a bunch of Kraftwerk songs and put them on disc and mail them too.
And I will have Skeet for the season.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but you remember those the Miller Lite commercials? Taste great, less feeling. Why not both? The why not both commercials.
Yeah.
Remember the heavy metal Tejano? Does anybody
No,
remember
but that
that one?
sounds fantastic.
It was epic. They were at a bar and they were watching heavy metal videos or something, and then the Hispanic guys come in and they change it to Tejano, and then the rockers, no heavy metal, no Tejano, and somebody comes with the Miller Lite beer, wham, why not both? Then
Why
it's
not
Heavy
both?
Metal Tejano, and you see The Rock just with the accordion.
Oh my
It's just like,
God.
why is that not a thing? And
Wow.
of course, everybody I tell this to, they're like, I've never seen that commercial. Seriously, look it up. It's on YouTube. Heavy Metal Tejano. Just look it up on that, and it comes up, and it is the most hilarious thing. And I that needs to be a thing. That needs to be a thing. That crossover needs to happen.
It reminds me why I used to work construction. You could tell what phase a house was in, whether it was Tejano or metal.
Yes.
Groundwork was Tejano, framing was metal, finish was Tejano.
Yep. It was
Just walk down a track and just hear polka to screeching guitars back to polka.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about something. Sorry, this is kind of random, but I just saw a bunch of people posting about all the low gas prices. I really wish that we had a budget or that I'd won the lottery. Because remember when all the gas prices were going nuts and there was Biden at the pump with the pointy thing that said I did this?
I did
would,
that. Uh-huh.
I would so make Trump's version of those now and start dropping them everywhere because I'm seeing gas at like $1.88 in this city now. I'm not even playing.
You guys are always so low on the gas up there. I mean, we get it pretty cheap here, but you guys are always lower.
Yeah, but I mean, there for a little bit, it was creeping up. There were times that I remember paying like 3.5, and I was starting, and that was back when I was. I mean, that was under Obama, but under Biden, it was getting close again.
I mean, I can get gas for about $2.21 here right now.
Low. I just went under 4.
Oof.
Last I was over there was $1.69. It had gone up a little bit.
Giggity.
Nice.
That's what she said.
69 dudes, but no, seriously. I mean, it's so bad in California right now that I saw a picture at a gas station where there's like a QR code now that's saying the reason your gas prices are so high is because you live in one of the most highly taxed states in the union. Scan this barcode to do something about it.
There you go.
I was like, damn.
California is just, it's such a contradiction everywhere. You have your little pockets of,
such
right
a beautiful
wing.
state to be ruined like it is.
Right.
Just like Utah. But worse.
Hey, is that petition for some of the Oregon counties to be annexed by Idaho gaining any traction?
I doubt it.
It's too bad.
Well, I know that I know they're trying to state the state of Jefferson again, which for those of you who don't know history, Northern California, Oregon, and Idaho were going to make their own state called the state of Jefferson. And I think that it had passed a very vital vote on December 5th, 1941, but something happened that week and just everybody forgot about it.
No, not that week.
Somebody messed with our boats.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Don't fuck with their boats.
Don't touch the boats.
I'm so sorry.
He touched the butt. Nobody knows that one, do they?
Oh, they should.
They should. Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
They called it a butt.
Of course, yeah. That's all I heard for weeks and weeks and weeks. My daughter running around screaming about touching the butt.
I touched the butt. I touched the butt.
Nice. Not really, but yeah, that's anyway. Sorry.
Hey, for those that actually give half a shit, which doesn't include me, but just by the by, if you're a fan, Guns N' Roses has announced that they will tour in 2026, and they are taking the Black Crowes on the road with them.
Are they all going to be chasing each other around on their rascals?
Possibly.
I mean, as a guy
they're not as bad as some. I mean, the Stones still tour.
Yeah, they do.
Well, The Stones also intravenously take baby blood every night, so that's why.
I mean,
Oh,
wow. That got dark quick.
I mean, I can't make the Ozzy jokes anymore, so now the Stones are my next target.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
Well, no, you said that, and I instantly thought of the South Park episode with Christopher Reeve. And, yeah, that got really dark.
Yeah.
oh no. Oh no, no, no. No, no. No.
So also hitting the road in 2026, Foreigner, who is being rejoined by original lead singer Lou Gramm.
What?
Yes, Lou is back with the band.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, Lou is now the only original member in the band for 2026. These guys were actually going to tour with no original members and still call themselves Foreigner. But
wait, what?
Yes, they were. But Lou is back in the band now.
Well, to be truthful, they could have toured with all original members and still called themselves Foreigner, because all of them would have been foreign to the original band. So
Yeah, no.
I that's kind of cool news that he's back.
And one of the other weird things that I came across today, music related, I saw where the drummer from Journey was talking about going on tour in 2026, and the lead singer, the guy that took Steve Perry's place eventually over time, Arnel Pineda, went on social media and wished them a great tour. And I'm thinking, wait, you're the lead singer, dude.
Aren't you going?
Kind of what I was thinking, but that also just kind of like, who the hell's going to sing then?
I mean, maybe it's, the adult version of Home Alone. The lead singer got left behind, and I don't know.
I got to see a Filipino Journey.
I have not heard anything regarding the possibility of even Steve Perry joining them again.
No.
But the last I heard, he and Neil Sean still hated each other's guts.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
I honestly doubt it, because
and again, the Jonathan Cain is not going to be there because he and Neil Sean hate each other's guts and went to court.
Which was weird, because the first fracture was between Steve Perry and Jonathan Cain and Neil Sean. So those two were on one side. And then, Steve fractured off and whatever. And, there were sour grapes involved and whatnot. And then they found, Filipino Journey. And so they went on tour and everything was fine. And then they had a fracture between Jonathan Cain and Neil Sean. And I'm like,
yep.
Why? It made no sense to me.
Well, if you and look, I would not know this if it were not for my daughter, but apparently Neil and his wife do some reality TV.
Oh,
he's a fucking psycho.
Okay, that tracks.
He has a reputation as how can I put this mildly? He's a bit of a prick.
Yeah, he's a very talented prick, though.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have to be a prick, but he is.
Well, there comes a time when you can actually just retire and just keep retired.
But you got to understand, he is the founding member of Journey. He's the one that put that band together.
He's the one that put it together. Yeah.
And their original drummer quit and joined the Tubes because he thought Journey was going nowhere.
Bitter regret.
Yeah. I was
well,
say,
all things being equal, 1 in a Million Girl is pretty fucking awesome.
What's that?
Okay.
Yeah, that
1 in
is.
a Million Girl is pretty fucking awesome.
I mean, given the choice between having to deal with Neil Sean or Fee Waybill, I'll take Fee Waybill.
Yeah, I mean, really, Fee's just a.
And let's face it, He was in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
There you
So
go.
yeah,
As was
that's
said.
more kudos. That's more kudos.
So
than
that's
anybody.
that's what I know about music right now. I mean, on the retro side anyway.
You know what one of my favorite genres on YouTube is right now is going and watching like Zillennials and shit discover progressive rock.
Yes.
It's like
I know.
you'll see. I was watching one before. I was watching one before the show. It's like, dude, he's a Gen Z sound engineer, and he discovered ELO and Supertramp for the first time, and he'll do a whole album and just sit there with his face set to stun.
Dude,
It's
I saw the
incredible.
same thing. I saw a video of these two people that
And
were listening to.
all of it before autotune.
Yeah,
Okay,
these
so
two people were listening to the power station version of Bang a Gong.
yes.
And as soon as the drums kicked in, I mean, their eyes got as big as like dinner plates, and all of a sudden they just started moving their shoulders and started, oh my god, this is. I'm like, damn.
I know. I feel it. I feel so old. But I mean, it's all generational because I remember when I was working at Suncoast, and Suncoast was owned by the Musicland Group, and so Musicland was like right across from my store. And a couple of kids came in. Wayne's World had just come out, and they came in looking for that new band called Queen. Keep in mind, Freddie had been dead like a year or two at this point.
Yeah, he had. He died in 91, 92, I think.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
I'm looking at him going, you know what? We sell mostly videos here, but go across the way. And I knew Paul was the manager that day, and he's like the biggest rock person on the planet that I ever knew. And so I knew this was just going to get his goat. And I told him, go to that guy. His name is Paul, and ask exactly what you just asked me, and he will help you. And so I sent him over there, and I'm watching. I mean, I was like, Kim Kardashian in the bushes, just watching. And sure enough, I see Paul. Paul was like 6.5 feet tall. So he's bending down to listen to these two kids. And I see him like go back, and then he asks them something, and they point at my store, and he looks at me, and I feel the daggers coming at me.
That's funny.
But like I said, it's all generational. I mean, these kids had never heard of Queen,
Oh, no.
But they saw the movie, they thought it was great, and now you have a new fan base, so it's kind of
There you
cool that
go.
things are being rediscovered. Just today I was telling my husband about My Man Godfrey. That's an old
Oh my
movie.
god.
Vincent.
Amazing movie. I love
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
And my husband had never seen it, and I'm like, oh, this is date night material. And he's like, are you sure? And I'm like, dude, you will love it. And sure enough, my husband was like, this is great. This is awesome. Where has
And
this been all my life?
now he wants to watch every William Powell movie ever made, pretty much.
He had resisted the Thin Man series for a very long time.
What? Oh my
I know.
God.
But now I have opened the door. So yeah, it's happening this weekend.
And now he's going
right.
to buy the box set, and that's a good thing.
Insert Ron Paul gif here. All right, we need to start letting everybody say goodbye because we got like 5 minutes until Behind the Enemy Line starts. So let's start with Aggie. Aggie, where can folks find you?
You can find me at Aggie the Barkeep. You can find me 8:30 p.m. Eastern Tuesday nights doing the Cocktail Lounge with Brad Slager. 8:30 p.m. Eastern Friday nights doing He Said She Said with Rowdy Rick. The second Wednesday of every month doing Toxic Masculinity with you guys at 8 p.m. Eastern. And Jeff and I now do Spirited Books the first Monday of every month at 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
All right. And Vincent, since you are a guest toxic person tonight, where can folks find you?
Well, toxically, you can find me Sunday evening at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Vincent Charles Project, along with Mr. Orty. And you can find me every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern on Manorama with you and Orty. And sometimes the guy who actually runs the show, maybe he shows up. But other than that, yeah, I'm free to do guest work at any time. Just call on me.
Nice. All right, so before we move on to the rest of the goodbyes, I do need to put something to a vote. What do you guys think about having Janelle on for next month?
absolutely.
Yay.
DOTM, yeah.
Yeah.
2 thumbs up.
Yes, Janelle's awesome.
I thought about that tonight. I'm like, I'm not going to ask her with 5 minutes notice, but I'll put it to a vote for next month. All right. And G, since this is your time slot, where can folks find you?
Well, they can find me right here in this time slot on Wednesday nights, whether it's doing Toxic Masculinity once a month or my show the other 3 Wednesdays in the month. You can always count on the unprofessionalism, omissions, and mistakes, and of course my potty mouth.
Don't talk about your producer while he's sitting right here.
Asshole.
He's a bit of a prick. Yeah.
Oh, that got dark. Okay.
And Amish, where can folks find you?
He's a watery bent.
He's moistened.
Shit. You can find me as Ordnance Packard on Twitter, still surprising everybody, including me. There was a poll this morning on who would last longer. My account, Tim Walls' political career, so on and so on. I voted for, who's going to have the shortest, and it was me. And then I was locked out of my account for a bit today. Pathetic. Self-fulfilling prophecies are self-fulfilling. You can find me in an hour with you, Rick, on Rick and Orty. You can find me Sunday on the Vincent Charles Project with Vincent and Janelle Waz and Jeff. Tuesdays, you can find me on Manorama with Rick and Vincent and occasionally Jeff, and even less frequently the host of the show, Steve. And that's it for this week.
Steve.
A lot of passive aggressive love going Steve's way tonight. I'm not sure what's going on there.
You guys did shots across the bow. I did a full broadside.
Fucking Steve.
I am so heartened to hear "fuck Steve" from you guys. Thank you. It makes me feel very loved. I appreciate it.
For different reasons. This is a different Steve, but we
I know, but still, I will take it.
We still need to make you a shirt for that in the store.
Yeah,
I still have those old memes when you told me about it the first time.
I really need to get a shirt put together for that.
It's that one with the church sign on it, or it was a sign for a park or something. It says "Leave only footprints, take only something," and we put like "Kill Steve" or something.
Yep. Leave only footprints, fuck Steve.
Yes.
All right, folks. We're gonna get out of here. Coming up next on the KLR Radio feeds and also on their own YouTube channel is Behind Enemy Lines, hosted by our friends over at Buffoon of the Week, Gene Barrett-Deli and Ross Galloway. After that, Amish and I will be back with you to close out the night over here on the KLR Radio side. Before we head over into SHR Media territory, there may or may not be a Edge of Liberty because Sean has been dealing with plumbing problems. Oh, look, it's me, Mario. But either way, we'll hang out over in the saloon. Bye, everybody. This one will be back next month. I'll be back later tonight and then again tomorrow morning.
I'm locking the doors up at the Dick Insider Studios.
Hail Hydra.
No hitting with the Hydra.
You stole my line.
You're with Alice every time. There will be no hailing of the Hydra.
Yes, sir. You know I got to get paid. A 25 lighters on my dresser. Yes, sir. You know I got to get paid. I got 25 lighters for my 25 folks. Gonna break the bank, then 25 more. About to whip the suits with 25 flows. I got 25 left, don't you know? 25.
Well, isn't it nice you just show up? Hey, everybody, you are now behind enemy lines. What's going on, everybody? Gene Barrett-Deli, Ross Galloway here with you. Bro, you barely made it in.
Bro, my Verizon. I couldn't hear me now.
I just heard you now. You're okay. A little bit of a delay. No big deal. Let me see. I'm messing with layouts here with the show. we look better like this, or do we look better like this? I'm going with this. I think that's the way to go. Oh, how was your week, man? What's going on?
I feel like I'm at the eye doctor. Better like this or better like this?
So
this is pretty good.
Is it this or this or this?
I got to see because on the
or this.
I honestly think that the big one is better. It's easier to stay centered.
I don't like looking at myself, and I don't think people like looking at me either. So that's what we're gonna keep it as. We're gonna keep it little as possible. But anyways, so
all right.
Listen, hell of a week in politics. Plus, the other reason is I get to see the background. I like the barbed wire. Makes the show looks like it's actually got some production value to it. Whatever. Call it my little idiosyncrasies. I see people arriving on different platforms, whether it be on YouTube, Rumble, X. I'm glad that you're all here with us. Pretty busy week dominated by what's been going on in Minnesota. The whole aesthetic of grumpy old men is now destroyed for me. Because I honestly thought that Minnesota was ice fishing and winter carnivals and Jack Lemmon. People like that just sitting in their ice shanties and fishing. Burgess Meredith making sex jokes about everybody. But apparently, there's a lot of angry people in Minnesota. You okay over there? I think we have a little delay, but that's okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Bueller? Let me assist you at the door. Vamp, log out, log in. Okay, I will. We're going to kick you from the studio. There you go. No, I'm not going to kick you. I'm just kidding around. We'll just remove you, and you can handle it that way. So, as Ross is coming back in a little while, I guess I'll say thank you guys for coming on the show. I really appreciate having you here. Hopefully, you're going to like what you see. You're going to hit that thumbs up button. You're going to subscribe wherever you are, follow wherever you are. We'll be talking about a bunch of different topics here. And it might get a little repetitive because I usually have Ross to bounce things off of. But let's get into things right now. So the past week has been dominated, I should say, by what's been going on in Minnesota. Escalation of tensions between some of the members of the progressive community, I dare say, and ICE. Maybe some independents as well. I think that's reasonable to say. And I've been trying to find authority. I'm an attorney, for those of you who don't know. Maybe you're just visiting us for the first time, because I see we have a lot of people showing up thanks to the new way that YouTube does things. I hope you guys are here for a good time, if not a long time. And I started looking for some authoritative reasoning, legal basis for sort of evaluating what we've all been seeing. And I came across this clip. We'll start with this. This is from the police chief in Chicago from back in December, talking about the relationship between federal law enforcement, local law enforcement, and the public in general. And I think that this clip, more than ever, really is relevant for all of us being armchair legal analysts and use of force analysis people and all that's been going on. Let's listen to someone who works in this field every day, this police chief in Chicago.
It's clear. Federal agents, ICE, HSI, are officers. They are agents of law enforcement. If you box them in with vehicles, it is reasonable for them to believe that they are being ambushed.
We're going to bring Ross back in because we just started the clip. Ross, you with us? I'm guessing not. If you're not hearing us, I'm just going to take you off till just let me know when you start hearing me. I'll keeping you in the studio. But oh no, he's just going on his own. So what the chief was saying there was, if you start boxing in any type of law enforcement, including federal law enforcement like ICE, you're basically asking for trouble because that's going to be interpreted based upon their law enforcement training as being an ambush of them. They're going to fear for their lives, just like people do. By the way, if you're watching us wherever you are and you see the chat going, I'm lonely. I'd love to talk to you guys. We can bounce ideas off of each other. This is not meant to be one-way traffic here. It's not a one-way conversation. You guys can certainly hang out in the chat, even if you disagree with me. In fact, if you do disagree with me, I want you to pipe up even more. I want to have discussions with people who disagree with me. That's what makes discussion so rich. So, for example, Guy, I'm sorry. Hello, link me. Okay, I'm going to get you in a second, Rick. But I meant to click Guy W4P2D says unaliving in Minneapolis. And that's certainly a point of view to discuss. Give me a moment here while I bring in Rick Robinson as well. But for now, I'm going to let the chief continue.
And that this could end in a deadly situation. And it's reasonable for them to use force based on those conditions. Do not box in any law enforcement officer. You are breaking the law when you do that. And you are putting yourself in danger. Following law enforcement agents around. The question is why? What do you plan on doing? It's also reasonable for them to believe that you're eventually going to do harm to them.
So again, we're looking at all of these scenarios through the eyes of law enforcement. And clearly, if you're following around ICE agents, those agents can certainly question what your intent is in doing so. If you are there following them around, not obstructing their path, their direction, I think they won't care. Or maybe they'll ask, what are you doing? But as long as you're not preventing a visual threat to them. If you're there, you get out of your car, you stand across the street, you have your camera phone out and you're filming, I don't think they would care so much. But if you are, for example, using your vehicle to block a street so that it's impeding them from getting to where they have to get to as part of their operation, like this police chief is saying from Chicago, you're most likely putting them in fear of their life. And that is also making you look like a threat. Now, we're going to get to later a discussion about what is considered reasonable force under the law as well. That's something we can certainly get into. But now, again, I think it's helpful to hear this perspective from this police chief. And I want us all to think about it in the context of whether or not this was, as Guy was saying earlier in the chat, whether or not this was an unaliving homicide in Minnesota.
If you ram any vehicle, especially that one that contains law enforcement agents, and that's any law enforcement, local, state, federal, county, and you do this intentionally, this is considered deadly force. Deadly force is anything that can cause great bodily harm or death. When you plow into a vehicle that contains law enforcement agents, you're using deadly force.
Okay, we're going to try to bring Ross back in, and whenever Rick gets here as well. You good over there, pal?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and it wasn't too much of a delay, so we're okay. While you were away, I was playing a video from December of last year, a month ago, of the police chief in Chicago discussing why it is so dangerous when people not interact with law enforcement on any level, whether it be ICE or Homeland Security or city law enforcement, local law enforcement, and how the actions can be perceived as threats. And for instance, what the officer was saying, earlier is that if you box in someone, if you block someone, if you impede someone, officers are trained to be prepared for an ambush. Now, I know you have a bit of a law enforcement background when you were in the military, pal. Talk a little bit about what the training would be for when you are being boxed in or blocked or having a car driven towards you. And let's talk about that for a moment. I guess we still have a delay. Well, that's not good. Ross, I'm going to kick you out again because you're not helping. Oh, boy. Okay. Let me get into the private chat with him and say, still a delay. And I'm going to continue on with this video out of Chicago from last month. And I just want to back up a little bit because I think there was some pretty important things being said here. Actually, I think Ross might be coming back in. Oh, boy. Thankfully, the technical difficulties are not on my end. I'll never hear the end of this, I'm sure, from him. But, look, it is what it is. I'm waiting for him to load up. Okay, let me bring him in. All right. We're going to try this one more time, and then I may have to take a trip to go slap you. Nope. Still not working. All right, we'll try this again. Let's get back to the video.
Law enforcement agents around. The question is why? What do you plan on doing? It's also reasonable for them to believe that you're eventually going to do harm to them. If you ram any vehicle,
yeah, this is the important part here. Let's listen to this.
Especially that one that contains law enforcement agents, and that's any law enforcement, local, state, federal, county. And you do this intentionally, this is considered deadly force. Deadly force is anything that can cause great bodily harm or death. When you plow into a vehicle that contains law enforcement agents, you're using deadly force. And they can use deadly force in response to stop you.
Everybody hear that? Everybody in the back of the room that are, throwing spitballs at everything? You guys heard that, right? If you use deadly force towards an officer, deadly force can be used against you. Guys, get into the chat with me. Like I said, I'm having a little trouble here with Ross and everything. I'm gonna try. All right, bro, are you there? Because we got a lot of people that want to know what's going on with you. Oh, wait, it's still not coming in. What is going on here? All right, Rick's got the line here too. Ross, you're not even showing up on the screen right now. Hang on. All right. Back to the point here. Let me. I got so much going on. What in the world is going on? Okay, we're gonna leave him out for a minute. Get back into the regular chat here. I saw a comment from Robert Plummer. Robert, thanks for hanging out with us. Who cares about Renee Good? We should all care about Renee Good. Renee Good is a person who deserves dignity and respect. We deserve to have a serious, sobering conversation about what happened here. We have Madeline Thomas. Madeline, thanks for hanging out. Exactly, these stupid woke Democrats, people, and fake media should listen. I think we all need to listen a little bit. I don't think it's just the woke that need to listen. I think we need to listen as well, because in our analysis of what happens here, passions can become inflamed. We're people, we have emotions, and we should understand where these emotional outbursts would be coming from. Do want to let the chief sort of finish up here, so let's get back to the video. And I'll be watching the comments as you guys are doing this, because you guys are awesome right now.
We need to be clear about these laws. We cannot become a society where we just decide to take everything in our own hands and start to commit crimes against law enforcement. It is a crime.
We're not a society of vigilantes. That doesn't mean that you can't exercise your rights. You can exercise your First Amendment right, have an opinion on what's going on. You can certainly exercise your right to assemble, but you can't put other people in danger. Your rights end at the tip of your nose. That's how our society works here. So when we're talking about confronting law enforcement in the process of their duties, we really need to recognize that going forward. Got 111 people watching across different platforms on Facebook, Rumble, and X. Hey guys, how you doing? I'm so glad you're here with us. I hope that you take the time to like, follow, subscribe, whatever it is that you're doing on the platform you're watching, and that you hit that thumbs up button, you hit any notification bells so you don't miss shows. I really appreciate you being here. There's a lot of people that are under the misconception that because ICE agents deal with immigration enforcement, that they cannot take any actions towards U.S. citizens. And my voice just cracked there for a while, and I don't know why. But I want to reiterate something to you guys that maybe you don't know. And again, I am a lawyer. Oh, we got someone coming in a moment here. Let me just there's a certain welcome I have to give to certain people, and Rick Robinson is one of those people. So let me just.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Rick, can you hear me? Because that way I'll know if it's me or him. Well, you're muted, pal. Hang on, let me get you unmuted.
What's on my?
Yeah, you keep muting your mic. Yeah, I took care of it for you. There you go.
There we go.
All right. And
Yeah,
Ross,
well, I keep.
Are you back, Ross?
You know, maybe.
Anyway, no, he's not. Go ahead, pal. Rick, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say this is Ross right now.
Oh, stop it!
But
That
he's
ain't
trying,
cool, man.
No, dude, I don't think it's just Verizon because our stuff has been acting up all night too. Like I was fine on my solo show, and then I tried to do the panel show, and I had to like restart my router, reset my IP, all of it. So I think whatever's happening with the Verizon might actually be starting to bleed over into other things.
Okay.
But yeah, so I don't think it was just you. Plus, it took forever for the system to find my camera over here. I had to unplug my. That's why it took so long. Even after I finally found the link, I had to unplug my camera like 14 times to get it to turn on. So, okay, I think.
All right, I got you.
Ross,
I'm trying you one more time, pal. That's no issue.
I know Ross can hear us because he was laughing when I was playing crickets, but we can't seem to hear him. So, see, he's laughing.
Yeah. Oh,
again,
there. He's laughing. Maybe he speaks. Oh my God. So listen, I want to get your thoughts on this video I've been playing so far. I'll start with Rick. Ross, just jump in right after you hear Rick stop talking, and we'll let
Ross go first in case the gremlins get him again. Go ahead, Ross. I'll wait in case your gremlins get you again.
Yeah. So thank you for being patient, everyone. So this might surprise some of you. I'll tell you the truth, man. So like the ICE guys, they're not like, they're not big on car stops, right? So if you're like a regular beat cop, you do lots of car stops, you practice with a lot more felony car stops. That incident was tragic, and most police departments do train their officers never to get in front of a vehicle, right? So the left, when they say things like that, there's some truth to it. But what I will say is this. The situation that officer found himself in, right, that wasn't a felony car stop, although, like, I don't know what that charge is, that federal charge for impeding. It might actually be a felony. But clearly the woman was, like, not a, it wouldn't have raised a red flag for the most part, like, thinking she was armed or was going to shoot you. She was just stupid, right? She looked dumb. She acted dumb. She did dumb things. So, the officer went around the car. From what I understand, he was not issued a body cam yet. The federal government's still trying to get body cams on all these guys. So he pulled out his phone to record the scene while there was officers speaking to the woman through her window, right? Did he expect her to put it in drive and try to run him down? No. So at the end of the day, and I'm very curious to hear what Rick has to say, justified shooting. The car hit him. He suffered an injury. The first bullet went through the front of the windshield. there's fucking video, right? It's not even like a coin toss whether or not he got hit by the car. He clearly did. And it wasn't because they gave her mixed signals of like, get out of here or get out of the car. They clearly said, you're detained, get out of the car, right? So justified shooting, tragedy all around. And I hope that the ICE guys do get a lot more training on car stops going forward, if this is going to be the new environment.
Well, yeah, if that's a new environment where local PD is just going to sit out everything, then yes, ICE needs to start being trained in what the media loves to call routine traffic stops, even though there's no such animal. I will say this. After the footage came out with what I thought was his body camera footage at first, you can plainly hear him being struck by the vehicle. You can see in the wide shot they did where he's actually drugged by the vehicle for a bit. There's reports that came out today, released by, I believe it was the New York Times. Am I lagging or something?
No, you're good. It was something I got a notification on my end that made my computer lag. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering because you were lagging on my side all of a sudden. But anyway, so there was the story released by the New York Times today showing that, dude had internal injuries from being struck in the front of the vehicle. There were a total of 3 shots fired. One hit the driver's side window or windshield. The other hit a mirror, and one of them was at least the one that hit her in the face. But as far as the only thing that I will say, having been in a similar situation, oddly enough, not when I was in a uniform other than a security uniform, I had to actually put myself between a speeding vehicle and a parking lot full of patrons. I think the only thing that saved my life was the fact that I already had my weapon drawn. So and again, this all happened within the space of a few seconds. But once he saw her gripping the steering wheel and grinning like Cruella de Vil, I really wish he would have put his phone down and drawn his weapon. It might have changed the scenario a bit. That's my only armchair quarterbacking.
Well, here's a question from Evil Genius 190, and I guess this goes to Ross's point. So, Ross, we'll start with you. Is it really a car stop? She inserted herself into a situation she shouldn't have. It's not like a typical stop that local law enforcement officers do. So it wasn't. It's my understanding that it's considered a car stop because there's cars involved, and the crime that they are arresting her for, or at least in the process of arresting her for, is interference with ICE agents. That's 18 USC 111. So it's not a car stop in the sense that it is a vehicle and traffic infraction. It's a violation of a federal law that ICE can enforce.
Well, I think what Ross means by car stop is there are certain things that are drummed.
Yeah, 100%. So, like, percent right.
Ross, you can go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. So ICE does not enforce vehicle and traffic law. So I don't mean in the typical sense what people might think of as like a car stop, right? This turned into a car stop once they approached the vehicle and told her she was not free to leave, right? So she was being detained, possibly upon further investigation of a crime that they believe was committed in their presence. Okay, so she was not free to leave, despite what people said, like, oh, she was just trying to leave. At that point, once they told her she was being detained, it did turn into a quasi-car stop, right? And don't get what I'm saying twisted. I'm not blaming ICE at all, okay? Because sometimes you have to cross either in front of or behind a vehicle, right? When you do a car stop, especially an impromptu one like that, you might find yourself on the other side of the car in crossfire land with the officer on the driver's side, okay? So he had to make a decision to either back up or assist in dragging this woman out of her vehicle, and he chose to film and get some information because he didn't have a body cam, because oddly enough, he would have been accused of doing stuff that was wrong had he not recorded it. Had there not been video, right? Had there not been video, what would the left have said transpired on that street, right? There would have been no proof of any of this. So I wish he would have put the phone down a little sooner too, but thank God he had it on, right? Get those guys body cams. This is the biggest self-own the left has ever done. Since George Floyd, putting body cameras on police officers, I know they hate it, or they definitely hated it in the past. This is the best thing that can happen. It shows the degenerates on the left that they have to deal with day in and day out.
I certainly agree with a lot of what you said. Rick, I got a great question here from Mommy Ma 9561. Am I getting dyslexic in my old age? I don't know. If you shoot the operator of a vehicle while it's in drive, how can you expect the car to come to a stop? The person is going to get hit and magically step on the brake after they lose consciousness.
Okay,
Go ahead.
So obviously, this person is commenting and likely never seen the footage because the vehicle was in a stopped position and not moving when they started the process to get her out of the car. The reason she got shot is because instead of obeying commands when they said, "Okay, this is enough, get out of the car," then she stepped on the gas. And that's the point where, and again, and this is a mild critique because I'm used to watching this in slow-mo at this point. I think the still frame from when they caught her smiling right before she gunned the motor to the time that he got hit was probably about an eighth of a second. So yes, in a perfect world, he would have put the camera down and drawn his weapon, but he didn't have much time. But the simple fact of the matter is this: when a law enforcement officer, and they can, well, we didn't know he was a cop because he had a mask. He's in a vehicle with lights. They were all wearing things marked in with that said police or federal agent. That's not impossible for a single person to fake. It's really hard for groups to fake. So
right, and for anyone thinking that we're trying to minimize what happened here or that we're justifying what they call, murder or anything like that, we're not doing that. But I do think that a lot of people out there, like Mommy Ma here, have misconceptions. For instance, saying that Renee Good only stepped on the gas after she was shot. That's not true. If you look at the video, she initially put the car in reverse, then turned the wheels towards the driver while it was in gear and drive. And we know this because we see the back lights of the vehicle, and then proceeds to go forward. The front wheels skid from the acceleration, and then the shooting occurs. I do want to get Christian law officer here. Fully agreed. I said that the other day. The left protested and screamed for us to get body cams, and now they are seeing what their side does to get shot. The chat is hopping a lot here.
Are they really seeing it, though? That's my question, because it's, look.
Wait. Hold on a second, Rick. I need to put this up because David Ellis seems to think that we're all bad people from World War II, but at least we can spell you are instead of your.
I'm just going to do
good
this.
For you, pal.
I don't care.
No, you're doing the Elon Musk.
I don't care. Call me whatever names you want. None of this changes the fact that she should have never been there. For those of you that are watching the little 30-second snippets, there's a 4-minute video of this woman cabbage patching in the middle of the road while she's honking on her horn for 4 minutes.
Now, Ross,
let me jump in for a second.
Go ahead, Ross. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Gene said we're not minimizing it. Fuck that. I am minimizing it, okay?
God damn it.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I am minimizing it, right? You hardcore leftist fucking losers accused this man of murder when it first happened, right? So yeah, I'm going to minimize it. You guys went over the fucking top and accused a man of murder, and then more video kept coming out, and at the very least, at most, right? What is it at most? I'm not saying it was a mistake. At most, you might be able to argue it was a violation of a department policy, right? Let me tell you the difference here, and the law enforcement guys in the chat will know this, right? Most departments have policies, right, where you're not supposed to shoot at a vehicle. People hear that and they think that's the law. Minnesota state law, a law signed by Governor Walz, actually acknowledges that using a vehicle against a person is considered deadly force, right? So a law enforcement officer can stop deadly force with deadly force, and Minnesota state law defines a vehicle as that, right? So there was no violation of law. At worst, you have a violation of a policy. Possibly. I'm not even saying it's all that, but you guys called this guy a fucking murderer. Right? You want to put this man in jail for the rest of his life like they did to Derek Chauvin. There was no grace, no benefit of the doubt. Renee Good put herself in that situation, and she ran over a federal law enforcement officer while he was doing his duty.
Who suffered internal
right? That's
injuries,
what really fucking happen.
Who su-
So, all
who
right,
suffered-
Gene, you don't minimize. I will.
Well, listen, you guys both brought up the issue of excessive force, deadly force, and things like that. Let's put this into proper context because people don't know the law. And like I said before, I am a lawyer. I do look up these things, and I want people to understand the standards by which we look at this. The issue of excessive force is looked at from a legal basis. It's defined as police use of force standards under the Fourth Amendment, and we have to establish whether or not there is objective reasonableness under the totality of the circumstances. That's Graham v. Connor from 1989. Now, recently there was a case that people are talking about, Barnes v. Felix, which struck down this idea of you have to only look at the moment of threat. But now we look at the context. It's a context-sensitive review for reasonableness. And what is part of that contextual review? Well, among many factors, one of them is whether or not you are looking to evade arrest. If you are evading arrest, that means that you've been told to stay where you are, you're going to be placed under arrest, and you shouldn't go anywhere. Renee Good clearly heard the command, and we all heard it on the video anyway, to get out of the car, and then she tried to evade that arrest by driving away. I'm not saying her intent was to run over an officer. I will say that she did not seem panicked either. So if she was intending to evade arrest, and in the process of which the force was used against her because she is using, as the Chicago police chief was saying, using a vehicle, a many thousand-pound vehicle, to drive it towards an officer. Even if you're driving it towards a vehicle, it's considered to be authorizing the use of force, as the chief said. People are saying she didn't run over. I mean, I see people in the chat saying she didn't run over anybody. The ICE agent had no threat to his life. And I think those of you who are saying that, respectfully, you are seeing what you wish was there. Because I believe
Gene,
under any legal analysis, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ross.
Not only are they seeing what they want to see, none of these losers that are saying this right now spoke up for Ashley Babbitt, right? Ashley Babbitt was an unarmed white female veteran that got killed by a black Capitol Police officer, right, on January 6th. None of these people spoke up then. No one called that guy a murderer on their side, right? So they're full of shit. Spare me the fake outrage. She hit a cop with a car. She wasn't fleeing. She didn't get murdered by the state, right? It's just all nonsense. And I you know what? Fuck it. Like, fuck around, find out. I'm okay with it. Minimize it, Gene. I'm minimizing.
Okay. Because I want to give the other side voice. Here is Mommymon 9561 again. What is your point? She was evading, but that doesn't justify lethal force. The evading part does calculate into it because of the method in which she's evading. She's evading using a many thousand-pound vehicle and driving it towards an ICE agent. How come other countries that are such greater than us, and I don't know if there are any, but fine, we'll grant that, don't have this many murders from the state? Well, maybe
Gene, don't let that one go. That's
no, do it.
That's the mentality on the left. It's always America sucks, and there's places better than us, and Europe is so great. Fucking go there, man. You guys on the left always blame America first. Just go, leave. We'll put you on one of these deportation flights. Maybe Trump will give you the $3,000 bonus to self-deport your ass out of here too. He should open it up to citizens as well.
Rick, go ahead.
Well, they keep saying the same thing as she was only evading. That doesn't deserve death. It's not the evading part. It's the fact that she decided to accelerate into an officer, and they're minimizing something else. Because if you look at the videos, when she originally stomped on the gas, if traction hadn't been broken by the fact that there was ice on the road, she would have hit him square on, not on the side. And he still, according to the New York Times, which normally I take with a grain of salt, but these people treat as the gospel, was reported to have internal injuries. How did dude have internal injuries if he didn't get hit by the car?
Absolutely right. And that news broke today. I saw it on CBS. I saw it on The Hill. I saw it in the New York Post as well. I don't want to derail the discussion too much, and we're not going to be doing a lot of plugs today. But just please, again, guys, I'm glad you guys are in the chat. We're certainly here to listen to what you have to say. If you want to drop a super chat, that will guarantee we'll get you on here right now and on the screen, and we'll be addressing you. But wherever you are, whether it be on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, please, if you like what you're hearing and seeing, if you don't like what you're seeing, but you see that we're being civil with you and you want to hang out with us, please like, follow, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Hit all notification bells so you don't miss any of the shows. I want to move on to this video from CNN. I know you guys are thinking already, but trust me, I think this is worth it. They did an interview with the former father-in-law of Renee Good, and I think his perspective on this is quite unique because, as you'll hear, he is a Trump supporter, and he admits that, and his perspective in this has got to be just, I think we need to listen to it because it is so unique. So let's get to it. I'm going to go to the part where he starts talking about his reaction to the situation.
Renee Good's former father-in-law, Timmy Macklin.
And let him lead us and guide us.
So we have some new.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I am sorry for your loss, because for your loss for you, it's your grandson who will suffer so greatly, and you have suffered the loss of your own son so tragically as well, her former husband. Your grandson's 6 years old. Have you been able to see him or talk to him since all of this has happened?
Not since it's happened. I've been blessed to see him, 2 or 3 times a year. He's an amazing young child. I mean, he's amazing. He's really smart, and so I look forward to seeing him when I can.
I want to ask you about this. When you talk about the confusion, and you've been open, obviously, about your support for the president, when you look at the videos of what happened, and I'm sure they're very hard for you, Timmy, to watch if you've even been able to, but the Deputy Attorney General says that the Justice Department doesn't believe that there's evidence to back a criminal investigation, right? And nothing about charges or anything that, just an investigation into what happened in terms of the ICE agents' actions. But they were, according to the prosecutors resigning today, pressuring them to investigate Renee's actions and Becca, her wife's actions. How do you feel about all that?
Well, I'm not blaming anybody. I mean, it's a hard situation all the way around. It's hard for for everybody involved. I mean, the ICE agent, at first I didn't see the footage where, he was actually, he was actually being ran. I mean, I seen the bump of the car hitting his legs. And so in a flash like that, it's hard to say how you would react. From my understanding that he had been through that before, maybe dragged or something. And so, like I said, it's just a hard situation for everybody. Becca, she's a great person as well. I mean, I don't have any many enemies. I love everybody. And that's what the Bible tells us, love our neighbors as we love ourselves. But, I think there's some bad choices. And the word says, for the wrath of God will come upon the children of disobedience. And, it's I don't blame ICE. I don't blame Rebecca. I don't blame Renee. I just wish that, if we're walking the Spirit of God, I don't think she would have been there.
This, to me, is a very interesting perspective that obviously he's a godly man, probably more forgiving than I would ever be on anything. But the fact that he is questioning the choices made by everyone. Interestingly enough, everything that came from this incident, this very unfortunate incident, started with the choice made by Renee Good. Can we all agree on that? I think we can.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, Gene, you're my friend, right?
I hope so. Unless you've been lying to me for the past 15 years.
If you told me, hey, Ross, after the show, you know what I'm planning on doing? I'm going to go driving around my neighborhood and box in armed federal officers and fuck with them and disobey them and then possibly run one over. I'd be like, Gene, I wouldn't do that if I was you, man. Right? But no one told Renee that. What? Right? Why not? Why didn't someone tell Renee not to do those stupid things that she was doing? When you really think about it, right? First of all, she's not like a mom and they keep showing a picture from like 20 years ago. She's a lesbian mom that lost custody of her kids, okay? And all you lefties in the chat, that might hurt to hear it. She was a terrible mother with lots of issues, mental health issues, like most of you, right? So she had no friends or family. Maybe this guy should have told her, but he's like an in-law, not really by blood. And he knows the truth, right? Someone should have stopped her from being so reckless and stupid. Okay? And that's the truth.
Listen, I don't know anything about this woman. I don't profess to know anything about this woman. I know that on this day, she made bad choices. Rick, there were opportunities here for Renee Good to not block the road, to comply with lawful orders to get out of the vehicle, to not put the vehicle into reverse to try to get away, to not put the vehicle in drive to get away, to not hit the accelerator to move the car in such a manner that it skidded on ice. At any one of these points, I think we could actually say Renee Good would still be alive, but for the choices she made, right? Am I wrong in this?
No, you're absolutely 1,000% right, and that's the part that I keep going back to. This incident lasted for a total of about 4 minutes of what we've been able to see on film, but you can tell from when the agents walked up on her. If you listen in the beginning of the tape, of the interaction, which they always manage to cut out, two of them are walking towards the vehicle, and one of them says, "All right, this is enough. We've had enough. Get out of the car." This woman had been following them around and doing the same stuff and blocking them in over and over and over on that day. That everybody, I've seen that reported everywhere. And look, I don't want anybody to die for anything, but if you're, it's pretty simple. With somebody who is in law enforcement, even if you don't think they have the authority to do what they're telling you to do, follow instructions and sue them. It's better to sue them in court and live than to risk resisting arrest and potentially die. And
as an attorney, I endorse that message. And if you want to hire me to do it, I'm available. So, anyways,
I mean, this is the thing. I used to train people to do these kind of things. Yes, on the private security side, but in a lot of ways, in apartment complexes and everything else, we had to do these kind of things all the time. And this is after I spent time wearing what everybody used to call a real badge. But I used to tell everybody all the time, it's much better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. And all these people that are in this chat right now, I guarantee you probably 99% of them have never been in a split-second decision where they've had to decide whether they're going to take some sort of an action that could save their life or possibly in someone else's. I have, and it's a terrible position to be in. But it's a position that everybody who swears that oath took on themselves, and they did it because they want to try to make their city, their state, and their country a better place. And the fact that we have spent the last decade vilifying these people pisses me off. And for everybody who's making comments about which way I'm looking, I took a fire extinguisher in the back of a head during a bar fight. I'm lucky I'm still here. So,
you know what? Don't even comment on that shit, man. Don't even worry about that. But I will listen. I'll give Reginald Green some time here. Again, I want to have civil discussion with people, even though Ross hates me for it. You're wrong. How are you blaming her for being killed for not following police instructions? It wasn't just the following of police instructions. It's also about the use of force against those officers. Now, you may not think that driving a vehicle towards an officer in an attempt to evade an arrest is excessive force, but the law certainly does think of it that way. And officers are trained to view that sort of action as hostile and as force being used against them. Look, nobody in their right mind thinks that someone is going to take their vehicle and drive it into them. That is an extreme situation, whether you're trained for it or not. As Always Open says, a 5,000-pound weapon, indeed. So when you are faced with a 5,000-pound weapon heading towards you, you do what you can to preserve your life, especially with the threat of lethal force. And there are cases out there in just about every circuit that says that the use of an automobile driven in the direction of an officer can be considered a deadly weapon. Ross, you're following the chat as much as I am. Is there anything you want to respond to out there?
Bro, I'm not shedding a single tear
for
Renee Good.
Hang on. This is a good one. The clown. Are you thick? She was at the side.
No, he was at the side.
No, she wasn't, David, you muppet. If this officer was at the side How did the bullet hole appear on the windshield? How did the bullet go through the windshield of the vehicle? That shows you alone the spidering of the windshield, the location of the bullet hole shows that he was in front.
We went through this last
the SUV.
We went through this last week. Basic forensics proves he was at the front of the vehicle when he fired the shots. And as a matter of fact, there's another shot that didn't show up until a few days later that actually shows there's another bullet hole in the mirror. So one shot hit the windshield, the other hit the mirror, and I don't know where the third one went, but this whole idea that he ran back or he waited to shoot inside the vehicle, no. No.
Well, I will say this, though, Rick, and not to fact check or push back, I don't know if that second bullet in the driver's side mirror is confirmed. It could also be a speck of dirt after the vehicle crashed into the other vehicle when it came to rest. So I'm not exactly sure if that is indeed the case. I initially thought that as well, but until I find some sort of independent verification of that, I don't even trust my own eyes on that. So Goob wants to know who shot JFK. I think Seinfeld already dealt with this. It was the magic loogie, just like with Keith Hernandez. So moving on, Ross, I'm gonna let you make up for lost time here. You want to keep on this topic, or you want to go to something else that happened today?
I think we should stay on this, man. This is a good one.
Cool. Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you think?
I was saying before, man.
Hang on. Before you guys go on, since Ross is up and running, I'm going to go ahead and dive off because I got to do another show in like 10 minutes anyway. So, all
right. Tell what show's coming up on KLRN. Shout out to our KLRN people, by the way, who are watching on a different account.
Add about 225 to whatever number you're looking at right now, too.
Sweet,
by the way.
Sweet.
So anyway, as far as what's coming up next for us here in about 10 minutes, it'll be Rick and Orty before we head over to SHR Media Territory and hang out with those folks for the night. I'll be back tomorrow morning doing the Rick Robinson Show. That's 10 a.m. Eastern. You can check us out at KLRNRadio on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Rumble. I'm going to bounce, guys. Have a great night.
Adios, my friend. Thank you so much for coming on. He bails me out every time something happens with us. Not just a pretty face, that Rick Robinson. But go ahead with what you wanted to say, pal.
Yeah, listen, I love the hostile chat we got.
And by the way, they're not all hostile, but we are highlighting the hostile ones.
Yeah, F them. Listen, they're losers, bro. Let me get through this real quick. So, again, I'm not shedding any tears for Renee Good or any lefty that gets what they deserve, to be honest with you. You guys have to live knowing that Donald Trump won the presidency 3 fucking times, right? He might run again in 2028, and I hope he does. Most of you morons took the Trump vaccine, right? I didn't. You guys probably did. Vet, whoever you are in the freaking chat. We're stealing Venezuelan oil. We're going to get Greenland. We're taking the Panama Canal back. ICE is doing mass deportations. And Trump just signed a law going to give whole milk to kids in school. And I bet you most of the losers in this chat would be against that too. Fuck you guys. It's great. You guys are miserable. We're not. I fucking love it.
And listen, I'm okay with you guys being hostile for those of you who are. That's cool by me. We can certainly have, civil discussions. I like to say that a lot because that basically is my stock and trade. I'm an attorney. Ross is more of a fighter with a law enforcement background. So that's how we are. That's why this show is so great. I don't know what else we can say about what happened with this situation. But it's clear it's become a political football. And everyone wants to get on record about what's going on here. But no one wants to wait for facts to develop. Like Rick was talking about earlier. News broke today that the ICE agent, and I'm not using his name. If you guys want to, you can. The ICE agent was treated in the hospital that same day for internal bleeding. Now, what does that mean exactly? I don't know exactly what is it a small bruise, a little boo-boo? Clearly, it was substantial enough for this ICE agent to go to the hospital, be there for several hours, and get treatment. What do we take from this new information, Galloway?
My eyes saw the video of him getting hit by the car, so I didn't need to know that he had internal bleeding. Because here's the other thing that we have to be careful with these radical Democrat leftist scumbags, right? You can't keep raising the bar, the burden of proof on us every time one of these things happen, right? First, they said the video was clear, then more video came out. Then we have to do hospital reports that there's internal bleeding. We don't have to do none of that. Fuck you. The officer was justified, right? We're not going to have to keep proving to people who don't listen to reason. So what do I think about the internal bleeding? I saw him get hit by a car, right? And if there was no video and he told me he got hit by a car, I'd believe it over her. Okay? That's just the way it is.
Absolutely. Tim Law 24, people are getting paid and crap is going down to make him look bad. And I assume we're talking about Trump, even though we are getting rid of crime. He goes on to further say, don't you see it? Donald Trump exposed California and Minnesota at the same time. And they were going to be president and vice president, meaning that, Trump shouldn't be there right now. Don't you see the corruption? The two cities of corruption. Throw the People's Republic of New York City into that analysis as well, as news has broken that there may be more untold billions of dollars in fraud and corruption in the People's Republic of New York. So there you go. And then, of course, we have David Ellis again checking in. Trump fan base. First of all, it's politics. It's not a cult of personality. This isn't about fan bases. This is about people's opinions about politics, but whatever. Trump fan base is dragged up mostly failed human beings like these lot here. I don't know about you, David, but I'm pretty damn successful. People know me. I have many leather-bound books. So thanks for that dynamite drop-in, Monty. Is there a correlation between the mobilization of many of these activists and organizations and the exposure of corruption in places like Minnesota and California, pal?
Yeah, well, the left is circling the wagons, aren't they? It started out with some Somali daycare. Now it turns out that there's rampant fraud, probably across all 50 states, right? But the red states work with the federal government. And I do want to hit on this, speaking of the federal government, right? Isn't it rich that Minnesota is all bent out of shape that the federal government doesn't want to share information with them to investigate this police-involved shooting, right? The federal government's been asking you guys to share information on illegal immigrants so that when we issue ICE detainers, we can pick them up in jail and not go door to door in places like Minneapolis, right? So fuck off, right?
Yeah. I'm just answering some chats saying, if it's not a cult of personality, then why is there merch? I was like, for fundraising, silly. Anyways, the chat is
popping. By the way, I don't even care. Like, the cult of personality is Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump, remember years ago when he said, I could shoot somebody in the face on Fifth Avenue and I won't lose a single supporter? He's fucking right? He could. He ain't gonna lose me, right? I don't give a fuck what these morons in the chat say. They live miserable lives. And I know having Donald Trump in office, even when I disagree with him, makes them insane. So it's so delicious. I fucking love it.
Well, let's hear more from the party of tolerance here. There's only one good kind of Republicans. I'm not gonna say what it is, but they misspelled the word. That's pretty tolerant of you guys. This is from the same people going nuts about Renee Good are the same ones saying that Ashley Babbitt had it coming, that Charlie Kirk had to get it in the neck. Other examples I can think of here. But Steve Scalise deserves it. Why was he playing baseball out there anyway? These are the same people that are so tolerant that they're okay with the other side having the same fate as a Renee Good.
Bro, these people they think men can have babies, right? That's why you never, by the way, Gene, never, I know you are a nice guy, right? But don't try to talk to these people like they're people. They're not, right? They are clown shows. Have you watched the protests in Minneapolis, by the way? Any of it?
Yes, I have.
Right, they're banging pots and pans and playing trombones. It's mostly white hipsters out there, right? They can't get a riot going because the black guys ain't coming out for this shit.
Did
right?
you
They're
see
not
the
coming
one
out for a lesbian that tried to run over a cop. They're just not going to.
Did you see the one in the
good luck
clown
with your riot in fucking Minneapolis? All you got is old white liberal women that think men can have babies. If you don't want the fucking Civil War, I'm telling you, you're not going to do well. Your side is not going to do well.
Did you see the one of that protester that was being harassed by someone with a megaphone, and he ended up getting clocked, and some other people tried to get around him, and this guy wearing a MAGA hat is just clocking people left and right, and they're going down.
God, yes. And that is it in a nutshell, right? A bunch of soy boy, low testosterone dudes, running around with bullhorns in people's ears, and they came around the wrong fucking guy, and he let him have it.
Well, listen, you mentioned about court cases and talking about what is a woman and all that. As we wind down the show here, I do want to talk about what happened this week in the Supreme Court with this case, Little v. Hickox. And guys, if you want to hang around for this, you're more than welcome to. So Lee versus Hickox is a case about transgender athlete eligibility. The case involves a biological male athlete competing as a female, and this athlete is challenging state bans on transgender women in women's sports. So basically, when it comes to sports categories at the high school level or at the college level, there's a men's category or a boys category and a girls category or a women's category. This female is challenging the right to be a transgender female in the female category, but his or her attorney doesn't want to define these terms. And Justice Alito, during the oral argument in this case, tried to make the point that if you're making an equal protection argument, you're going to need definitions. Let's listen to this short clip.
If it does that, then is it not necessary for there to be, for equal protection purposes, if that is challenged under the Equal Protection Clause, an understanding of what it means to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that definition? For equal protection purposes, what does it mean to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. I think that the underlying enactment, whatever it was, the policy, the law, we'd have to have an understanding of how the state or the government was just understanding that term to figure out whether or not someone was excluded. We do not have a definition for the court, and we don't take issue with we're not disputing the definition here. What we're saying is that the way it applies in practice is to exclude birth-sex males categorically from women's teams, and that there's a subset of those birth-sex males where it doesn't make sense to do so according to the state's own interest.
Well, how can a court determine whether there's discrimination on the basis of sex without knowing what sex means for equal protection purposes?
I think here we just know that we basically know that that they've identified, pursuant to their own statute, Lindsay qualifies as a birth-sex male, and she's being excluded categorically from the women's teams as the statute. So we're taking the statute's definitions as we find them, and we don't dispute them.
So in other words, the attorney advocating for this young person can't identify what a woman is. And Justice Alito, Matt Walsh, take a bow. You got the Supreme Court asking attorneys, what is a woman? What is a girl? What is a male? What is a female? What is a boy? And all these questions that they refuse to answer, even at the highest court in the land. It is so funny to see, pal.
By the way, I don't think this decision is going to be 5-4 or 6-3. I think it can go as high as 7-2, to be honest with you. I think only Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown, whatever her fucking name is, she didn't know what a woman was either, right? She couldn't define it. I think those are the only two idiots that are going to vote that the states can't do this. By the way, I also think it's worth noting, and I brought this up on several shows, that, by the way, men and women are not equal, okay? And I think that
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@KLRNradio.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
Thanks, JJ.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know? She was with the Russians too. I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNRadio.com. We'll be the last of the KLRN Radio live content, but after this, we'll be heading over to our friends at ACHR Media. Amish, how you been? It's been a whole hour.
Yeah, fucking
How's
long time
things?
no chat.
Right?
Just
these Wednesdays where we do a bunch of stuff all at the same time. I'm just like, anyway. So before we get too far into that, I occasionally worry about our Syrupian friends because I posted the meme I made of the Orty signal.
Yeah.
And one of our Syrupian friends, one of our Syrupian friends in one of the show prep rooms that we're in said, "Well, I got the Circle K part, but I didn't know that any bestiality was going to be involved." I'm like, who the fuck said anything about bestiality? That's the Orty signal. The hell?
Yeah.
The hell?
I just saw your tweet tagging in Circle K stores, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I did that a while ago.
Yeah, well, I just happened to catch it.
Yeah, it's okay.
But, yeah, So, and then, but yeah, no, Syrupians, man. I've got an angry one in my feed right now. He's tracking down somebody else calling him stolen valor. And I'm just like, you know what? Unless you're from Alberta, Saskatchewan, we really don't care about your opinion. Then he got all kinds of salty. So,
yeah. So the last 45 minutes of my life have been fun. So Ross was caught up in that whole Verizon thing. So he kept dropping signal. So I hopped on Gene's feed for a little bit. And then for some reason, a bunch of liberals have found their channel. So that was fun.
I noticed the chat scroll at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
So mad they can't even say a good Republican is a dead Republican. They said a dad Republican.
Well, most Republicans
we don't abort our kids, so
yeah, that's why a good Republican is a dad Republican, because we don't typically believe in abortion.
Right? Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so yeah. Other than that, what's new with you? What'd you do for the last hour?
Fuck, man. Aside from fight Canadians, well, you know what? I said it last week. It's been a hell of a year this week.
Right? I feel like it's been a year since we said that last week. So I feel like this should be 2027 already.
The retardation has escalated. So, but Iran's clearing their airspace because that's what you do when you have no control over what's about to come.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, it's kind of funny,
dude.
You check the flight aware. There's a Cessna doing a fucking U-turn coming out of Saudi Arabia, and that was flying to Iran. Just fucking hooked it.
Like, nope, never mind. But no, so it's funny because Brett Baer had a Iranian spokes critter on his show for about 15 minutes tonight. And dude kept saying the same thing over and over again. We always want to negotiate. It's the U.S. that starts all the wars. And all the fighting and dying that's happening over here, it's Israel's fault. These are the Iranian government isn't killing anybody. It's Mossad doing it and blaming us for it. I'm like, dude, you really think we're buying any of this shit?
Yeah. You can always tell a dying regime, especially, over in the Middle East, because they all pull out their Baghdad Bob.
Yeah.
And that's it. They're fucking cooked. I'm sorry. And I don't know where the whole
we say that a
JD
lot.
Vance negotiating bullshit's coming from. We have the first chance in 3 generations to get rid of an socialist regime that is the primary destabler of the entire region. We would never have had to go into Iraq and Afghanistan if it was not for fucking Iran. I believe that, truly.
Well, no, I truly do too. I mean,
yeah.
The show I did on Tuesday was actually a deep dive on that whole thing. I need to get the archive put up because I mean, I went from the beginning of like the 1957 when everything started destabilizing and how we kind of just we started thinking, well, doesn't really matter who's in charge as long as it's stable, because then we get the oil. Yeah.
So
our foreign policy was always retarded.
Yeah, well, it generally is still. I mean, I kind of like a little bit of what's going on right now. That snatch and grab was kind of fun. And
it's definitely fun to talk about. That was fun.
And I like Europe getting all froggy over Greenland. I mean, more froggy than they've been about Ukraine. But Norway sent a couple dozen troops. Awesome. So, I think Germany sent 2. But and then when Greenland and Denmark went and met at the White House today, and then Denmark's foreign minister's statement coming out of it saying, we have room to negotiate. Yeah. Wasn't it like 48 hours ago that Greenland wasn't for sale? So that tells me, that tells me Denmark no longer has a veto. All they have is leverage.
Well, you know how I knew something had changed as far as this whole thing? Because the other day, Trump made a hell of a joke about, Greenland. It's like, they've got to worry about Russia and China. What the hell are they going to do? They got two dog sleds and 1 dog.
Right.
It's like, when he started joking like that, I was like, okay, he knows something we don't know yet. Because he doesn't, in the middle of a negotiation, he doesn't start joking like that until he starts becoming confident.
Yeah.
About what
you don't crack jokes unless you're winning. So
yeah, so there's something going on, which is why as soon as I found out that Rubio and Vance were meeting with the head of Denmark today, I was like, over under on those 2, shove them in a locker. Yeah, because that's kind of the vibe I got off of that. They're going to be like, you're going to give us Greenland or else, buddy. But I wonder. Hopefully they know that Greenland is not green and Iceland is not ice.
Right. Well, it's okay. So a lot of people who say, what's the big deal with Greenland and everything? They're only familiar with the Rand McNally 2-dimensional map. I can tell that they've never actually looked at a globe, because Greenland is technically in the Western Hemisphere. I mean, not technically, it is in the Western Hemisphere. And that is Greenland is very important to the United States as security and sovereignty. Well, security. And if it costs us a couple $100 billion, I mean, that's really only 3 or 4 Somali daycares in Minnesota. So I think it's worth it.
So Al's currently sitting on 5 inches of snow. Thoughts and prayers, brother.
Yeah.
Ugh. I'm really glad our winter's been mild so far, because according to the almanac, we were supposed to have a bitch of a weather. It hasn't really happened yet. So I'm like, we're either going to have a late, long winter, or the farmer's almanac's going to be wrong for the first time that I know of. So I'm a little concerned for my future.
As you should be. Meanwhile, it's 45 degrees at 7 o'clock at night. It was a nice 60-degree day today. So
traffic and weather on the
traffic and weather on the 3s at KLRNRadio. Yeah, love my schizophrenic California winter weather. So,
dude, we're having your schizophrenic California winter weather here because it was like 70 degrees yesterday and 40 today, and my body's mad at me again. Normally, by now, all this stuff's settled down enough where my body's decided, hey, we finally picked the lane. I don't have to freak out anymore. Yeah, that hasn't happened yet. But anyway. And then it's the back and forth for the temperatures keep making the cedar trees happy. So every time I get the allergen shit beat back down, it's like, just kidding. We're having sex in your eyeballs again, motherfucker.
I just got a big fuck you from Jeff on Discord about the weather.
Nice. Hey, to be fair, he's about to be able to decide if he wants to relocate, so he should move somewhere warm.
Yeah, that's true.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Oh, I was having that talk with somebody else I know who just sold their house for like $1.5 million, and they're like trying to buy another one. I'm like, dude, you should move out here because for what you get on your retirement and having $1.5 million from your house, you could live like a king till you die. This person gets like $7,500 a month in retirement and just sold their house for $1.5 million. I'm like, dude, if you move out here, you could buy a mansion for $1 million, keep $500,000 in the bank to draw interest, and then just live off your fucking retirement until you decide to cash out the interest-bearing account later.
Right?
I wish I had that kind of nest egg. That would be amazing.
Solve a lot of problems.
I'm working on it though. I keep trying to find ways to put all these little nickels in the dark and hopefully make babies like rabbits eventually. But
yeah, you can't.
So far, ain't nothing took yet, but I'm trying. So I gotta talk about this. I don't know how legitimate it is because I couldn't find a source for it, but it made me laugh because there was an article that I found on Facebook and it says the sun transforms into cosmic gateway, revealing massive dark celestial body entering our solar system days away. So I tagged Corin to make it. I'm saying, so you're saying it's an actual Stargate? Because
Yeah, I saw that. It was called The Expanse.
Right? Yeah.
But
dude, yeah, I'm telling you, now that AI is becoming commonplace, I think there are parts of the world that have much better AI than what we have because they're finding some weird shit now. Because I've seen stories about China and Japan reactivating a gene that allows humans to grow their dormant third row of teeth, which I didn't know we had. So I don't know about that.
You know, either that's true or they haven't figured out that AI hallucinates yet.
Yeah, this is true.
I mean, I don't know what it is with the GPT 5.2 upgrade, but fuck, I am battling hallucinations left and right. You know, I'll just ask for a tip on a video game and it'll vomit out a response. I'll say, well, none of that's actually in the game. And how would any of that be in your stored memory from April 2024 when the game wasn't even out yet? Oh, you're right. Let me tell you what happened. No, you just made up shit.
Yeah, they love to do that. Like just for fun, because I knew we were gonna try to grind Steve's gears last night. I started having it look up different sports that were in Star Trek, and it mixed up Parisi squares and Ambo Jitsu. And I'm like, dude, how do you, as a fucking piece of artificial intelligence, not know anything about sports in Star Trek?
Right.
Well, you see, what happened was,
yeah, getting a lot of that, and I really struggled with the last the last big doc I did for, putting together the juxtaposition because it kept wanting to go into simulation theory. I'm like, this is not that topic. And I mean, the second half, Jeff and I were talking about it, and yeah, we were a little weak in the second half. Plus, I was off with my chest thing going on because of allergies and the dry weather. So, but yeah, it was I struggled to get that thing put together. Plus, it was a pretty non-standard topic too for the genre. Getting it right, getting it wrangled, getting it all wrangled together. But I still liked it. Good topic, fun show.
So guess what?
Chicken butt.
Star Trek 90210 airs tomorrow.
No.
Don't worry, you don't have to watch it.
I'm not going to watch it. I am not going to invest 1 second of thought towards it.
But it's funny because for as canonized and solid as Star Trek once became, I've been rewatching the first few episodes of the original series again. And yeah, for as much as everybody makes fun of Discovery and everything else, when Star Trek was a new thing, it was just as fucking stupid.
Well, yeah, but it was groundbreakingly stupid.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying there were like, because everybody thought, because one of the things that's honestly bugged me about the newest iterations of Star Trek is even there was a time when they started locking in like protocols, and you kind of felt like these people were actually in a group of not really militaristic folks, but people that had protocols and rules they followed and everything else. And then for these last few series, it just kind of feels like that was gone. So then I'm watching the original series, and I'm like, for the first few episodes, they really had no fucking idea what they were doing.
They really didn't.
There's none. Like they didn't even know it was Starfleet Command yet. Like they'll vaguely reference this thing called Space Command, and I'm like, eh. And then there was this one time that I think it was the episode where the planet exploded and they all eventually got drunk off of water because of the molecular change. I think it was called the Naked Time. I think
it was a Naked Time, and then in TNG it was the Naked Now.
But yeah, so there's a scene in the opening of that one. It was either the opening of that one or the one where they found the kid where the kid was transported over from another ship who had powers because he was stranded on a planet where everybody had basically ascended. And there's a point in there where like the commander of Starbase such and such wants to know where his vital supplies are, and he's like, tell I don't remember the commander's name, but it was a Spanish name. Tell him I have his peppers, they're fine. Like, oh my god. They'll be fine for a few more days. I'm like, oh. So yeah, I can kind of so the cheese was there. Now at one point, like I said, they did kind of button it down and it started seeming more like an actual organization, and I think that's part of what I've missed with the most recent shows. Because it's nowhere near the same. But then again, I mean, another thing that I think is killing the modern age of Trek is they've decided to go with flashy instead of story. So each episode cost over $1 million to make, so they can't afford to make more than 9 or 10 a season.
Well, and they obviously can't afford to. I mean, shit, they should just use AI and fart out scripts. But I liked Elon Musk's tweet the other day about how apparently they've banned LASIK and Ozempic in the future. Because you had Holly Hunter taking off her glasses, which they made a really big fucking deal about Geordi and his visor. And then you had the half Klingon, half Jem'Hadar woman on.
Yeah, they're going to have to do some explaining on that one for it to make sense, because that shouldn't even be possible.
Right. I mean, yes. Here's a warrior cat or a soldier cast that was bred to be all male and live a couple decades. Now suddenly just having children. Or was she a genetic experiment? At least that would kind of make sense. But then, no. So I don't. It's going to be terrible.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's 900 years in the future, so she may be some sort of a genetic experiment that wound up eventually breeding female Jem'Hadar. Who the hell knows?
It just doesn't matter.
But I don't know.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to, it has to be on somewhere, probably on Tubi. I keep threatening it. I'm going to start Star Trek animated series this week if it's available on streaming.
That should have been how Discovery opened. Not even gonna lie. Al in the chat. These are the voyages of the Starship Awful AWFL. But
except she was a strong BIPOC woman who didn't need no man.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, I will say this: as flimsily as Discovery started, they did actually manage to tie together a lot of the plot holes. Like, I was really trying to figure. I was like, how the hell does Spock have a sister that never got referenced? They did, even though it was a flimsy explanation, they did manage to explain it away well enough where I wasn't just shaking my fist at the screen anymore. But I think that's actually one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of Boston Blue now, the replacement for Blue Bloods, because the captain of Discovery is Danny's partner in this new show, and I didn't even like her in The Walking Dead.
Oh, I did.
She's never. I
Shaneeqa
didn't.
Martin Green. Fuck, she was a show there.
Well, yeah, but that's how you judge everybody. Would I do them behind a Circle K? And if the answer is yes. Yeah, but that's how you judge everybody, though. If you would do them behind a Circle K and the answer is yes, then it's worth watching at least a few episodes of what they
Shaneeqa
put out.
Martin Green would have gotten Barnes status back in the day.
Nice. Yeah, the thing about it is, and again, maybe I just really am turning into one of these cranky old white dudes, because they took a strong cast that still had female influences and they flipped everything on its head, and almost everybody that's in a position of leadership in this new show is female.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I'm just like,
they banned Ozempic and LASIK, but they made they also found a way to ban men.
well, no, I'm talking about Boston Blue.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought you were talking about
like
Starfleet 9210.
Yeah, well, no, I mean that's probably going to be the case too, because that is one of the things that drove me crazy about Discovery, is there was always it was like the token dude, and all the other people were chicks, and I'm just like, I know they want to be represented, but that doesn't mean that those of us that don't have vaginas don't want to see people like us on TV now. Just pointing that out. So anyway. Hey, we got a Denny sighting in the chat. I only usually see him during
Holy
the day.
shit.
So that's good. It's nice. Oh, but yeah. So, but yeah, I'm curious to
Jeff
see
on
what's
Discord.
what.
New Star Trek, but they can't parallel park and space dock.
Oh, so Elon. So not that Elon hasn't been doing enough of this to me lately, but Elon officially pissed me off today. So he made the announcement that Tesla is going to stop selling cars that come with the automated driving stuff built in. Now, because eventually you'll have to subscribe to it on a monthly basis, and the monthly subscription is $99 if you want a self-driving car, which just proves to me that he's been watching all the posts about everybody who's been buying them in the city and then buys like 2 or 3 of them, so they've always got one on the charger, and then they have the damn thing driving around doing Uber work for them pretty much all fucking day. And so he's like, I'm gonna figure out how to get into some of this cabbage. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make the self-driving stuff a subscription. Somebody made the joke. The year is I think they said 2147, and I have a pacemaker, and it's now on a subscription, so I have to pay for it to keep my rhythm.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
yeah,
I fucking called that years ago when, when Tesla first started talking about all the things they're going to do and all the features. I said, I guarantee you, this is going to be fucking cars with loot crates, and fucking DLC, and
nice,
yeah. It's like, you can get. It's like the old Henry Ford thing. You can get it in any color you want as long as it's black. You can get you can get the Tesla in any color you want, but you got to pay for the DLC.
pretty much. I mean, I don't think I ever would have bought one anyway, but when self-driving was really starting to become a thing, I considered it, just because there were so many nights that I was driving home totally exhausted, and I'm surprised I made it home. So yeah, never mind. I was trying to do something. And then I typed in the wrong web address. Oh, never mind. Now I know. I was looking to see if there have been any updates to find out if there's been any sudden bombings or anything started in Iran, because I'm really concerned that they've cleared their airspace.
Well, I was laughing because Iran's foreign minister, somebody said, it said, asked the U.S. not to fly in Iranian airspace without permission. And I quote tweeted that and saying, Mia's POTUS, I want you to draw sky dicks all over that country. I want the radar to be cock and balls for the next 24 hours.
That would be awesome.
I mean, because that's the kind of thing the whole world sees. Just draw big cock and balls all over the country. So that's nice.
Oh yeah, it looks like there's been another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I'm just calling that cop-assisted suicide now.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm still saying this with as gung ho and balls to the wall as Trump has been about so many things. As soon as somebody started making rumblings about declaring whatever part of Minneapolis that was that they declared an autonomous zone, I would have sent in troops with water cannons. This shit would have been over before it started. It's the middle of winter.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have hung out in freezing water. I'm just saying. Be like, okay, so you're saying this isn't America? I'd have just been like, seriously, on his little Truth Social. So you're telling me this is not American territory anymore? Guess what? Now I can send in the army. Check me, motherfucker.
Yeah. Then they surrender and then sue for war reparations like that Key West island. That's
Dude,
my
there's
retirement
been
plan,
other-
by the way. I'm
There's
going
been
to
other
declare my
folks
lot an autonomous nation, declare war on the United States, immediately surrender, then sue for war reparations.
It's funny because the Florida Keys place is not the only folks that have tried that. There was somewhere out in the desert where they did it too. I remember hearing about it somewhere, I think. But anyway. I mean, I remember when we were joking about it when it was, I think it was during Obama's second term. We were like, we should just move somewhere and declare ourselves an autonomous. So anyway.
What was I just had a thought and I lost it. Damn. It's probably quite witty too.
It's been one of those days, though.
It's been one of those years the last week.
Right.
I just
man.
No, okay, so I like that thing in LA where everybody's mad about that kid that lost an eye for fucking with ice because he got hit with less than lethal. I'm like, so it worked.
Yeah, it's called less than lethal.
Yes.
So it worked.
Yes.
Oh, so apparently this dude got shot after he tried to assault an ICE agent with a shovel. So I'm gonna say good shoot.
Yeah. Why did you have real bullets?
Why did you bring a shovel to a gunfight?
Yeah. What do you think was I mean, last I checked, I don't think I've seen ICE equipped with tasers. I may be wrong on that. I think
I'd have to
ICE
zoom
really
in on-
only has two options: paintball guns and 9mm. I may be wrong,
but well, one of the reasons I really want this shit just tamped down and done, because at this point, I don't even because they've already declared most of these people terrorists. So I don't know why they're not just going in, even on the ones that are trying to be peaceful with the fucking water cannon, just making them go home. Because if you can waterboard a terrorist in Gitmo, you can use a water cannon on the terrorist in the streets. But I really want this shit done because we're not talking about the fraud anymore. Everybody's talking about this shit instead of the fraud.
Yeah.
Because Nick Shirley did it again. There's a new story that just dropped. Investigative journalist Nick Shirley set the internet on fire the day after Christmas when he posted that video that everybody else has been talking about. And apparently he's found some more.
Excellent. Yeah. Getting back to the anti-ice sit. Okay. If anybody listening has any way to get this idea to percolate up into the administration, this is $1 million idea. This is fucking brilliant. A friend of mine told me his idea on how to deal with them. Corn syrup and blue dye. Just spray them with that. And and like a semi-permanent blue dye too. So it's on them for a few days and it ruins their clothes. So they're walking around Minnesota freezing because they're soaking wet, covered in a corn syrup water blend that has a semi-permanent blue dye. So everybody knows who they are. They can find them later. And they're sticky. Nobody's going to want to stick around when they're sticky. Also, just start popping their tires. I mean, that idea, the ICE dude just busting a window out on that lady's car the other day. Just don't fucking do that. Yeah. It's Minneapolis in winter, going to be cold, and car windows are expensive. They want to be out there doing their thing. Make them commit to the bit. So those are two free ideas for the administration from Discord.
Sounds wonderful to me.
So yeah, any of y'all with clout, percolate that thing up into the right ears. It won't be hard to mix. And you know who's going to make out like a bandit? Fucking Iowa.
Yep.
And apparently Idaho, because the last time I was in Idaho, I didn't see a goddamn potato, but I saw miles and miles and miles of corn. Can't even say you're about famous potatoes anymore.
New York City. He shouldn't have gotten in front of the shovel.
Yeah. Shovel's not a weapon.
Dude, that's the whole thing that's the whole the whole civvy argument on that. That's not a weapon, dude. Anything can fucking be a weapon. Anything. It's all about the circumstance. I'm just saying. Oh. Getting that set up so I can move on to the other one. Oh, dang it. Sorry. I'm trying to do multiple things at once, and it's not working tonight because it's been a long day for me. I was trying to get Sean set up so that I can go back through a music break that you want, so I have everything kind of just working behind the scenes.
All right.
Anyway. All right, so got that squared away. And now we can go over here. And for now, I can just do this instead. And do that. All right. Okay. Because we've hit the point for a break. So I was trying to make sure it was ready this time.
Yes,
So I was
my tea is running low.
Your tea is always running low. You know, if you weren't always spilling your tea on shows like this, you'd have more tea.
Spill the tea.
See what I did there?
I did.
That was well done. That was terrible and corny. I'm gonna go put myself in the corner for about 3 minutes. We'll be right back, folks. Well, actually, I guess it's about 4.5-ish. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rick and Orty. I'm Rick, he's Orty, and it's Chat Lives Matter Night right here live on KLRRadio.com. I'll be with you. It looks like there is, in fact, going to be an Edge of Liberty, so I'll be with you guys till about 2-ish Eastern time in the morning before getting up and starting this all over again at about 7 in the morning to put my notes together for the show. But anyway, so we're back. We're live, and I hope everybody's having a great night. And you know what? I've decided that one of the first things I'm going to do, probably while I'm listening to Sean, is I'm going to go in and find a still shot of the exact moment that guy gets hit with the car, so I can just start spamming everybody who says he was never hit by the car, because it's still happening all over fucking Twitter. I'm like,
these are the same people who think that Trump staged his assassination attempt. So
yeah, this is true.
So, by the way, that was Gang of Four, What We All Want. Just needed some 80s punk tonight. Sorry.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
You know. So.
Oh. But yeah.
Anyway.
So did you hear about the election integrity win from SCOTUS today?
No, I didn't. All I've been hearing is that fucking retard talk about still not understanding what a woman is, and the ACLU completely catering their own case. So yeah, no.
Yeah, so 7-2, the two female adjoining judges who basically agreed but didn't want to sign on to the concurring opinion wrote one of their own, because they're chicks or something. But yeah, 7-2. The Congress critter in the state that said that he wants to be able to sue for election integrity issues, even though the lower court said he couldn't. The upper court said maybe, Supreme Court said definitely. Which I will say this, because one of the biggest things that I keep seeing all these things being tossed out about is the people that are filing the lawsuits have no standing. If a guy who is actually being elected in your state doesn't have standing to question your election practices, who the hell does?
Right. If a voter in your state doesn't have standing, who the hell does?
Well, that's been the thing over and over again. I mean, that's their stance, is a voter doesn't have standing to be able to put these things forward. And that was the original ruling from the lower court, because it wasn't just the Congress critter. There were 2 voters that were signed onto it as well. The Supreme Court said, well, he's not a voter. He's actually been potentially damaged by this thing. So yes, he has a right to go ahead and sue and find out what happened.
I don't get the argument that a voter doesn't have standing. That's blatantly the definition of voter disenfranchisement. Which is a civil right.
It's a court thing, so they're weird. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't understand it either. But it's I keep meaning to ask Gene exactly why they don't feel voters have standing to be able to bring these concerns to court, but I never can remember to do that. One of these days I will, because I am dangerous enough with the law to be able to write my own contracts and have them stand up in court. Other than that, I usually still talk to attorneys. So, but yeah, so that's kind of good news. But that's the other reason why I really just wish they would just, you've already said these people are terrorists. Treat them like terrorists. They'll quit if you treat them like terrorists. I promise. If we keep hand-holding them and go, well, everybody's got to try to find a way to de-escalate it. You've said they're terrorists. Treat them like terrorists, because then we can go back to looking at all the fraud that's cropping up everywhere. We can go back to talking about the fact that now in Michigan, there's resurfaced footage about hundreds of ballots that look like they were a Xerox copy of an original ballot that is now resurfacing again. So now you have confirmation of potential voter fraud in 2020 in Michigan. We all found out what just happened in Georgia, that they've finally admitted to a few weeks ago. I mean, we have got to figure this stuff out, because it's gotten to the point where, they keep letting us have the illusion that we're free and then rigging the outcomes. And then when we try to cry foul because we can prove they're rigging the outcomes, they shut us up.
So I have a question. This goes back to, what you were talking about with de-escalation. As I have always said, for the left, violence is a dial. For the right, it's a switch. So if the left keeps turning the dial up and escalating, why is it the police's responsibility to de-escalate at that point?
It never happened.
When no de-escalation effort has worked to date.
Well, that's just
they just find other sources and methods.
Well, yeah, it never really has been. And this is all, like the newest thing with talking about affordability, even though it's 99% of their policies that have created the affordability problem. And only because Trump said he would have it fixed on day one have they been able to come back and say, look, it's still not fixed and everything's still not affordable. So yeah, that's a language problem. But the police's de-escalation tactics used to be, if you push us too far, we're going to fucking arrest you. So keep that in mind. That's de-escalation. Somehow we've gotten away from that. Because that was always
because you have de-escalated when you're cuffed and stuffed.
Exactly. Keet. Oh wait, I can't do my Roscoe impression anymore. That was terrible. I apologize. It's been too many years.
I got what you were going with it though. So
it's been too many years since I've tried to do that one.
He was fantastic in Hooper. I'm sorry, he was great.
Dude, I think my favorite story of all time regarding him, because other than Hooper, I'd only ever really seen him as kind of the goofy sheriff dude. So I never really saw him, being serious. And I remember there was a story that came out years later after Dukes of Hazzard had ended about how nervous Catherine Bach was. So apparently the dude who played Roscoe took a picture of himself naked and then put it in his hat. So she was complaining about how nervous she was and how, she was stressed out about doing the lines and everything else. So he just pulls her aside, takes off his hat and says, look at this. And they both died laughing. And Catherine Bach, and this was years later, it said that man had absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. So, but this goes back to everybody looking at things from like the 60s and 70s and trying to look at them through the lens of today, which is kind of the same thing that we're talking about with law enforcement and stuff. Look, law enforcement was like the military, was designed to do one thing. It was designed to make sure people weren't breaking the law. That's what it was for. There's none of this 1619. The police were actually an offshoot of slave catchers, blah, blah, blah. None of that bullshit is legit. Never has been, never will be. The same people that think that's true are the same people that keep saying that he shot her through the side window, which is bullshit, because he didn't. But it's this thing of, I've been saying this for the last 2 weeks. This is what happens when the everybody gets a trophy generation realizes that the natural world and the world still actually has legitimate consequences. Because I'll be honest, I have considered stopping sending our stuff to iHeart after something that I saw this week, because Joy Reid was on an iHeart podcast, and it was a couple of old biddies talking about how they're glad that the white women are stepping up and fighting these ICE people because black women couldn't do it because they're using their white privilege for good. And I'm like, you know what? If iHeart's going to allow shit like this to be run, especially as heavily as we got censored back in the day, I'm about ready to just flip that switch. I don't even care anymore. It's just annoying.
Yeah. I mean, we said we were never going to be on YouTube again either, but we're back on YouTube. So it's just kind of, I'm sure, yes, it's annoying, but, Joy Reid, nobody takes Joy Reid seriously except for equally retarded people. So, just like, I'm on here, I'm on iHeart calling retards. So everybody's got an axe to grind. Stick with them. Distribution, man.
I haven't decided yet. So this is the other thing that I like.
We do more on X than we do on
anything. Yeah. Well, yeah. BZ didn't even know till tonight that we had a YouTube channel.
Right. So
he's like, I want to be able to put you guys on my TV, but I can't do it with X. I was like, did you not know we have a YouTube channel? It's right here. I was like, I didn't know that. I was like, yeah, nobody but like 150 people know that. So I don't know why. Anyway, so this is something else that has been driving me crazy, because ever since the CBS story ran and then everybody else started running it about the dude having internal injuries, hours ago people started posting footage of the guy walking, and I'm like, some of you have apparently never done anything in your life that caused large doses of adrenaline before.
Yeah, it's scary. I had to cough. I was walking around 24 hours after I had my appendix removed in 2024. And unless you knew I had just had my appendix removed, you couldn't tell by me walking around. I mean, yeah, I was in pain, but I'm not a pussy.
Right?
So, and I still love my surgery scar from that too, because it looks like I got shot in the belly 3 times. I had the
Fun
robot instead of the yeah. Did I lose you?
No, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, you faded out for a second, so I thought you were.
Oh
Anyway.
no, I'm just looking at all these different pictures of all these people that are like, yeah, this was me after playing football for a few hours, not realizing that I had a giant ass internal bleeding injury on my leg. Like, yeah, so yeah. I mean, so it is possible, but again, the whole thing about all this, and hopefully this will be one of the last times I bring this up, but unless or until you've been in a situation where you've had a split second to react to something, you probably shouldn't be spending so much time on social media telling everybody how wrong everything is.
Well, I mean, everybody on social media is a foreign policy expert, a lawyer, and a trauma surgeon. And a Navy SEAL, apparently. That was still the best comment from HLC. Why didn't we send in the Navy SEALs? Because we didn't need 6 podcasts or 6 books, 2 podcasts, and 2 senators.
All right, so I got to play this clip real quick because I almost forgot about this one, and I wanted to talk to you about it. I thought this was hilarious today. I don't know if you've seen this one yet.
What is your name? Sir, tell me your name. This is unacceptable. Okay. Absolutely unacceptable. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. This is not appropriate. This is my country. I'm here legally. Okay. These people, you never ask for proof. You are a bad, evil person. You need to be expunged. You need to go to another country. You need to know what it looks like. Instead, you're pulling over innocent people, not asking for any ID and just hauling them off. You all should be ashamed. How do you go home to children, to friends, to family? Do you tell them what you do for a living? That you arrest people without cause? That you just pick them up, put them in a truck? Is that what you do? Are you proud of yourself for doing this? Are you absolutely proud?
Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling the ICE
Are you proud of this? Are you proud? You are an idiot. You do not deserve to walk the face of this earth. None of you. None of you. You are fools. I did get a name. They took somebody out of that car. And yeah.
I don't know how well you could hear it at the end, but one of them started just yelling at her, "Thank you for calling the ICE hotline," so we knew about this person while other people were walking out. So I thought that was kind of funny. I saw another one today that I thought was pretty cool because it's same situation, dude standing there, while they're doing whatever they're doing. And some medical assistant comes out and says, "Are you proud of the job that you do? I'm a medical assistant and I make $200,000 a year." Dude's like, "Yeah, I love my job. I do this for free." He's like, "How many years did you go to school to make that $200K?" She's like, 7 years. He's, "Guess what? I graduated high school and I make $200K."
Yeah, I saw that. That was good times.
I will say that, having been people's supervisors that had to interact with the public, he probably would have gotten a talking to if I had been his supervisor, just because I would have had to put him on paper for it, but that would have probably been about it. So like, you can't really do that, man.
I'm all for him. Yeah, okay, 100% chance that woman was white, 80% chance she was a redhead. 90% chance that her BMI is around 30. I would just let him fucking go, let your bants fly. I mean, we got Trump flipping off people, which everybody losing their shit over that is just fucking hilarious. Oh, Trump's all about blue collar workers and he flipped off a blue collar worker. As well, didn't the last guy threaten to fight one?
Pretty much.
I mean,
yeah, nobody said nothing when the other guy said, "You want to take this shit outside?" Just saying.
Yeah.
One other quick thing, then we'll move quickly into what you're watching, because I thought this was hilarious, and I made my youngest daughter mad because you know how in Gen X we called all the mean girls Heathers, and then lately they've been Karens. Gen Z has spoken. The mean girls are now Jessicas.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
when I told my youngest daughter's name is Jessica, by the way, so I had to call her in and show her that story. She's like, "That's bullshit."
Well,
So
Karens have had a bad rap for a couple decades, and quite honestly, since the left doesn't know how to use Karen properly, just like they can't meme,
This
and
is
their
true.
bands are shit. They're shit. So,
All right, so we got a couple minutes till we got to change over to Sean. So what you watching, sir?
You know what? Well, starting tonight, if it's available on stream, I'm gonna start watching Star Trek the animated series. But I've just been kind of in between, bouncing around season 6, even season 7 of Stargate, just for background noise. Not really invested in anything too much right now. But was that?
I was telling Al to drive safe, and thank you for putting that Thanksgiving song in my head, sir. Bastard.
Yeah, I just saw. I meant to mention it during the break too. Al's post about how they had a self-driving Tesla drive it straight into a concrete poles last night in front of his shop.
Well, you know, the AI fell asleep and was dreaming. It's not its fault.
Yeah, it was hallucinating.
I could have swore there was road there, man.
Right.
Oh, but yeah.
So that's I'm like I said, I'm not investing in anything right now. So just kind of recycling old shit until like I said, if I find Star Trek animated series, I'm gonna start watching it.
It is on Prime if you have access. Or not
I
Prime.
have access. Excellent.
It's Paramount or Paramount Plus, whatever.
Yeah, it's on Paramount, but I've got Paramount Prime, so yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, it's on there. I wasn't aware that the episode I was watching over the other day was the last one, and I was like, wait, that's it. But yeah, the last episode ever of Star Trek the animated series was when they went through a black hole and came out a white hole, and that's all I can say about that is giggity. Just saying. Anyway,
I remember that one.
Yeah,
going backwards, all the stars were black and the background was white. That was See, that's why I liked the animated series as a kid, because they could do shit that they couldn't do on TOS.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, granted, there were a lot of folks doing double duties on that show because they were like, oh, we don't really have anybody to do this voice, so just talk funny. So yeah, but anyway.
And if I remember right, one of the crew members was the piano player from Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Yeah, same creature anyway, same type of creature anyway.
Yeah.
Don't know if it was the exact one or not, but might as well have been. But yeah, as far as me, I keep forgetting to mention this one. The newest episode of Fallout is out, so I've been kind of checking that out.
Oh shit, is it? That's right. It was coming out 2026. Okay, that's all right.
Yeah,
it seems so far away in 2024 when it ended.
It's like 3 episodes. This will be the 3rd episode drop, so you've got a little bit of catch up to do. I've decided from now on I'm gonna wait and watch that and Star Trek 90210 at the same time, so I get at least one decent bit of sci-fi while I'm watching the other one. But anyway, and then The Rookie's back on, so I've been checking that out. I don't know anything with Nathan Fillion I'll watch because I still feel like he got a raw deal with Firefly. That show was way better than it ever got treated. So, and so many of those people went on to do amazing.
Draw my tongue from Ella Purnell's ass shall be named King of the Britons.
Other than that, I haven't really been watching too much. Been trying to get back into the swing of things here, doing all the crap that I haven't been doing for the last couple of months in between being sick and being depressed about my brother. So I'm getting back to normal. I still have a whole stack of things I have to work on over here though. So I'm hoping to tackle some of those tomorrow. But there was something else that I was going to mention, and now I can't remember what it was. I hate it when that happens because that's rare for me. But there was something else that I found that was more interesting than I expected it to be, and now I can't remember what it was. Anyway, it'll come to me at some point, and I'll text you about it. Did you see my text? Did you see my text about the Atlantis episode? By the way,
yeah. In fact, Jeff's already got music made for it too. It's fucking
okay,
rocks.
I'm just making sure because You didn't respond, and the last time I texted you and you didn't respond, you were like, "I never even saw that one," so I was just making sure.
No, I thought I responded to that. It's probably in drafts.
It happens. But anyway, so yeah, that's it. Where can folks find you, my guy?
Let's see. You can find me on Twitter as Ordnance Packard. Surprising still, I know. Despite the poll this morning and my brief lockout because I have to prove I'm a human 10 times a day. You can find me. I got the rest of the week off until Sunday when I'm on the Vincent Charles Project with Vincent Charles, Jeff, and Janelle Laws. The Nerds of Prey will be dissecting some movie. We haven't found out which one yet. It's all determined on if Janelle can get Big Trouble in Little China by Thursday night at midnight. And if not, then Vincent runs a poll for what we will be watching. And then next week on Tuesday Manorama with you and some random Canadian and Vincent Charles, occasionally Jeff, more frequently than Steve, who's the host of the show, is on there lately. And then back around here with you next Wednesday. How about you? Where can people find you?
Don't look for me. It's a trap. You can find me tomorrow morning. Rick Robinson show. Tomorrow night, hopefully, Jen and Rick. I think we're going to try to bring that one back, but I'm kind of leaving that up to her because she's still learning the new gig. So I'm going to try to text her and find out if she wants to try to do a show or not. Then Friday, Rick Robinson show. Friday night, he said, she said. And then Sunday night, Kingdom and Country will hopefully come back. But again, I am going to rerun the first 2 episodes of the series I did before everything went weird, before we finish up parts 3 and 4. And then Monday night, America Off the Rails. But we got to jump because Sean is already on. And I don't know what the hell is going on with YouTube tonight because half the shows that I'm seeing are in mobile format. And it's not set up that way. So I don't. YouTube's being weird. But anyway, we're going to go, folks, because he's already live. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over and turn the volume up. Bye, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.
Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.
Though most experts believe one is imminent. If you look over here at Flight Radar 24, Flight Radar 24, you can see that there is more and more traffic over Tehran. There was only a few planes up overnight. And now there's more and more air traffic now that it's daytime and it's safe. There is a lot of weird air traffic. You kind of wonder how much of it isn't evacuating people. The Pentagon Pizza Index, it was busy earlier. It's quiet now, except for Pizzato Pizza. Pizzato Pizza is very, 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 very busy. There it is. So I already got the question, why, pray tell, are you in phone mode, vertical mode? Well, I'll tell you. A little birdie said that they were doing some research and they found their last 2 shows that they were in phone mode. They got really, really good results with the Google algorithm on YouTube kicking it out to other people. So I figured I'd give it a shot. It's not YouTube being glitchy. It's actually me. It was a choice. I figured I'd give it a shot once. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, we'll deal with it. I know BZ is going to lose his absolute mind when he sees this in vertical mode. I'm not using StreamYard. I did this intentionally, folks. This was part of the plan to see if what I was told is true. Because as you lovely people who've liked and subscribed are getting us closer to 1,000, we're trying to expand and explore with new things and see what we can do to reach the milestones we're trying to get to. And I figured, why not? This wasn't a bad shot. If it doesn't work, it's only one show, right? No balls, no babies. You're going to give it a shot. So I did. So I already spoke to and about Iran, but I'm going to get caught up for the I love everybody in the chat right now. who's who's commenting, go back. Canada Heavy Hall said, go back. Thanks, Canada Heavy Hall. I wish I could. So that was one of the things that I did not realize in this program is once you start it, you're just there. You're just there. And I figured I've spent this whole entire damn day, doing technology and stuff on the website and trying to just make it a little better. And I figured, why not give it one more shot? The best part is you could tell there was a spike here and there because all the crazy comments are starting to show up in chat. So something worked. And I can see that with the numbers in front of me. So we'll get into that later. Anyhow, over in Iran, like I said, it is morning. No attack happened overnight. The United States has called for a UN Security Council meeting. They haven't put it out officially, but that's what a lot of officials behind the curtain are saying. They're hoping to get it for tomorrow. And you start looking at the protest started on the 28th of December. The media, well, it's economic pain. That's been economic pain in Iran for years, along with water, along with a whole bunch of other things that's problematic in Iran. And the Iranian people are just sick of it. Never mind the absolutely brutal regime. I as we talk about ICE here and all this stuff and people getting so angry in Minnesota and Minneapolis, have no idea what it's like to actually live under an oppressive regime. And enforcing the laws of the land is not necessarily an oppressive regime. Insert all of the angry comments from all of the people who don't agree. So the last couple of days, it appears the Iranian government has done exactly what most of us thought they were going to do, and they started just killing people. It sucks. It's sad. And by the thousands, some estimates are up to 20,000 have died in the last couple of days. HRANA monitor says at least 25 to 2,600 were killed yesterday. I'm sorry, today, the 14th. 2,000 were killed yesterday. That was according to Reuters and the Iranian Human Rights Council. The internet is out. The media is out. They're cutting electricity out. This tells you the regime is scared. And this is different. I wrote my article on shimedia.com. This is different than other protests. This whole feel has a difference. This whole protest, rather, has a different feel. It seems more motivated by those who are protesting, by those who are trying to hope for their freedoms. They've taken over police stations. Now, remember, unlike here, no matter what the liberals here tell you, the police stations there actively murdered people. You'd get beaten if you wore the wrong thing, if you were a female. Internment camps, all the other stuff that you've heard about, the Iranian government does. So as you're thinking about this, you have to remember that. Like I said, there's a big difference between ICE arresting illegals and what Iran does to its people. What's amazing to me is how few politicians have spoke up. Now, you had Lindsey Graham, who is a war hawk, admittedly. I'm not a humongous Lindsey Graham fan. Who is like, oh, we have to go in right now and bombs and blah, 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 blah. But by and large, the leftist politicians haven't said shit. Very, very few have spoke about it. And the ones that haven't exactly overly condemned it. But what's amazing to me is the amount of bleeding heart liberals who've said nothing about what's going on in Iran either. It's crazy. Like, they know, and here's the crux of it. They know if Iran goes, Hamas is done, Hezbollah is done, the Houthis in Yemen are done, because Iran gives them all of their weapons. That's where they get their weapons and funding from, is from Iran. And how does Iran get the money for that? Well, they trade oil to China, filthy, dirty oil. Same to Russia, illegally. North Korea, illegally. That's how they fund it. So if the Iranian regime falls, you now have a hit, which I talked about during the Venezuela thing. You now have a hit against Chinese oil. I think it's 20%, Russian oil, and Russian drones. Because the drones that Russia's using, a majority of them are coming from Iran. Out of all the things that Iran sucks at, they apparently make attack drones really, really well. So now you're hurting Russia's war effort with the Ukraine, which I thought that was a good thing, right? We want that to end. So you're taking gas, oil, and weapons out of Russian hands if this regime falls, right? So I thought liberals wanted that, right? That would help free Ukraine. That would help end the war quicker. That's what they want. China, who's trying to take over Taiwan, another oppressive communist evil regime. China is. Oh, it's communist, it's socialist, it's so great. No. They murder people left and right. You don't hear about it because they actually have, unlike in this country, they don't actually have free speech. Everything is limited in China. What you see in China is what you are allowed to see in China. Remember that. Just like for the most part, Russia, definitely Iran, which you're not seeing anything right now because as O2AMT pointed out in chat, Starlink is blocked in Iran. They've blocked everything in Iran because too many videos are getting out and showing hundreds of thousands of people protesting. Oh, he likes my pita bread hot. Thank you. So all of these things would make for a better world, wouldn't it? First and foremost, Iran, if you actually got real leadership in there. Now, I know the Saudis are sniffing around in the UAE. It's kind of the devil you know situation. The talk about the Shah's kid, the crown prince coming in. It's going to come down to who the people there will allow to rule. And who will look, it's a Middle Eastern country. So if you think it's going to be the next USA or Canada, whatever, and they're just going to be so happy and no, it's going to always be a real tough place to be. And it's going to be always going to have problems. The other problem you're going to have is if the regime falls, all those terrorist groups that are focused on Israel right now and other places, they're going to turn on Iran for cutting off the dollars and cutting off the weapons if that happens. So there will be an influx of terrorism within Iran. You already have a couple of groups over in Iraq who are trying to go to Iran to put down the protest. And again, what liberals in this country don't seem to understand is there's a humongous difference between what's going on there and what's going on here. The fact that you can go out the street and protest. Now, tonight, and I'm going to talk about it after the break, there was another incident. Tragic, but the guy's all right for the most part. But you need that context. And what liberals don't seem to understand is there's a difference between I'm oppressed, but you get on your phone, you videotape, you dox people, you throw stones at cops, you do all this other shit. No, you're not oppressed. All right. Over there, if you speak against the administration, they come out with AK-7s and AK-47s and just start laying into the crowd. So now you look at the totality of everything in Iran, and you have to ask your question that needs to be answered, and I'm sure they already have their decision made. Does the U.S. get involved? And if so, how? Now, for our own betterment, I think it is the right thing to do, but on a very limited basis. No boots on the ground. We don't want to rebuild the country. Let the countries around that do that. And if that means that the UAE as Saudi takes over and we're kind of dealing with a diet Saudi or a diet UAE, okay, that's a lot different. Not great, but a lot different than what it is now. They'll at least get their oil going again. I mean, Iran makes oil, but it's filthy and it's nasty and or produces gas and oil. And it's not done in a modern way like the UAE and Saudis do it. So you have that going. As far as who's going to step in. But you also look at the region itself. Saudi Arabia, through all of its issues, and I have my serious issues with the Saudis going back to 9/11, at least keeps things stable and nonviolent. UAE, very much the same way, right? It's not our country, it's not our hemisphere, but if you could settle down Iran, you hurt China, you hurt our enemies, North Korea, India, which I know India is not necessarily an enemy, but they buy oil from Iran. That's been proven. And then you hurt Russia and their war effort. So it is a win, in my opinion. But you have to go and look at how. Well, who knows if we have or we haven't yet, but you know cyber is going to be a big thing. If it's not already going on, it probably is, which is probably why they shut everything down. They probably shut everything down to try to limit the amount of attacks coming in on their infrastructure. We know they don't have an air defense because we took care of that along with Israel a couple months ago. And I know last Saturday, they did a air defense drill to show that they can still defend the homeland. They can't. They're porked. Everyone knows that. They have no air defense to speak of. So you could do the limited kinetic attacks, no boots on the ground, no green berets, no, I'm going to take them out, whatever. If other countries want to do that, great. If we want to put a path in for them to do that, fine. We do what we did before. We get our bombers up, we get our fighters to escort them. We lay waste to all of the military installations, and we come home. If you want to add, perhaps, that's an interesting buffoon of the week. Said evening all day. Anyone see the flight to Israel out of Newark that returned back? That's not what we're talking about. I hadn't seen that, but that's very interesting. I don't have time to look it up. If somebody else can and shoot me the info, that'd be great. And then, yeah, you look at Israel and you look at how many attacks could end in Israel. Because remember, October 7th, everything out of the north, out of Lebanon is Hezbollah. All that's funded by Iran. So you have to look at kinetic strikes, cyber attacks. Do we maybe start putting some equipment on the ground for the protesters? Why not? That could be an investment in our future, because if you can turn the corner in Iran and you can start to stabilize Iran, it will not be overnight. It's like Venezuela. It's going to take time. Any rational person understands that. But if you can start to make that approach, we're going to end up spending money, less money, I should say, in the defense of Israel and other places. Plus, maybe we can save money on intelligence, because, you know, our intelligence goes absolutely crazy in that region. If we could stabilize the Middle East, look, I said earlier, it's never going to be paradise. I don't know if Iran will ever be the Iran of the 60s and 70s, where it was a booming economy. People were free. I don't know if it'll be there. Maybe the Shah coming back will do that. There will always be infighting in Iran, just because you have a lot of groups of people and you have a lot of different religions, and that's just going to lead to that. But if you can stabilize that, you stabilize a large chunk of the world. And I think that's something that's worth absolutely tossing some missiles, doing some cyber work, and maybe some other support for the people. Not boots on the ground, not rebuilding nations. Yeah, it'll cost American tax dollars to do that, but how much do we save when we do that? So as I wrote in my article on shrmedia.com, yeah, I think we need to give a little push. This is one of those times. Look, Venezuela was kind of the same thing. When you're looking to stabilize things, sometimes you have to get the shitheads out of the way. And the Ayatollah, who, by the way, buffoon of the week said, never mind. Original reporting was that it returned to Newark. The update is that the flight was delayed out of depart out of Newark. Is a route to Tel Aviv. It is not canceled. Well, you know, you're the one who has the name buffoon in your name, Gene. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's on purpose. I'm just saying. The Ayatollah put out that a threat to Trump, saying we won't miss again. And he put up, I think, a picture from Butler. to suggest that they were going to somehow get to President Trump. And that's how you know they're scared. Look, when he comes down to threats and they're doing what everybody, I'm a buffoon. I fully admit it, Phantom. When you come down to threats and you're doing your air defense drills and all this stuff to try to show how in control you are and how strong you are when you're a strongman leader like that, and you're absolutely doing all of this crazy stuff that the Ayatollah has been doing for years, right around protests, it shows you they're scared. But I think this time's a little different. I think they see the motivation of the Iranian people, and that's different than what it has been in the past. And I do wish them well. I do hope for them. I do hope, like I said, I know it'll never be paradise, but maybe, just maybe, a woman there can get a sunburn or a suntan and not be beaten above the head with a gun stock for showing too much skin. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, there's another incident in Minneapolis that we're going to talk about. Getting to California a little bit later. I am watching the live news just in case I get it going on right here. Be back right after this.
Ever dream of escaping the daily grind? At Escapist Travel and Tours, we make those dreams your reality. From breathtaking adventures to cultural immersions, we offer escapes tailored just for you. Let us take you to places where every moment feels like a new chapter in your life's adventure. Visit www.escapist.travel or call us today at 1-855-885-81776. Your escape awaits.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And check out 7 Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with 7 Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Edge of Liberty Radio on the SHI Media Network. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. Please do me a favor wherever you're watching from, like the episode, subscribe to the channel. We're making the push for 1,000. We would greatly appreciate your support. Also, check out shimedia.com. Did a huge overhaul today. We've updated a lot of stuff, so if you get a chance, please, shimedia.com. I know there's a contrast issue on a couple of the pages. I'm going to fix that when I get off the air, because, you know, I started doing it at 7 this morning. I might as well keep going until midnight, right? So it's still icy up in Minneapolis. I've been waiting all day to make that stupid joke. Just to sum up for those who haven't, I don't know, if you're living under a fucking rock or something. There was a shoot a couple days ago where Good died. There's been so much other video that has come out that has shown, yeah, you know what? He was standing in front of the car. People don't want to admit it. And the left isn't ever going to admit it. Ever, ever, ever. They're never going to admit it. Because they already have their predisposed mindset that ICE is bad, illegals are good. How dare you try to stop them? And anything that happens between now and then is the government's fault. It's not the fault of the people going out and instigating the government. It's not the fault of the individuals who are giving training on how to impede law enforcement. It's not the fault of the politicians who were encouraging it. We'll talk about that with Waltz here in a few minutes. No. It is the fault. It is the fault of the people who are enforcing the law passed by Congress. It's the fault of the people who are enforcing the law and their agency is approved by Congress. That's what the left wants to tell you. That's who they think the problem is. It's not the illegals. It's not the 10 plus 15 million illegals that are that were flooded in under Biden. It's not that. That's not a problem. It's not all the fraud that's going on up there, which I'll tell you right now, politically, right now, I'm sure the politicians there are happy that this place is out of control because it's hiding the fraud. Nobody's talking about the phone call with Ellison about how we promised the Somali business owners that the fraud charges wouldn't come, and then all of a sudden the next day he got a shitload of money in his donations. None of that. It's nobody else's fault but Trump and ICE. If you listen to the left. It comes down to accountability, and they have none. The incident tonight, and I'll show you. It'll be hard to see, I know, because hey, BZ's in the chat, welcome. I'm sure the other chatters will be happy to explain to you why I look so thin, BZ. I explained it early. You were late. Demerit for you. I posted this earlier, and I'll read it out for you. At 6:50 p.m. Central Time, federal law enforcement officers were conducting a traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela who was released into the country by Joe Biden in 2022. Stop for just a moment. I'm going to play the leftist for a second. ICE can't stop cars. They're not allowed to make vehicle stops. ICE don't make traffic stops. They don't know they can. They can. Go to shrmedia.com. I wrote an article about this, and it wasn't my opinion. No, I cited all the sources that allow them to do so. They legally can stop cars, stop that bullshit. In an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and crashed into a parked car. He then fled on foot. This happened just a couple hours ago. Law enforcement officer caught up to the subject on foot and attempted to apprehend him, and the subject began to resist and violently assault the officer. While the suspect and law enforcement were in a struggle on the ground, two subjects came out of a nearby apartment, just like people have encouraged, politicians and others. Two subjects came out of a nearby apartment and also attacked the law enforcement officer with a snow shovel and a broom handle. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have, if this is true, and this was from Homeland Security, you now have a situation where you have three individuals attacking an individual law enforcement officer and ICE agent. You have two weapons now. That officer is rightfully in fear of his life. As the officer was ambushed and attacked by the two individuals, the original suspect got loose and began striking the officer with the snow shovel as well. Fearing for his life and safety, as he was being ambushed by three individuals, the officer fired a defensive shot to defend his life. The initial subject, the illegal, who was here illegally, was shot in the leg. All three subjects ran back in the apartment and barricaded themselves inside. So now, the illegal Venezuelan wasn't even with the other two. He fled. When he crashed, he began to assault the officer. We now have a felony, most likely. These two came out, ambushed the cop, tried to help him, as the leftist lunatics have encouraged to do so. After the shot, they take him back into the house and shut the door. I believe that's called harboring a felon, or accessory after the fact is what we called it in Massachusetts. The attacked officer and the subject are both in the hospital. Both attackers are in custody. The attack, and it just goes on and on. puts out the federal law enforcement officers are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults, which we wrote on SHR Media not too long ago, as they put their lives on the line to arrest criminals and lawbreakers. Folks, this is the progressive left's wet dream. You have an ICE officer who's trying to stop somebody that they knew. They just randomly targeted him. He was illegal from Venezuela. They knew who he was. He flees because he probably knows if he gets to the right place or the right commotion, accessory after the fact, sorry. If he goes to the right place, to the right commotion, he's going to get help. Well, he crashed his car and he fucking got help. 2 individuals came out of an apartment, attacked a cop. The ICE agent, whatever you want to call him, with weapons. With weapons. This was, what, just around the same time that you and Tom Waltz say this?
Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration. Stop being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened.
We all saw what happened. She hit a cop and got shot for it. But this sort of behavior, this sort of tactic, this sort of verbal judo that he is absolutely doing right here, ICE has to get out of Minneapolis. ICE has to get out of Minnesota. No, they don't. That is their job. Just like enforcement was done under Obama and under Biden and under all these other presidents. But they're doing it in such a manner that's so vicious because 10 to 15 million or more people were allowed in this country. And as BZ pointed out last night, a lot of these state prisons and local prisons, if they're quote unquote sanctuary cities, are not cooperating. So the violent ones who are in custody that they could be getting are being released, and then ICE has to go out and look for them. It makes the situation fucking worse. And you're shitting on the ICE agents who are actually doing what they're supposed to do, what the law says to do. It's insane to me. City of Minneapolis put out a tweet tonight. The city of Minneapolis demands ICE leaves the city and state immediately. We stand by our immigrant and refugee communities. Know that you have our full support. They left out a couple words there. They left out a couple words like illegal immigrants. And some of them might be refugees. But if they're on the list, they got to go. No different than if you have an active warrant, you got to go. You violate your parole, you got to go. Why are we protecting people who are not supposed to be here? I've said this 100 times. That doesn't mean they're bad people. We have a nation of laws. We have borders. Other immigrants have worked their ass off to fucking get into this country and do it the right way and legally. And then when they get here, as we're seeing in a lot of cities, including Minneapolis and Minnesota, by and large, some of them are committing massive amount of frauds and getting taxpayer dollars left and fucking right. Why? How did they become the good guys? Explain that to me. The answer is they haven't. And what you're seeing is the social media putting the algorithm in front of you. I don't think, now there's rioting going on in Minneapolis right now, a couple thousand people, as I'm watching the idiot Jacob Fraze flapping his gums and the pussy of a police chief they have is standing next to him just as a good lapdog would. Trump ran on... Thank you for being here. Trump won on deporting illegals. Mass deportations. We were told it was going to happen. We all said, yeah, that sounds good, and voted him in. And you can deny the election all you want, but here we are. That's what people wanted. Buffoon of the Week said, I sponsored a friend, came here illegally. It took years. Meanwhile, the people break the laws, make all the excuses, and get one over on us. Yeah. And I'll tell you right now, I think what morons don't understand is, you see, with USAID and all these other fraud programs where American taxpayer dollars would just be vomited out the door into other people's bank accounts, that money was going to all these special interest groups, and then that went away. And special interest groups and apparently Democratic donations that a lot of people have seen as well. And then all this fraud money, California is coming up too, because that investigation's underway, Ohio, some other places. A lot of that money, as we heard in the Ellison phone call, is going back to donations to the Democrats. If they lose both streams, of income, they're fucked financially, and they know it, which is why they're holding on to it for fucking dear life. It's all about the money. They are strippers on the pole, and all those supporters are sitting there getting lap dances from them, believing those politicians love them, and throwing fucking dollars. And right now, it appears that all the illegals are the strip club owners who are making all the money, because they're the ones who are making money, way more money than you and I are for the most part. Like I said, there's a ton of good legal immigrants. Love them. Great. Come on in. No problem. I don't have any problem with it. And the problem is, we're actually, for the first time, we're at a net loss in this country as far as immigration is concerned, which is wonderful. We need to be at that. We need to be very selective of who comes in. Very fucking selective. Do like we did in the 50s and 60s. You slow it way down so we know exactly who they are. And we want them here. And you pass all the criteria, boom. It's like getting into the Hall of Fame, baby. You're on the ballot. But we have to do it the right way. Because if we don't do it the fucking right way, then you have chaos. Chaos like we saw under the Biden administration. Chaos that now is costing this country billions, not just in the fraud, but all the extent on services. And the strippers on the pole, and I wrote this earlier, it's the same. All these politicians, that's all they are. They're whores. They're strippers, right? They're getting all their glitter all over these fucking lefty lunatics who are out here protesting, screaming, and throwing money at these politicians. It's all to fundraise. They're not going to fix shit. And if you think they are, they know they're in the wrong. They don't give a shit. They're so far past that because they're scared. Their money is drying up. So they're going to say whatever it is to tap that vein and keep that money coming in. Plain and simple. And they're going to tell you they love you, Democrat, leftist, lunatic, progressives. And guess what? You're just the ugly guy they're going to lie to, because you keep giving them power and money. And that's what they exist on. They're using you. This whole anti-ICE, I wrote this on SHR Media too. We've seen this before under Obama. They needed a straw man to get people emotional and upset and not be logical. And that's what they got. They attacked cops, BLM. The cops are the straw man. It's easy because there's no single person. It's an entity. You can attack them by and large. You're not going after somebody specifically in order to fundraise. And they're doing the same thing with ICE right now. They've just regurgitated this in. It is the same fucking tactics. It's the same statements coming from new people. And just replace cops, police with ICE. Newsom's Garage. That's the strip joint. Is that the name of the strip joint that they're all dancing in? I have a wonderful, I don't know if I can. I'm not going to look for it right now. I only get 2 minutes left. But that's where we're at. The Democrats just keep playing out the same game. Because they're not original and they're not going to win. They're certainly not going to win on policies because their policies suck. Look at what happened under Biden. Drove the country into the fucking ground, or at least they were trying to, right? So they can't run on policies. They can only run on outrage. And you think about that. What does that say about their side? logic, policy, what's actually right, living by our nation of laws. They're the insurrectionists because they want to undo all of that. These laws that we have get in their way. They want to destroy it. They want to destroy everything in this country. The fraud that they're protecting, billions of taxpayer money, they just want to absorb everything this country has built and turn it into the next new Venezuela is what it would end up being. Because socialism doesn't fucking work. It just doesn't work. So when they say, oh, you're evil, you're mad. No. We're trying to preserve what this country was built to be. We're trying to preserve our Constitution. We're trying to preserve our way of life. You're the insurrectionists. You're the invading force. You're the insurgents who are trying to disrupt and destroy all of that and replace this country with what would absolutely be a shithole if you all had your way. You don't think so because you don't understand how economy works. You don't understand that you can't just give fucking everything away and everybody still has something. It doesn't work that way. It never has, and it never fucking will. I gotta take a break. Look, do me a favor. Please like and subscribe. I know there's a whole bunch of new viewers who are popping in tonight. Please like and subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate it. There's more than just me on this outlet. There's 3 other great hosts and another guy who shows up occasionally who all bring great content. If you want to get this awesome 250th shirt, I know with this little lens, you go to 7armors.com. It's not my company. It's just a great shirt, and I love it. And it was gifted to me, and I think you should have one. So go to 7armors.com as well. I will be back right after this.
Ever dream of escaping the daily grind? At Escapist Travel and Tours, we make those dreams your reality. From breathtaking adventures to cultural immersions, we offer escapes tailored just for you. Let us take you to places where every moment feels like a new chapter in your life's adventure. Visit www.escapist.travel or call us today at 1-855-885-81776. Your escape awaits.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And check out 7 Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with 7 Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the S.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. Before I went to break, which is why I played the commercial, listening post and chat said that perhaps my accent made it hard to understand 7hours.com. Perhaps. That's fair. So I played the commercial. I figured now you can't, there's no question, right? They saw it. My accent cannot be blamed for this shit. God, I'm so sick of it. I'm just kidding. I really, don't care. I look at it this way. If the only thing you're focused on is my accent, I'm doing okay. You know what I'm saying? So we talked about earlier, we're talking about fraud and how I'm sure on some level the Democrats are thankful that the fraud isn't the focus right now in Minnesota. And I think that's huge. And that's something that we can't lose sight of. That fraud investigation is continuing and needs to continue. But that's not the only one, because we go to the state of California. Now, look, I saw a report today. I didn't have a chance to run it down, but it essentially said only about 25% of the fire aid money from the fires last year went to the victims of the fire. The rest of it went to NGOs, social media influencers, all this other stuff to promote fire aid and talk about what a great job Newsom was doing in the rebuilding and yada, yada, yada. And I know there was a press conference from Minnesota. I didn't carry it because I already know what they're saying. ICE is bad. ICE is bad. Oh my God, ICE is bad. Repeat. So you had that going on in California, which that came from the House committee. I forget which House committee released that today. And essentially said, hey, all that money you gave to fire aid, most of it went to people who made money, who got paid to talk about fire aid, and the people who actually deserved it and needed it, the ones who have lost their house because the state and local ordinances went through the roof and made it almost impossible to rebuild because it'd be so fucking expensive, insurance won't cover it. Those people who should have got the money, the whole reason what's his name's running for mayor now, yeah. They didn't get it. Because once again, the Democrats were involved. Trump administration said last week that it is withholding federal funding tied to programs support needy families, quote unquote, in domestic and democratic states, including California, citing fraud concerns require extra documentation to access funds. Extra documentation, not completely shut off. In other words, they just want proof. Can you blame anybody? Look, remove government and insert bank. Spencer Pratt for mayor. That's who it was. I couldn't think of it. Remove taxpayer dollars just for a second. And instead of taxpayer dollars getting thrown out the door, let's pretend you own a bank. And people keep coming in and your lead loan officer is just handing out loans left and right. And they're all fraudulent backgrounds. You can't get money back from them. They're going to places you don't know. They're probably, who knows what they're supporting? Drug dealing, terrorism. You don't know. Because the person that's supposed to be doing it, your loan officer, is not properly vetting it. And then you turn around and say, hey, before you sign another loan, you have to meet this criteria. Before you give out more money, we need you to meet this criteria. Because if you don't, we're not going to release the funds. That's what the government's saying right now. So before they all go out of control in mainstream media, they stopped the needy people needed this and that. No, they're not stopped. It's just got extra scrutiny. Given what's going on in Minneapolis, kind of makes sense. I think Home on the Range is the name. In the chat said, this is AI. Dude, if this was AI, man, I'll tell you right now, I'd be a hell of a lot better looking than I really am. It's not just California. It's California, New York, Colorado, Illinois, and Minnesota, as you knew, that they've withheld money. They've all filed lawsuits to HHS. Reuters reported the White House said it's creating a new fraud-focused division inside the DOJ that President Trump has selected a new Assistant Attorney General for to focus on. Yeah. Listen and post. If I was AI, I could also use the word, or I could also use the letter A. You're 100% right. I could. Yeah. When you, as any executive would do, have a problem where all of a sudden you're losing money left and right, you're going to say, maybe I should put somebody in charge of that. Maybe, just fucking maybe. We should slow things down and look at it a little bit. DOJ announced that 556 million false claims involving Kaiser Permanente alone over Medicare Advantage risk adjustment practices, showing active large-scale federal fraud tied to California-based entities. Kaiser Permanente, for people who aren't in California, is only one of the biggest, if not the biggest, hospital group in the state. It's an HMO. But this isn't the first time we've heard about this in California, but and with Medicare in general, where the organizations were submitting for reimbursements for stuff that they never needed. So you have patient A who has Medicaid or whatever the secondary rider is that the government pays for. And they're saying, oh, this person got all of this treatment. You need to reimburse us, Medicaid and Medicare. And the government's writing the check because that's what it does with Medicaid and Medicare, you know, like all the illegals were getting. And now they're finding out that a lot of those procedures didn't happen. Yeah, Maine and Massachusetts are going to get some huge fraudsters as well. I know Massachusetts and Maine both have active cases that's going on, and I'm sure there are going to be more. Ohio is the focus of the daycare fraud, as well as Washington State. Yep. It's now, look, if you don't understand criminality and you don't understand how this works, and even with an organization like Kaiser, where that bottom line is important, they turn around and once they find something that works, they just keep doing it over and over and over. And for a long time, the federal government just looked the other way. They just didn't give a shit. They just kept vomiting taxpayer dollars at these bills and weren't questioning shit. And now they're all freaking out because it's being questioned. It should have been scrutinized from the beginning. This program never should have got this out of control, especially Medicaid. But yes, as well as like BZ said in the chat, the daycare reimbursements, No Child Left Behind, right? And all the other, and I think, wasn't that Biden who expanded that? I think it was Biden that expanded that. I could be wrong on that. The child credit, child care credit. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. And this just goes to show you how the federal government has operated for so long, which is why DOGE is important, which is why cutting out all of these other agencies and minimizing government is so important. Because when you have a beast that is just out of control, and in this case, it's giving money away, then you have a problem. And until you're not going to be able to just go in and pull the beast down, you're going to chop it away piece by piece until you get to the root of the problem. Fraud in this country is clearly a humongous fucking problem. 556 million for false claims just at Kaiser. You have so many other large hospital groups in California and nationwide. This is just one. I don't know what other ones are there, but you can't tell me it's not going on, because just like with the fraud, with the child care fraud in Ohio and Minnesota, once one actor figures out how to game the system, they start talking and sharing and spreading. And now everybody is doing it. And it happens like crazy. We saw that idea when it came during the COVID shutdowns with the PPP money. And then even with the unemployment money, all of that stuff, how much of it went overseas? And it's not pennies, folks. We're $34-something trillion in debt. This is all serious shit. And this needs to be addressed. Fraud investigation in California has begun, but public reports widely note that Trump did not provide a detailed scope, agency, and targets. Yeah, so what? So fucking what? What's he going to say? These are all the companies that we're looking at, so start burning all your paperwork? No, he's not going to say that. You don't do that in investigation. I'm sure there are plenty of companies that are getting letters to hold all their documentation for the last couple of years at least. It's not a joke. And yeah. And what absolutely drives me insane is how many people on the left will defend this. They will sit there and tell you it's okay, America can afford it. It's okay, these people are just trying to make a living. Oh, that's not making a living. And this isn't a person. Kaiser is not a person, it's an entity. Right? This has to show you how all the check valves were just taken off the system entirely. And in so many different fucking places. It's scary. It's frightening. That's your money. That's my money. You know, they say, oh, Social Security can't sustain itself. Well, you know, maybe if we weren't spending it. Oh, as of right now, 38.6 trillion on the national debt clock. Thank you, O2AMT. Getting back to some of the other chats, Milepost, BZ, buffoon, you laugh. Kaiser is known throughout the county coroners in the state as a source of medical misadventures. Listening post says, I can't wait to go back to my home planet. Someday that call will come. Oh, man. Which Kaiser had more bodies? Permanente or Soze? Yeah, it's, you know, when you look at this, you have to put all this together with the illegal immigration, with the USAID, with all the Doge cuts, with all the other fraud that we're finding. And look, this isn't imaginary shit. This is somebody finally looked at the books. This isn't even a hard, I mean, it's hard to put the cases together, but figuring out your bleeding money as a nation isn't hard to do. But it was ignored. Intentionally, maybe. Laziness, probably. Combination of both, sure. We have Venezuela oil, so that should pay itself. We don't have Venezuela oil. Venezuela has Venezuela oil. There may be some benefits to us down the line, but that wasn't the only reason we did what we did with Venezuela. I know people want to think that, but a lot of it had to do with Maduro's a piece of shit. 100,000 people a year die drug overdoses. And it also sent a message to a lot of bad players, and it kept China, Russia, and Iran out of there. You have to go more than just the headline on that. It is all about long-term stability. So we will see what comes out of California. I know there was a reporter, I can't think of her name, and I should because I follow her and I interact with her on X. There's a reporter out of San Diego that already opened up a few cans of worms at child care centers down there. That's come to the forefront of the investigation as well. And you know, all of this is getting serious when death threats are starting to come in, because I'll tell you right now. Oh, I lost it. No, maybe I didn't. Hold on. Nope. All right, I don't have time to look for it. Sorry, folks. I mean, Dylan was putting that she's receiving threats as well, and others will be receiving threats, and that's exactly how this goes. Once people get caught, once people get cornered, is when they start lashing out. It's always been that way, and it's no different now than it was before. You got to remember that. As soon as people are cornered is when they start lashing out. The fraud in Minnesota start lashing out. Grabbing people who are here illegally, they start lashing out. Fraud in California, they're probably going to start lashing out. And this is what happens when you cannot run on policy. This is what happens when you can't run on honesty. You just lash out like children, petulant children. And this is something that it's not over. And look, when Trump was inaugurated this time around, many of us said, it's not going to be a quick game. It's not going to be a quick fix. There's going to be a lot of discomfort, a lot of it coming from the tariffs, but a lot of it coming from other places. And it's 100% what it is right now. This is the uncomfortable part with fixing shit. And if you've ever gone into something that's a complete mess as an executive, as a manager, and you're tasked with actually fixing it, you have to absolutely get messy. Some people have to go. Some things need to be streamlined. Some things need to be pulled back. It's just the way it is. It's just part of the system. And the system was so fucking broken intentionally that money was absolutely just being pissed out the door left and right. And that's something that we need to fix as a country, because as O2 AMT said in chat, 38.6 trillion. We can't be affording to just throw money out the door. And what's even more ridiculous is that you have politicians who will defend all of this to the hilt, and they'll hide behind children. You're hurting the children. They'll hide behind the sick. You're hurting the sick. You'll hide behind all of that. And like I said earlier, they're up on the pole. They're shaking their ass. They're being the good little strippers that they are, just full of perfume. And as I like to call them, stripper herpes, the glitter. And they're rubbing it all over these leftists that support them, telling them, you're so pretty. I love you. You're just amazing. I can't wait to see you next week. Gosh, I wish I could go out with you. Meanwhile, you just keep giving them money. You just keep giving them power. You're the ugly guy in the strip club if you were out there supporting all of this. And I'll tell you something right now. When those politicians get off shift and they take their heels off and they get back into their car and they go with their actual boyfriend to go away for the weekend, yeah, you're going to be sitting at home in mom's basement wondering why she didn't love you. That's it for the Edge of Liberty. Check me out every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11, right here on the SHI Media Network. You can also find BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon every Tuesday, Thursday night, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. Mission Ready Men, Tuesday, Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon on the East Coast. River Common Sense, Monday and Friday, 6 p.m. Pacific and 9 on the East Coast. And then when he gets around to it, when he feels like it, and he has 45,000 shows lined up and he's just putting it all together, Lost Wander every other Sunday on the SHR Media YouTube channel. Please check out Seven Armors. If you want to get this shirt or some other awesome shirts, Earl and the boy and the girl over there, as I say, Earl and the boys, Cool and the gang over there. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Has some awesome products, so make sure you check them out. That's it for me. I will see you on Monday. Have a good week.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods and astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
Ham old cheese. Ham old cheese.
You're listening to Late Night Radio on the SHR Media Network. Caution, there will be mature themes explored and potentially adult language used. If conservatarian words, phrases, certain concepts, or rhetoric offends you, tune out now.
I have come here to chew bubble gum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubble.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show, where I am live and direct in Studio 327. There are 326 other studios similar to this one, but this studio is mine. Where did that come from? Anyway, welcome to the show tonight. This dude... And that means that I am this. I am your conservative Sherpa as I guide you through the terrible, insidious maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, tyranny, and betrayal. So if I remove this, you can see my face as well as any number of other things. I'm sorry for that. My apologies. If you don't want to see this, then I suggest listening in podcast, because otherwise the strobing and the lights, some things once seen cannot be unseen. Please note what you're about to hear for the next roughly hour and a half or 2 hours consists of my opinion and my opinion only. I am doing the job that the American media maggots fundamentally refuse to do. And I am changing America one leftist diaper at a time. We don't water our drinks, just like we don't water our conversations. We are still serving stiff drinks. Hey, well, I'll get to this. In the saloon, along with facts, history, logic, rationality, proportion, context, tradition, clarity, and common sense for people like you and me. Politics, religion, crime, culture, race, sex, economics, science, law. We talk about it all right here in the saloon, where the speech is free, but the booze is not. And luckily, since I'm running out of the intro music, that means that I did my job and I actually finished the intro before the music died. Is this the day the music died? Only when I make the music die, and it does this. So anyway, welcome here tonight. I have a really packed show. Let's see if I can go down here. We will have, oh my gosh, the things that we will have. I'm going to be starting out with this, the Carousel of Amusing Gerp, because I mostly care less. I couldn't care. I don't like the people that are watching right now, and probably that's why I've been told that I don't have any music to the Carousel of Amusing Gerp. It's because I simply don't care for you. Well, that thought has been proffered many times, and I refute it with absolute refutation, refutatiously. I just made that up. By the way, before we do that, I also want to tell everybody that, as per normal, this is Jake right now. And, well, actually, that was about 5 minutes before the show began. And Jake he still has good days and bad days. We took Jake to the emergency vet the other day because he had white gums. Now, if you ever see a dog with white gums, or for that matter, a person with white gums, that means they are terribly, terribly anemic. So we go over to the emergency vet, And no, I didn't like her at all. And she looks at Jake, and we told him, dude is still popping in and out of the dog door to go pee multiple times a day, during the day and at night. And she looks at us and, well, first, Mrs. BZ says, hey, if this were your dog, what would you do about this? Because, you know, that's making the predication that the veterinarian has a little bit of sympathy. And she said, well, at this point, I think I'd simply put him down. To which I did you would have been so proud. I did my very level best to make sure that bad words did not come out of my mouth. This was a vet that we'd never seen before. And customarily, this vet has been very, very good, because at the time that this occurred, our normal vet was not available. And so I contained myself and we motored on. And, you know, to be honest, I actually kind of surprised myself. Or maybe I surprised you. It's hard to say. But also, that's what's happening with Jake. I want to take some time now to thank, well, let me stop right there before I show this. Okay. See the shirt? 1776 to 2026. This was sent to me by Earl Big E Jackson and his wife. And I don't know if you can see this. Yeah, there you go. This is one of his 7 Armors shirts. And over on his other side here, it says 7 Armors. And you can see that. And I had serious concern because I didn't think that they made any shirt that would fit me. Oddly enough, this shirt fits. But the funny, okay, I'll pull that back off. The funny thing is, this is on the front, okay? That's nice. I like that. But the good stuff is on the back. And I almost thought, okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to order another shirt in Omar the Tent Maker size, cut the back out, staple it to the front so that you can actually see that. And, you know, I understand that's how t-shirts work. But anyway, I also want to point out to you, which if you look closely, you can see. Okay, there's that great t-shirt. So thank you, Earl and Mrs. Earl. I don't know if you want me to mention her name, so I don't have permission, so I won't. And over there in my left hand on your right is a glass. Over on my right hand, your left, is me giving a big thumbs up. This is so weird. A big curved thumbs up to Big E and for this. And on my left, that's about as far back as it goes, which is that's just weird. The other thing that I want to point out for tonight is this. You're going to find out essentially how much BZ drinks during the show. And the reason I say that is because my mug, which is over there, I have 2 mugs into which I pour libations. This one, however, this is what Earl sent me. I don't know if you guys can see that. It says, okay, we the people at the top, and then it starts out with Article 1. And also in here is Mark 1, Bottle 1, potato water. So the big question at the end of the show, how much potato water does BZ actually drink? And does he fake drink? Or will it actually go down by the end of the show? And I put that down on, I have a slate here, a custom slate, a custom SHR Media slate, onto which I put my drinks. And so thanks to everybody in chat. Thanks to Mission Ready Men in chat, O2AMT. I know Sean Lewis is in chat. Phantom is in chat. And like I said before, doing in chat here, I can't go up. I can't scroll up. So I don't know who was here beforehand. But what I will say this is we're going to start here, which is the carousel of amusing GURP. And perhaps you guys saw recently that there was some kind of a big problem, a medical problem on the International Space Station, the ISS. So they're saying, okay, well, there's the ISS, and we got to get people down. And I wonder, is that the problem? Wait a minute. If I had a producer, is that the problem? Maybe yes, maybe no. Who knows? Anyway, continuing on with the carousal of amusing GURP. This was fun. I am heartened by Schadenfreude. And here's an individual who has, he's a Somali daycare owner, and apparently he's having his Lambo confiscated by U.S. Marshals. Hey, go.
Hey, what do you do? You can't take my cars like that, man.
Sir, step back from the vehicle,
This is my business car. You see the sign? Quality Land and Umbrella. I pay taxes. You got no paper.
We have the court order, sir. You'll get a
Court
copy.
order. Nah, man, Governor Walls gonna send that check. You hear me?
Sir,
Send the
step
check.
over.
Yeah, that's his business car. You and we all wish we had business cars like that. I'm going to play a video in just a moment that everybody has seen before. But this video, I pretty much guarantee you haven't seen before. Listen, BZ cautions. Listen very carefully to what is said by the protester and what the rejoinder is from the ICE agent. Go.
I don't care what they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You can observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you
stay
see
back.
me in the way? I am bad.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Were your parents present? You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
But wait.
He is.
I love my job. Thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K. I'm a physician assistant.
But wait, it gets better.
How long did you go to school for that?
Over 7 years.
I went to high school. I make $200K.
People regard me as some.
I have a high school diploma and I make more money than you do. Okay. I be loving that and shit. That reminds me of how when in my old patrol days, BZ did in fact utilize sarcasm as a weapon. Now, I know if you watched, I think Jersey Joe played this on Monday. I'm not sure. I think he did. I know for a fact that Big E played this morning, but it's just so damn buttery good that I got to play this again. That's not annoying or anything. Give it a second. Let it ferment. Let it steep. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Don't go away. There's more. 4. Okay, stop. Mikhail, stop. I got to play that again. That is so good.
Hey, guys.
Okay, like I said before in social media, I have another one that I'm going to play next Thursday night. By the way, next Thursday night, programming note. Amy Curtis from townhall.com will be on the show for the first hour. I'm not sure if I'm going to have a second hour, but Amy Curtis from Town Hall will be on the show next Thursday night. That just reminded me. So I'm glad that I was reminded that. I'm sorry. Like I said on social media, I could play that video and another video I'm going to play Thursday night. And I could use and do now use those videos as a pick me up to get me through the day because that puts me in just a damn good and skippy mood. Also, here's hey, Steve Buscemi. Hey, he is talking about the coppers, the leftist coppers. Here we go. Oh, come on, don't tell me this isn't. Oh, play it. Because you and I both know that's what the leftist police chiefs are doing behind closed doors. For a factorious. And let's see, do I have? Yes, I do. I can do this, and I can do a whole bunch of other things. Let's do this as well, because we are now going to go into, haven't played this for a while.
It's time for happy stories and good times.
And there are some happy stories. Let me take this off. I'll go forward here, and it'll look something like this. Crazy leftist white women have started to shave their heads for Renee Good. Oh, damn it. I pronounced her name. I said her name. I tried not to. Now, was this coinky dink or was BZ on a light wave? Because here's this. Oh, no. It's traumatic. Deep electronic single note music. Okay, stop right there. Now, I'm going to stop because earlier, before I knew that this clip existed, I said, Grok, give me an awful. And that's what Grok gave me. And I said, give me an awful with half a shaved head and a free Huey button. You'd have to be alive in the 60s to get that concept. I'll let you do that at your leisure. Great teeth, wonderful hair, and a lead 'em by the nose as a cow septum ring, and she's got to be at least over 60. And I mean years. Let's continue. Was I psychic? That's a happy story. And I got to tell you why it's a happy story. It's a happy story because now each one of those idiot bints, those ridiculous leftist white chicks can all be identified readily. Now, I know they shave their hair and they dye it blue and they've all got the piercings and the nose rings and all that kind of stuff, but they can now be more readily identified, which as far as I'm concerned is a great thing. Here's another happy story. Trump ends temporary protected status for thousands of Somalis. Oh, that's so, insert your favorite ist and ob right here. The Trump administration announced Tuesday it will end temporary TPP, or TPS rather, temporary protected status for Somalia, which will affect thousands of Somalis living in the country. Get out. Get out. Do not pass go. Do not be given anything. Take only your raggedy ass clothes that you came here with originally. Here's another happy story. This is one which will be a continuing positive series of court cases lost by Zoran, the anti-Semitic commie, racist Muzzy, etc., 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 etc. U.S. court rejects Mamdani's attempt to block real estate deal involving Israel-owned company. The deal, valued at $450, loser, lost $451 million, or I'm sorry, yes, he lost from stopping a $451 million deal, which includes 5,000 apartments across 90 buildings, most of them subject to rent regulation. I got to put that into the happy story category as well. Here's another happy story, because we're finding out that NGOs, and again, the story tonight, the theme tonight is this in terms of we're at war. The world and the United States, everybody is at war with the American taxpayer. And that's why I say it is the world versus the American taxpayer. And a great deal of that has to do with NGOs. And sadly, a great deal of those NGOs are religious based. And in many instances, there isn't a dime's worth of difference between a religious-based NGO organization and a terrorist group, because they're pissing away your hard-earned American taxpayer dollars. But if you're concerned about this, the happy story is you can do something about it. And if you go, like I say, I put this in, oh gosh. Here we go. There are things that you can do. You can audit and hold various NGOs accountable in your state. You can go into the Rumble side of the show tonight and pick up all these links. And as far as I'm concerned, I think that's a really happy story. Don't let somebody else do it. You can be your own investigator. BZ is his own investigator. I go on the internet and I find crap all the time. Gee, what happened? Let's do that now. Okay, that's where I want to be. I find crap all the time on the internet, and like I've said, every time. I don't need to make any of this stuff up. I don't need to make anything up. I bring the articles and the videos to you via the internet, and because I have an actual curious mind, and the American media maggots intentionally choose to ignore. And I would very much hope that that's one of the major reasons that you come here. Here's another happy story that I'm about to put up. And no, it's not about Timothy Busfield. What a load of crap that is. But this is, okay, there's low grade happy story. There's medium grade happy story and high grade happy story. This is a high grade happy story. From the New York Post. California loses a mind-boggling, I love this. California loses a mind-boggling $1 trillion in wealth in the past month alone over fears of the billionaire tax, which is wonderful. That measure, which even Gavin Newsom says he opposes, but fundamentally in his fetid fever dreams at night in which he has to change his sheets right around midnight because it's too good to believe. Okay, that was a visual that you will not want to replicate yourself. Anyway, people thought, where they said collectively the amount of billionaire wealth tax that has left California in the last month is now in excess of $700 billion. And a lot of people are saying, because this is pushed by leftists in California. And occasionally, like a stopped clock, Gavin Newsom can be correct. Here's another happy story. I'll leave these next two stories to you to figure out. Somebody around here may not like this, but the happy story here is Democrats are warning of, this is from the Babylon Bee clue, of the chilling effect that voter ID will have on rigged elections. And again, if I had my producer, you would have heard. So who could not place that into the happy story category? But wait, there happens to be another happy story of a similar note. And that we say this. Protesters now, I included this tonight, and I'll be able to, I got about 5 more minutes, so I can shove some more blivets into the sock. Protesters protest for higher protesting wage. This is directly out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Protesters hard at work, sowing chaos in the city because of ICE raids and the death of the person who I will not mention, have reportedly transitioned, get what they did there, over to protesting for a higher protesting wage. And the pull quote for the article is, "Protesting is hard. You have to make clever signs and chant and stuff," said Sheila Cotton, a middle-aged white woman who, with 2 trans infants at home. "We deserve fair play," said Sheila. Fair and equal pay, chimed in Molly Fern. "Female protesters only make 79 cents on the dollar for taunting police and blocking traffic. I say no more." Well, it's funny you should mention that, because would you be surprised if I had some information right here regarding that very same thing? Well, they're not only well-funded, they're not only not spontaneous, but they make some really nice coin.
Right now I'm representing myself, and I'm representing the folks at Rise and Resist.
Okay, she has to look in her book. That's number one. That's called a clue. But just when you think, like most of BZ's videos, they start and they don't really go any. Oh, this is going to go somewhere.
Who have been
okay, so
trained
Rise
to
and
be
Resist.
marshals today.
How much do they pay you to wear this vest?
Absolutely nothing.
Really?
Really?
So I did some digging, and the woman trying to stop my interview is named Karen Shaw. She is a professional protester. I found her at almost 100 different protests. Let's look at her portfolio, shall we? Here's her outside Trump Tower saying TikTok time's up. Here's her saying ban guns, not drag. Amazing. This is her telling us that lies have consequences. She is also very passionate about abortion. Even in the video right now, she's just wearing a hat that says abortion on it. Sometimes she gets less creative, though, and just holds a sign that says enough.
Oh,
now, here I found her working with a different professional.
See, even paid professionals can get lazy.
Protester that I've exposed. This is Stuart Waldman. He was there when they raised the Palestinian flag over City Hall in Rhode Island.
Everyone knows you.
Everyone knows me?
You are. They know what you do.
I know what you do as well, Stuart Waldman. You are on the board of riseandresist.org, the company that is paying people like Karen for a second job as a professional protester.
So who pays riseandresist.org? Would you say that perhaps their initials would be GS and AS? I would presume.
And the donation link to give you money is just Act Blue, which is the fundraising platform for the Democrat Party. That's who you are, Stuart.
Oh, and who pays Act? Oh, I almost feel like going out into brogue. And who pays Act Blue, Waldman?
Now back to Karen. I found her with another professional protester that I've exposed. This was back at the Tesla protest. This is just a few photos of this other professional protester out of maybe 50 that I found.
You know, is that not glorious? But, who covers this? The media, I'll say this. About 2 more minutes. The only media today is the media that you create. Let me say that again. The American media maggots are dead. They're not just moribund. They are completely cacked. And so the only media that exists today, if you go behind all the plasticine doors and the desks and the fiberglass sets, and the plexiglass that you can see through, they paid lots of money for that. The only people that are the actual journalists these days are you and me. Now, I don't go out that much because I'm damn ancient and I have better things to do, like sleep and eat and drink. But the real journalists these days are the citizen journalists. And you see now, like Nick Sorter and some of the other people, they're being attacked. One of the main reasons why they're being attacked, let me ask you, why would they be attacked so readily? Would it have anything to do with the fact that they're effective?
You're listening to Late Night Radio on the SHR Media.
Producer, come back.
Jeez. Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Listen in to the Reaver of Common Sense, where we cut through the noise of news and politics with a show equipped for bombast. Tune in Mondays and Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, and 6 p.m. Pacific, featuring a refreshing dose of reality. Jersey Joe fearlessly tackles the tough topics with no nonsense. Just pure common sense. Visit shrmedia.com, where you can hear the Reaver of Common Sense in action. He may not always be polite. He may not always be refined. But one thing's for sure. He always tells it like it is.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And check out 7 Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with 7 Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com. 7armors.com. Faithful, vigilant, steadfast, passion.
Are you looking for bold, honest conversation about the issues shaping America? Well, let me welcome you to Unleashed 101 with Jeremy Hansen, where we take you beyond the headlines. We dive into politics and culture, struggles of everyday life. It's raw, real, and unfiltered. If you're ready for truth with a punch, pull up a chair and join us. That's right, Unleashed 101, where real talk feels like home. Find us at unleashed101.com, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and more. We look forward to seeing you. Unleashed 101 with Jeremy Hansen.
Freedom. One nation in all of human history was built on that bedrock. Ours. A republic of the people, by the people, and for the people. Self-government requires freedom, just as freedom requires an individual willingness to self-govern. Freedom has made America exceptional, but it can only last as long as you and I seek the good, as expressed by the laws of nature and nature's God. It can only last if you and I choose to act as people of character. Forging character has been the pursuit of Hillsdale College since 1844.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
First half hour down. A lot of material yet to go. God bless every one of you for being here tonight. Welcome back to the saloon. Our plush. Oh, I need to mention, we have 734 subscribers now. Just in the past, since the past weekend. We went up 15 subscribers just this past weekend. And a lot of you who are here, maybe you had something to do with it. And if you did, we say you have our ever-loving thanks. And it's wonderful. The other thing is that, I need to go here. Oh, no, I took it out. I'm remaking my chat room right now. It's being ripped up again, damn it. But if you go into the chat room, go to the SHR Media YouTube channel chat room. And while you're there, please subscribe. And then also, as it indicates down below, please click on the bell so that you can be notified of our shows when they erupt like volcanic sensations. You need to be here for that. Anyway, the show tonight is about this and about how you, as the American taxpayer, you're funding the world and you're funding the nation. You're funding the United States. You're funding everything. Also, Listening Post Studios, thanks for being here. I can see you in here. I didn't have to scroll up to see it because you're actually saying something right now. So you fund everything. And because you fund everything, everyone hates you. Isn't that funny how that works out? Here are happy stories. This is a happy story because Barack Hussein Obama actually said the same precise thing that's being said right now, except for
if you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up. The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every single Republican president and every single Democratic president for the past half century.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards.
And that's common sense, something you know. But this is before the Democrats were absolutely insistent upon acquiring these people for votes. And they discovered that they can get power, control, which yields money on the backs of the people who become the slaves in the United States of America. Those are the illegal invaders that we're kicking out right now, and rightly so. Illegal invaders bring essentially no inherent merit with them, and especially in terms of AI and autonomous robots replacing people in low-wage jobs, then what you are thrusting upon the rest of the United States, and of course, the beloved American taxpayer, are more useless eaters. Inviting them in for what? For votes, and for power, and for the Electoral College, and for seats. Because when you count illegal people, what do you get? More seats. Imagine that in Congress. So, yeah, that's a story for another day. Here's something that I find just packed, jam-packed with delicious schadenfreude. A leftist who called Trump a pedophile was accused of trying to meet an 11-year-old for sex. So, right next door to me in Bremerton, Washington, police there said a 44-year-old guy named Houston Wade was arrested on the 17th of December after he allegedly tried to meet up with a little girl, the Linwood Times reported. That's a happy story because I think you may possibly be going away. Maybe. Here's another happy story. Once I go into this story, I'm going to have to go into another one. Hey, you know, my mouth is dry. I need some of this right now. So we still have some left. Again, thanks, Earl. The Supreme Court appears to be on the cusp of safeguarding girls and women in athletics. And not just in athletics, but I would assume, damn it, there I go, making any sort of assumption, that would also safeguard private areas for girls and women to include locker rooms and bathrooms. So it looks from some of the audio that we have from SCOTUS that they're going to, and I think this is going to come in June sometime. I think the opinion will come in June. Now, that having been said, that's a positive thing. On the opposite of that is something not entirely positive. The information I'm hearing is that there's about a 30 to 33% chance that the tariffs, Trump's tariffs, will be upheld by SCOTUS. I don't have any more information on it than that. And by the way, in the studio here, I have news playing all the time, and I forgot to mention this. Scott Adams, the creator of Dilbert, passed away today. He apparently received the Lord, and he unfolded him today. Scott Adams died at 68, and of course, because he espoused conservative ideas, he was absolutely despised by people on the left. You would expect no less by people that are generally these days most foul. Here's, again, you cannot write this stuff. Let's listen to a little bit, or as much as I can tolerate, of the biggest moron in SCOTUS.
And so, to the extent that you have an individual who says what is happening in this law is that it is treating someone who is transgender, but who does not have, because of the medical interventions and the things that have been done, who does not have the same threat to physical competition and safety and all of the reasons that the state.
Okay, stop. That's word salad. What in the holy shit does that mean? And I posit, I don't think she truly knows. What she, I think, is trying to do is defend men in women's sports, in women's bathrooms, and in women's locker rooms. Now, despite that verbal sputum, I think that SCOTUS, and when it happens, of course, you can expect the concomitant raids and protests and perhaps even riots coming out of that. So tomorrow, later on this week, Friday, I think we're going to get tariffs back. Trannies in locker rooms, that will come sometime in, I believe, June or July. Like life, we win a few, we lose a few. Here's us winning another one. I think this is definitely a happy story.
You know, they came from a place with nothing, and they come here and they drive around in Mercedes-Benz. You know, the Mercedes-Benz dealers do well. And
Stop. They are in Mercedes-Benz, or they could be in, come on.
Hey, what do you do? You can't take my cars like that, man.
Sir, step back from the vehicle.
This is my business car. You see this?
So his Lamborghini Murcielago is his business car. Right. Of course. Let me pull this out. Oh, this is another story. Oh my gosh. I have got so many things to talk to everyone about today. Let me go over here and update. Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
that area of Minnesota, can you believe it? They have nothing. They get welfare payments, and they have Mercedes-Benzes.
Yeah, and
It angers me
Lamborghinis.
so much, but we're going to straighten out our country. This was done under Biden and Obama, very much under Obama. It all started under Obama, and we just can't. We've got a great country. We're not going to screw it up. But
So when he gets around to it, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I love Trump. Sometimes, most of the time. Basically, what he says is starting February, the month after January, starting the month after January, on the first of that, you know me in February, okay? You know me. He says, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens. And as far as I am concerned, that is most def a very happy story. So this is also a wee bit of, I guess, the beginning of this is like happy story and or Schadenfreude. I would mostly place this into the Schadenfreude category because the Minneapolis police chief, whose name is O'Hara, and some other Minneapolis police officers were just chased down and attacked by anti-ICE rioters while escorting a squad car out of the protest area. Go. So live by the leftists, die by the leftists. I will say this, and because I have done this, I would hope that you would applaud me for it. If you ever in the 60s and 70s and 80s ever got into my grill like that, and any slightest molecular transfer occurred between your wetness and my mouth, you were going to jail. And sometimes you went to jail with all of your teeth. In one instance, you didn't quite make it to jail with all of your teeth. Oddly enough, cops were respected by then. Oh, BZ, you terrible beater of people. Yes. And respect was acquired. There is no respect because there is no authority and there is no responsibility. But again, this is us moving on. Now, this individual says, one time, well, this was fairly true for me, except if you assaulted me. People are saying, I would never have in the past considered laying hands on a woman. Let me show you the dynamics in this. This is a white leftist female, one of these, who decided that she was going to fuck around with the wrong person. Now, when this happens, if you would please look at the individual, watch what happens.
Hey, fuck off me. Now, you want to play games? Lay your ass there and think about
You hit a person, you should expect that you are going to have your ass duked down. Whether you're male or female, and as far as I'm concerned, you deserve it now. I found this, and I thought I pondered for quite some time to try to resolve the conflict within my breast here, saying, do I put this up? Do I not put this up? And I decided, okay, this is a weirdoid, but what the hair are they saying? I was shocked.
This is why I feel like I have a responsibility to do this, because while the entire world is going to go through a fucking partisan cleansing where leftists are going to be expelled and destroyed, pretty much ground into the dust.
Thank you.
They're going to be absolutely fucking expelled and ostracized from everywhere because everyone now knows the moment they get power, they go fucking nuts.
True.
In fact, they're already nuts. They get power, they do nuts shit. It's mainly liberal boomer women that do it. And when that's over, if it wasn't for me and the GACC, then the only final resting place for all of these leftist psychopaths would be alternative subcultures. They'd all come here. Goth would then forever be viewed as like the haven of leftist retardation, idiocy, corruption, authoritarianism, where only the dregs of mankind, the truly fucking stupid, inane, swallowers of slogans and media bullshit. Goth is where they would go. And every time someone saw a goth, they wouldn't think The Cure, they wouldn't think music or Ravens, they would think, there goes a leftist maniac, and goth would be dead. What?
I got to admit, I love this guy. Never saw him before in my life. Had an association with a goth chick long ago in a galaxy far, far away. Screwed like a bunny, copulated regularly. It was wonderful, except for the makeup and the black lipstick. But that guy nails it. That guy nails it where few other leftists would, or would have the ability to do that, or the inclination to do that. Also, here's something that occurred, I believe, today, if I'm not mistaken. This is glorious. Now, Jim Comer, he of the House Oversight Committee, asked Bill and Hillary to show up to testify, I believe, about Epstein. And it wasn't a, can you come in, pretty please? So what he's saying about that, because the Clintons both didn't appear in a Senate committee, and they were what? That's right, they were subpoenaed.
All right. Well, I think everyone knows by now Bill Clinton did not show up. And I think it's important to note that this subpoena was voted on in a bipartisan manner by this committee. This wasn't something that I just issued as chairman of the committee.
Okay, stop right there. I'm not sure, but I think to our left, is that Lauren Boebert? I'm not sure. But the thing I find funny, amusing, do I amuse you? Is she's holding the picture of Bill Clinton in a blue dress and red shoes. Oh, God.
This was voted on by the entire committee in a unanimous vote of the House Oversight Committee to subpoena.
Which is extremely unusual that you have Democrats and Republicans together who saying that, yeah, we sent out this subpoena and we expected somebody, the Clintons, to return. And as a result of that, we pretty much got nothing. But now I want to remind everyone of this. And again, at the end of the show, after things cool down and the volcano smoke settles, Sean Lewis says, I can attest by her assets, it's Boebert. Nicely played, my man. Very nicely played. So the other positive thing about this is we'll see if the law applies on both sides of the aisle, whether that phrase frequently bandied about by leftists and Democrats, no one is above the law. Let me remind you of a few things, if I may, as courteously as possible, because are you not entertained? Okay, so Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro both went to jail for a minimum, I believe, of 4 months for contempt of Congress. But to AMT, it is not difficult to be observant in that regard. And Sean says, yes, indeed, I am, in fact, a trained observer. I know that for a truth. I know that to be true. By way of Sean. Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro went to jail for contempt of Congress. And they both got a 4 or 5 month prison sentence for that, for failing to comply with the subpoenas from congressional committees investigating the January 6th Capitol attack. So, and people have said, well, this doesn't apply to the Clintons because they're private citizens. Okay, well, let me go back and refresh mammary glands of everyone. Peter Navarro was the former White House advisor. He was convicted in 2023, sentenced in 2024, and because he failed to comply with a subpoena from the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. And then there was Steve Bannon, former chief strategist for President Trump, convicted in November of 2021, sentenced July of 2024. He did 4 months in prison. Same thing. Refusal to comply with a subpoena from a committee, the committee investigating J6. So let's see if shit is equal. around here. Got about 6 more minutes. I got time. I got time. I got time. I got time for a happy story. Here's how you kick Muzzy's ass.
Those who live in Broken Arrow and many others all gathered in the auditorium of the Administrative Services Building at Northeastern State University, Broken Arrow, to discuss the proposed Islamic Center that would be located near Olive Avenue, close to the Creek Turnpike. We first reported on this project in December, and records showed the land was purchased in 2014 by the North American Islamic Trust. Since the announcement, the proposal was drawn both support and opposition from members of the community, with more than 400 people signed up to share their thoughts tonight. Many of the concerns were geared towards possible traffic issues, economic discussions, sewer, parking, and the overall uncertainty of what would happen in the building or on the land. Others who were here for it reminded the council that those in the meeting that they too call Broken Arrow home and are wanting the second place to worship.
We are asking for nothing more than what this country promises, the freedom to...
Stop. A lot of you are not going to like this. But, you know, do I look like I'm Dilligaff on this, as a matter of fact. There is no such thing as a moderate Muslim. There is only a Muslim who is not practicing things properly. Ask a real honest-to-God Muslim who abides by the Quran and the Hadith, and they will tell a moderate Muslim that in the proper circumstances, you would lose your life, my friend. And that's how I view this as well. You can win if you have the guts to do it. Let me put this up right now. Watching the Iranians burn down mosques. Oh, that's another story. Oh my, that is another story. Because I am fairly assured that we're going to have a reversal, or we can be seen to be encountering a reversal of 1978 Iran, when the Shah of Iran was overthrown by Muzzy assholes. And Khamenei, I don't even know if Ali Khamenei, who is the head #1 dude in Iran, I'm not even certain that he is in Iran anymore. He may have already fled to one of his client countries, a proxy country, like, I don't know. No, I don't think China. No, I would wager probably Russia, maybe somewhere in Iraq, maybe under a squirrel cave in Afghanistan. My guess would be likely Russia. And we'll see more on that. Here's also the other thing I've noticed, and this is a happy story in terms of exposing exactly what occurs with these assholes. Have you ever noticed that Democrats don't want to work on just about any cause that results in true jobs for actual Americans? I don't mean illegal invaders. I don't mean people who hate us. I mean, they don't want to have anything to do with people that have a positive view of the American taxpayer, and we are being fleeced because of this on such a scale that I am uncertain we will ever be able to truly tally the numbers. I think Scott Bessent, this popped into my brainulus for whatever reason. I seem to recall yesterday or the day before, Scott Bessent, treasurer, saying that he believes the potentiality exists for all the fraud, corruption, and waste to equal roughly 2 to 3% of our GDP. That's astounding.
Job numbers just turned in the best December in history for native-born Americans who do not work for the federal government. Was legacy media lying all this time about the job crisis? On Friday, the infamous BLS released job numbers for December, estimating 50,000 jobs were created on the month. Legacy media painted this as weak, but it was right in the middle of JP Morgan's forecast. Brings year-on-year growth to 2 million jobs for native-born Americans.
Okay, stop. It's almost going to be time to take a break. Now, I'm glad this guy says this because native-born Americans are the only ones, predictably, that I give a true shit about. Now, if you're someone like Lily Tang Williams, who waited in line and did everything right in order to become a lawful citizen of the United States, took the test, swore, loves the flag, swore an oath to this country, I love people like Lily Tang Williams. And she doesn't just love this country. I would submit that Lily Tang Williams adores this country. Now, Sean Lewis and I, along with Ken McClinton, we met her and the underground professor, Michael Jones, at Freedom Fest in Las Vegas in, I believe it was 2016 or 2017, one of the two. A nicer, kinder, more fervent supporter of the United States of America cannot be found than Lily Tang Williams. And she did it the right way.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
In a world where leftists are running out of metal for the safety pins of their soothing red diapers, one man stands alone, attempting to fundamentally change America, one leftist diaper at a time. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, is guiding you through the maelstrom of Democrat leftists and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Listen to BZ Saloon on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central, and 11 p.m. Eastern on the SHR Media YouTube channel, Twitch, KLRN, Rumble, and X at BZ Saloon. It's one great late-night conservatarian talk radio show. Be there. Aloha.
Hello, friends. You have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name is Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
It's Sean from the Edge of Liberty. Just like the Bidens, I too am moving. Only in my case, it's days and times. That's right, you can now find the Edge of Liberty Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern, and Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on 11 Eastern on the SHR Media Network. Join me as we talk politics, news, alcohol, fun, not so much fun, clowns, small kittens, large kittens, dogs, amoebas, and anything else that just pops into my mind while I'm on the air. That is Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast, on YouTube, X, KLRN Radio, Facebook, Twitch, and anywhere else a good podcast is found. Please check out our website, shrmedia.com. I will see you live on the air.
Attention, all patriotic women of faith. Yep, I'm talking to you, sis. Are you looking for high-quality, super soft apparel that reflects your love for country and your devotion to God? Look no further than Carry Girl Gear. Picture this. You rocking a tee so soft it's like being hugged by a cloud, all while showing off your love for God and country. Sounds dreamy, right? Well, welcome to reality, babes, because that's what we're all about here at Carry Girl Gear. We specialize in super soft tees, tanks, and more, designed specifically for the strong, patriotic woman who proudly wants to carry their message of faith and freedom. When you shop with us, you're not just getting a t-shirt. You're joining a community of like-minded women who are proud to wear their beliefs straight on their tees. So whether you're sipping sweet tea on the porch or leading the charge for faith and freedom, do it in a Carry Girl tee. Because life's too short for stiff, boring tees. CarryGirl.com, where faith and freedom meets fashion.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being, and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
It is the end of the first hour. It's 9:05 p.m. Pacific, which means it's 11:05 p.m. Central and midnight 05 p.m. Eastern and 1796.723 paragraph 4 growth cluster 2 in Bolivian time, but I can never understand Bolivian time. And thanks for subscribing, because each subscription continues to get me a porcelain Dalmatian or hopefully more vodka. I have not put as big a dent in this tonight as I had hoped. Just remember that in terms of this and tonight's show, your mileage may vary. Member FDIC, batteries not included, no leak to basement, patent pending, and I like long walks off a short pier with people that kind of look like Lauren Boebert, SHR Media, Sean Lewis. You drove me to that. You bastard. You Boston bastard. Let me put this up right now. This also falls into a happy story, because now you see that federal chair Powell is whinging over, oh, well, you're taking action against me because I put you on ignore mode for quite some time. This is from Gene Pirro, U.S. Attorney in the D.C. District. The U.S. District Attorney's Office contacted the Federal Reserve multiple occasions to discuss cost overruns on the renovation of the Federal Reserve headquarters and the chairman's congressional testimony, but they were resoundingly ignored. They were placed on ignore mode, necessitating what she called the use of legal process, which is not a threat, which is what you get when you don't respond. I was listening to her today. She said, I asked kindly, first in a phone call. Then I sent an email. Then nothing happened for 10 days. Then nothing happened for 20 days. And after a while, I was beginning to understand that they really weren't going to return any kind of a contact. So the word indictment, she indicates, that came out of Jerome Powell's mouth, not her, nobody else's, none of it, NUNNAVIT. What happened if they had just responded to her, like normal people? But he's untouchable. Bill and Hillary Clinton are untouchable. Well, it appears that Steve Bannon and the other gentleman, they are touchable. They did do time. So it just, it depends on politics and who you are, who you know. And this, I'm not going to go into the detail on this, because Earl this morning, go see Earl, go watch his show. Let me throw this under here, as a matter of fact, because I just created some new banners for everybody. I listened to Biggie Earl Jackson's show, the Mission Ready Men Briefing. It's on Tuesday and Thursdays, same days I'm on, except he's on way, way early in the morning. Well, for me, it's way, way early in the morning. So on Tuesday and Thursday in the morning, he's on at 9 a.m. Pacific and 11 a.m. Central and noon Eastern. And Earl was essentially saying that he went into a great deal of information about going into the troops and how they responded in the Venezuela attack that took 2 hours to snatch Maduro and his wife out of Venezuela. And he went into that with rather decent amounts of documentation and audio documentation with regard to that. But I find this amusing, that U.S. used a sonic weapon on Venezuelan troops, and the report is shared by Carolyn Levitt. and the various claims, which is buttressed by the fact that in social media, any number of people had this, I think it was some kind of a security guard for a security person of some sort in Venezuela, and said, we had never seen such a small contingent of people, U.S. Army soldiers, come in and completely destroy 100 of our people with such swift action. And apparently killed them dead. And we had never seen this before. We were completely taken aback. We had no idea that this was coming. And talk about effective, and I'm paraphrasing here, of course, because I have no memory, that they had never seen or heard of anything as efficacious as this before. And guess what? You know what that means? That means we have toys. We have toys that people haven't seen or heard about prior. But on the other hand, this does lend credence to our embassy people, U.S. embassy people in Havana, said that they were subject to something that gave them incredible headaches. The embassy staff, professionals, the administrators said, oh, we think you're full of crap. Do you think they're full of crap anymore? I don't believe so. Speaking of crap, everybody hates that Trump went in to get Maduro, except the people that are in, zoo animal eating Venezuela. So there's a guy, I'm going to go down to the bottom of this. This is the guy, Steven Sabero. And he writes a wonderful ode to Trump and appreciates what happened. No, not Americans, not awfuls, not ridiculous idiot bints like this. Somebody who was actually appreciative. And I will put it up on the Rumble side so that you can read it in detail later. But essentially, he says sentiments of Venezuelans. I'm going to say this once, and I don't care if it makes people uncomfortable. If you have never lived in Venezuela, if you didn't grow up there, if you didn't watch your country collapse in real time, if you didn't stand in food lines, if you didn't watch your parents lose everything they built, if you did not have to leave your home with nothing, then shut the fuck up. I'm with that guy. That's like Lily Tang Williams. She was alive during the time of Mao. And she said essentially, oh, no, Mao didn't just kill 100 million Chinese. He starved an additional 50 million Chinese to death. And this is under the auspices of Happy Story. And these are how we are being fleeced. The American taxpayers are being fleeced by the United States and also the planet. But I also ask this, are some people beginning to come around? Is France beginning to wake up?
J'en appelle à la sagesse et au bon sens des Français. Qu'on me donne une raison, une seule, pour garder sur notre territoire des étrangers qui collaborent avec une idéologie totalitaire qui veut la mort des Français.
And it is. Muslims are a totalitarian ideology that want to kill the French. And she says this, which you can, again, listen to at your leisure, if you wish. Those connected to Islamist ideology must be stripped of their nationality and expelled. Radical mosques are going to be shut down, and the Muslim Brotherhood will be shattered. There are no alternatives. There aren't any alternatives anymore to any of this stuff. I wrote this to somebody. Let me see if I can pull this up. And I said, this is what we're looking at. And of course, a lot of people on SHR don't want to hear me say this. But You got to understand that mostly I don't care. I said, this may occur. I just about don't see any exit plans for this. And as I've said any number of times, there's no forcing the genie back in the bottle or the cream in the tube. Once it's out, it's out. I don't see any other way to get back. Now, you can do this non-violently or you can do it violently. And I'm not stating this as advocation. I'm stating this as considerable points of consideration, I should say. Why is it beyond human ken that you may want to consider stop paying taxes? That's the first and the probably only effective nonviolent solution that there is. Dry up the federal money. And it dries up the money for everyone else and every other nation on the planet that hates us. Because it's the world versus the American taxpayer. And if that doesn't work, what alternatives are there, I ask, to CW2, to Civil War II? Because I've heard people say, you know, okay, if you're talking about that, are you talking about, you know, something, I disagree with you, you know, and the yelling has to be louder. That's not what I was intimating. Some people are saying that what we need is a true out and out civil war that begins in DC that lights up every leftist urban rat cage in America. Am I saying this for sure? I'm saying some people are thinking about that right now. Now it is people on the left. Who's pushing? People on the left. Sooner or later, like Isoroku Yamamoto, it has to become a it is, what's the alternative to becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy? And Mission Ready Men, Earl has left the building. Thanks for being here, Earl. And, you know, Democrat, leftist, socialist, communist, Muslim, anarchist bodies, some people are saying, are going to have to be stacked like cordwood. Am I advocating that? Let me again say, no, I'm not saying that. What I am is replicating the beliefs of some people. Leftists of all stripes and colors, male and female, need to be taken out. I've had people tell me this directly to my face. They need to be removed, and the violence, like a good army, has to be with such sudden, vicious, unrelenting, bloody, overwhelming, violent force that the nation and the rest of the planet is stunned by the savagery and the brutality. Sun Tzu, as a matter of fact, says exactly that, as most every war college that military members attend. Some are saying and have said and told me to my face, the slaughter and the carnage has to be biblical. And I've heard that from leftists. So essentially that nobody for the next 100 years says, oh, that United States is just, it's a weak nation and we have to attack it from within and without. A lot of people are saying, nope, that's not what we need to do. And have said that instead, some people need to think, I don't want to be anywhere near those crazy motherfuckers. And so I'm talking tonight about the world versus the American taxpayer. And, oh gosh, I had forgotten that this was coming. And do I have the appropriate thing for this? Yes, I do. This definitely falls into this category.
Leftists are dangerously insane. Courtesy of BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show and the SHR Media Network.
And so I want to know, when I go to this story, keep this in your mind, if you will. So 2 black male thugs murder a white woman on a bus. Question number 1, why wasn't this covered by the American media maggots? Number 2, why was this not charged as a hate crime? Number 3, who let these felons out and why? Victim Services Director for Crime Stoppers of Houston cites bond decisions in murder of a 25-year-old woman. Charges have been filed against 2 teenagers accused in a deadly shooting aboard a Metro bus that killed a 25-year-old woman, raising new questions about bond decisions and court supervision in Harris County. Did you hear of this? No. Leftists are nuts, and they're dangerously so, remarkably dangerously so. And they're not dangerous just to the people that you think they would be. This came out either yesterday or today, and I'm going to put this up too. I've seen law enforcement officers who were brain-glazingly stupid and thought with their dicks or their cash. I've seen it all with 41 years in law enforcement. Everything and anything that you could possibly think of. I used to tell my trainees, there isn't anything possible that you can feature or conjure sitting in this car, going to calls that won't make you violently sick, that hasn't been done 500, 1,000 years ago. Only worse, kids. Okay, so James O'Keefe, formerly of Project Veritas, just got undercover footage of a Secret Service agent assigned to Vice President J.D. Vance, leaking sensitive security information. So what he does is, and it's on video, which you are about to see a portion of, he gives away J.D. Vance's shift schedules. He gives away his travel plans and real-time locations. Go.
Can I see your badge again with your photo? You're so cute.
A current Thomas A. Escato, Special Agent, Department of Homeland Security, United States Secret Service.
Secret Service agent on Vice President J.D. Vance's security detail.
When he's like walking, like, where are you?
We'll follow him. We'll have a leash, a minimum head, and
gives away vital high-level security information to our undercover journalists.
we have different shifts. We have shift.
So let me interject what the Democrats and leftists would tell you. Oh, well, BZ, this is a white guy, right? Now, I'll let you watch the rest of this video. The white guy. You can clearly see it's a white guy, right? These people are dangerous. They are underminers. They are working from within. And I and people allegedly like him vowed to protect our Constitution, and in this case, the people, the literal people they protect, from enemies from without and domestic. And dude, you just turned into essentially a foreign terrorist. You are the enemy that we fight. Let me bring up, I'm going to get to a portion of this. Like I say, next Thursday night, I'm going to have Amy Curtis on, who's a journalist from townhall.com. And she's going to have a lot to say. I encountered her in a show about a week ago, and Amy is opinionated. Stop, BZ. That shit's not funny, okay? Get serious, mister. Anyway, she's going to be on, and I am suspecting that I'm not going to be able to get to all of the informazione here tonight. And I will continue with, there will be a bottom of the hour break so that you guys can go hit the electric winkle chamber, or let your dogs take a whiz if you have dogs. Or your cats. If your cats want to go out and take a whiz, who cares? Or your ferret, or your marmot named Duke the Marmot. So she'll be here Thursday night. I won't be able to get to the rest of this stuff. But one of the things I wanted to get to is when I found a video that I think is about a minute and a half that I wanted to play. And it's about Greenland. And it made me reconsider a lot of things that are in play right now in terms of Greenland. This comes into there's strategy and there are tactics. Strategy is the overall plans that are on the board. Tactics are the things that you will utilize in order to acquire your grand strategy. As Sun Tzu readily said for years, and as I mentioned before, any number of war colleges. So you have to think like a 3D chess player, like Donald Trump, where everyone is saying, "Oh, Greenland, we got to have Greenland because we want to subjugate the people and we want all their minerals." Okay, they're sitting on a lot of high-grade rare earth materials and metals, sure, given, acknowledged, but there's a lot to that. So Greenland essentially is an autonomous territory of Denmark. And autonomous territory means that it kind of independently operates. Denmark is way, 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 way far away. And Greenland is not so close. It is an ocean, a major gapus away in terms of Oceanus. The thing I remember that I was instructed in school was, remember, if you want to know the difference between the two, Greenland is icy and Iceland is green. Wait, what? So in Greenland, I think there are 56,000 people roughly in Greenland, and they're mostly Inuits. In terms of religion, I think it's like 95% Christianity. There's some Lutherans, some Catholicisms, some Catholics, I should say. And they were originally settled by the Norse people. And now, though people, folks, countries, China and Russia, have set their sights on them, and have done that for quite some time. It's been Trump who has decided not to ignore the warning signs of massive creeping aggression by Russia and China. And that's where I want to play, because there is more at stake than people would suspect. I heard this and I thought, okay, it's got to be about territory, right? It's all about snatching territory. It isn't about that. It's about control of the Arctic and space and things. And I'll tell you one of the major factors involved in this that no one else is talking about, and I will tell you tonight. I'll play a part of this. There'll be a break, or maybe I'll play the video, play the whole thing, and then we'll go to break. But there's much more involved in this.
Greenland isn't about land. It's about control of the Arctic and space. When Donald Trump revived his push for Greenland, Europe mocked it. They missed the strategy. Greenland sits on the shortest missile route between Russia and North America. That's why the US runs early warning missile radar there. Arctic ice is melting. By 2035...
Stop. Did you hear what actually turns out to be one of the most important aspects of Greenland? Is if Russia takes Greenland or China takes Greenland, then either of those two countries can send ICBMs essentially at will wherever the hell they want and at any time.
Shipping between Europe and Asia could be 40% faster. Russia already dominates the Northern Sea route, backed by the world's largest icebreaker fleet, including nuclear-powered ships. Since 2014, Russia has built or reopened 50-plus Arctic military sites. Its nuclear submarines hide beneath Arctic ice, strengthening second strike capability. China calls itself a near-Arctic power. It links the region to its polar Silk Road, but the decisive battlefield is space. Early warning and surveillance satellites use polar orbits. Control the Arctic means control of missile detection and targeting.
Stop. Do you understand the issue now? It's, okay, we want minerals. We want to subjugate the poor Greenland people. Oh my God. There's a hell of a lot more to it than that.
Media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Mission log entry. I mean, let's face it, who's even counting anymore? The Lost Wanderer is officially off course, chasing rogue rocket launches, fringe science, and things that probably violate causality. If it burns fuel, bends time, or makes scientists very uncomfortable, yeah, I'm probably going to talk about it. Every other Sunday on KLRNRadio, The Lost Wanderer, because space doesn't come with a roadmap, and honestly, I wouldn't follow if it did.
Hello, I'm Matt, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the continuing relevance of the Constitution.
Many argue today that the Constitution is outdated because it addresses problems peculiar to the 18th century. Some parts of the Constitution do read rather quaintly. Consider the injunction against titles of nobility in Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution. But is that so outdated? The purpose of the injunction is to prevent the government granting special privileges to some for partisan reasons. This strikes at the heart of the rule of law. The crony capitalism so common today is a place where the government bestows favors and tax dollars on some businesses to give them a leg up over others. This is exactly the kind of thing the Constitution was meant to prohibit. The Constitution is not so outdated after all.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To join the national conversation on the Constitution, go to constitutionminute.com.
Hey fellas, are you mission ready? You need to check out Mission Ready Men via Earl Big E Jackson on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Central, and noon Eastern. It's a show that equips you to navigate our society's challenges from a biblical perspective with courage and conviction. Tune into Mission Ready Men as we examine our culture through the prism of biblical truths, teachings, and how to apply them in our daily lives. Prepare to step up, stand out, and step into your role as a man as ordained by God. That's Mission Ready Men, hosted by Earl Jackson on the SHR Media Network. And get mission ready.
Want to make an immediate difference in the life of a critically ill child? You have the ability to do that right now. Make a donation to Dream Makers for Life, the organization that restores dreams to seriously ill children and their families. You can sponsor a dream pack for a child, which contains a clear PVC backpack, a dry erase board adventure coloring book, a journal, and dry erase markers to inspire a critically ill child to envision a future adventure and hope. Want to become a dream maker for life yourself? Go to dreamforlife.org. That's dreamforlife.org. Help a child. Help a family. There is always hope.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
It's the last half hour of the show. Thank you kindly to everyone who has been listening tonight, and to all the people who listen later on in podcast, and to all the people on Wednesday night who may be listening to the KLRN re-sizzle of this show, courtesy of KLRN's Rick Robinson, who for some reason, some people have started to take up the banners saying, tax the Rick, tax the Rick. I don't get that. I don't understand. But one thing I do understand is this.
Folks, this is BZ's final hour. Step up. Last call for alcohol.
We were talking about Greenland, and China has their sights set on Greenland. China says we are a near Arctic state and we want a polar Silk Road. Well, they're going to have to fight Russia for it, because Russia historically is... Okay, this is great because I see that Sean Lewis in chat has picked up Tax the Rick. And I have the graphic to show it, by the way. Sean. China is going to be competing with Russia for this. And there are some reasons that this becomes critical. And I have a couple of plates to put up with regard to this. Here's Greenland. There's Iceland. There's the UK. There's Ireland. And so there are gaps here. Greenland becoming a strategic asset, and the GI-UK gap from Greenland, Iceland, and the UK, that gap is central to monitoring Russian and potentially soon Chinese submarines, Russian subs in particular, that are coming out of Novosibirsk. Early warning and missile tracking radar systems stationed in Greenland feed directly into the U.S. homeland defense. And Greenland is becoming and being seen as a critical node in satellite command and control, space domain awareness, Space Force satellite tracking. These two areas right here are where Russia and China tracks towards the United States, which is the lower left. Now this, as was indicated before, this is Russia. Look at the United States. The United States, Alaska up there in blue, kind of in a wonky position that you hadn't anticipated, but that's how the world works if you actually wrap that around a sphere. But look at the anchors. That's where Russia has ship bases. Look at the aircraft. That's where they have air bases. Look at the satellite. The numerous satellites in green. That's where they track us. They have assets all over this area, and Greenland, it's not just happenstance that Greenland is very important. So what we're discovering is that Greenland's location, excuse me, while I have a sip of potato water because my voice is starting to break. Nutritious, delicious. So Greenland sits off the northeastern coast of Canada, and about 2/3 of its territory is within the actual Arctic Circle itself. And it's been very important, and it will continue to be important, because here's the bottom line. A lot of people are probably not going to tell you. Greenland will be taken by China, or Greenland will be taken by Russia, or Greenland will be taken by the United States of America. But in some fashion, it's just a point, another point in the litany of geopolitical potential crises points all around the planet. And one of those three main countries will take advantage and either keep or attack or simply take Greenland because of its strategic and rare earth metal advantages, its position. Like the realtors say and have said for years, you know, you can have an okay house, you can have a nice house, but the priority is location, location, location. And it's the same thing here. It's all about location, location, location. And this is about the time that I'm going to have to say something similar to...
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely. Yesterday,
I'm a little surprised that I got this far, but we're going to talk about some news stories. We're going to talk about who's violent. We're going to talk about, as I indicated, Greenland, ICE, leftist violence, Minnesota, Muzzies, fraud, corruption, and again, in consideration of the fact that it's war. It's the world and the United States against the American taxpayer. Because what are we going to do, Phil?
Stand by for news.
Paul, I'm sorry. Paul, I called you Phil. Phil Murphy. Phil McGreek. Here's this. Isn't it funny that in 2016, Obama's press secretary said that, ICE agents were storming into homes, going room to room, looking for illegals and making children tremble with fear. Only fascist presidents did that. Well, here's a response.
Josh, there have been reports that the Department of Homeland Security and ICE have begun removal operations, I think what they're calling it, others are calling it raids, against Central American families who came across the border illegally.
Now, remember, this is the Obama White House.
Over the past year and a half. And some of the reports suggest that, families, the Los Angeles Times quoted a woman saying that her family in Georgia, ICE agents came in, looked room to room, woke up her own kids. They were shaking with fear. Wondering if the administration can confirm that those operations have begun and whether the White House has had input directly with DHS about how those operations should be handled and whether there are any concerns about striking fear into the communities, including those who may be here legally.
Okay, see that guy? That's as much umbrage as occurred because it happened under Barack Hussein Obama. When it occurs under Democrats and leftists, when they do it, it's okay. And I've said that any number of times because it happens to be true. This just came out recently. And I am going to quantify this under the fact that Democrats are as kind and considerate as muzzy terrorists themselves. Here's a guy named Ruben Gallego, and he's a Democrat.
What type of man decides to walk around with a phone camera and at the same time trying to make life and death decisions and then decide to make life decisions and then pump one bullet in that may have been forward facing, but clearly the other two were on the side? Who is this person? This person is clearly not someone that should be in law enforcement. And I don't care what he had dealt with before. I don't care what kind of training he had before. No professional law enforcement, no true person that actually has any type of courage would have decided to do that. That man is a coward. He's an absolute coward.
Says the individual who has no relationship whatsoever with reality. Leftists have no relationship whatsoever with reality. Now, I don't want to give people ideas, but other people have taken ideas and run with them. Here's, let's see, this is from Las Vegas. A man was shot after ramming police cars attempting to run over them in a stolen front loader. Well, essentially that means, you know what? Anything and everything is up for bid. Criminals are violent. Leftists are violent. And there's more coming. You can rest assured of this. Have you heard of the 565 music festivals? You will now.
Go find your emergency music festival tomorrow or on Sunday. There are over 565 and counting planned across the country. Go find yours.
So who's violent? Is it us? I was pissed off. I said some things before. Does that mean that I'm going to go out and do them? Have I said that I advocate actively for that? As a matter of fact, no, I have not. Here's also somebody else. I think Earl may have played this. Let's listen. This is about a minute and a half of some dude advocating and loving violence.
And murdering people for trying to flee and for obeying a command to leave the area and then shooting her in the face like that after she drops her kid off at school. We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. There's no way. I got shot with a pepper ball 5 minutes after walking in here. I never laid a finger on them. I never raised a hand to them. I've only been using my voice.
You look pretty good for it being hit with a pepper ball. But who is actively advocating? Because do you see any other alternative than some kind of an activation of a civil war for what he and other people are continuing to advocate? So, in case you're not familiar with it, Kristi Noem is going to hang and save a life, kill ICE. That's not me saying that. Okay, so answer me this, riddle me this, Batman. How do you put that back in the tube? How do you put that genie back in the bottle? How do you assuage those people? How do you tell them, oh, just go home because nothing is going to happen to you?
Good afternoon. Fuck Donald Trump. Today I was...
Isn't it great that leftists put themselves on video and refer to themselves as psycho killers? That's a psycho killer. She's a psycho killer. There's no doubt about it. You know, this is a true axiom. ICE didn't bring chaos to your city. Chaos brought ICE to you. And that these people think that they can simply pop in and block people and attempt to run folks over, that's not playing very well. The notion that that chick would be able, this is from the Detroit Free Press, the notion that that chick is going to be able to drive away from the scene just as easily as she drove into it, and that the armed agents commanding her to exit her vehicle could be safely ignored, is as understandable as it is misguided. Stop. Let me explain that if I can. It's understandable because she's been told time and time again, nothing is going to happen until something happens. And it's misguided, just as it says right there. You know, my sympathy for people was drained in 2025 when we watched the bodies fall and assassinations occur and attempted assassinations occur. Advocated by people like this. He's just a plain retard. Sack up, men. Because here's the National Guard in Minnesota. PZ, do you feel bad putting any of these things up? Oh, hell no. Not at all. Not in the slightest. Oh my God, 10 minutes. You know what? In 10 minutes, I may be able to finish this show. So here's a Somali TikToker who's decided that she's going to threaten Elon Musk's life. Now, people are saying that Elon Musk may be the very first trillionaire on the planet. My guess would be is that Elon Musk likely has just about presidential level security. So let's listen for about 30 seconds.
When people say like this is fake, I'm like, actually, well, let's look at
kan muxuu haystaa lacag bis u haystaa baduu fool xun yahay iska fool xun yahay kan waa duq uu dhimar rabaa. I wouldn't worry too much about this one. That albaabkiisa jooga. I wouldn't worry too much about him. He about to die.
I don't know. That seems pretty clear to me. I can't think of too many alternative explanations for that unless you can. Maybe you speak Farsi or Muzzy or whatever the hell that is, because I predominantly don't care about that. And then, since we're talking about Muzzies and whatnot, let's talk about Ilhan Omar and what she's been doing.
Covered the other day, and one of our spending bills making its way through Congress was a $1 million earmark from Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, which was an earmark that was supposedly going to a substance abuse clinic, which actually happened to be housed in a restaurant and run by 3 individuals that share the same residential address, according to their IRS paperwork.
Stop. You are being fleeced, turned upside down, used, whored out by the United States of America, by its government, by people who are here to take advantage of you because they know they can and historically have been in the past and will in the future, as well as just about every country on the planet. You are to be used, your carotid to be slit just enough to drain, but not to kill the victim.
Tons of red flags. So this is what we saw with the fraud involving the daycare centers. Now we see other earmarks coming directly from members of Congress where it seems fraud is being perpetrated as well. So
But what's your alternative? I asked you this before, not advocating, asking. How do you do it nonviolently? Do you stop paying your taxes? That's a question. Or do you just go whole hog Civil War II? Because trust me, there are a lot of people that are asking these questions these days. And I would be remiss if I wasn't addressing various concerns. And so I bring it here to you tonight. Oh, BZ. Oh my gosh. Remember that as far as they're concerned, they're profiting from you. It's the world and the nation and entire races, entire countries versus the American taxpayer. Don't look for it, you racist.
I'm so exhausted in trying to ask what any of this, information has led to you finding any criminals that you have indicted that explains why you are wasting so much of our taxpayer resources.
It's a waste to investigate waste. It's a waste to investigate profligate waste, fraud, corruption, grift, scams. As far as the people that are the beneficiaries of all that are concerned, don't look over here. Look over, I don't know, someplace else. But don't look to us just because we are the source of all of that. And then I'm going to play a video from another idiot, black, racist female who lacks the intelligence to see anywhere past melanin. Why? Because every topic is racist to a racist.
And he did all of that in the name of fraud. He was an election denier. So an election fraud lie. Now he claims he did these things in the name of patriotism, but really he's just a criminal. So raise your hand if you oppose Trump's pardon of this Minnesota individual.
Ma'am, this grandstanding nonsense
This is not grandstanding.
exactly
This is
what
accountability.
Minnesotans hate about D.C.
This is accountability, and you are hypocrites. So,
the H word. The H word. Oh, it shouldn't go there. You shouldn't go there because look, take those very powerful, polished pates and reverse that gaze. Reverse that view, if you will. I'm going to play you a minute and a half of nothing but lies. lies, lies, and lies promulgated by a racist liar. BZ, everything isn't racist. Well, if you're a racist, it is. If that's all you can see, it is. And then you'll have your useful tool, white, stupid friends who will play along with that because why? Because they're all profiting from you, the American taxpayer in this country, in those states, all around the planet. Here's an attorney general in Minnesota by the name of Keith Ellison saying, just reverse everything that he says because everything is a lie. Reverse it, reapply it, and then it's the truth.
Against the United States Department of Homeland Security to end the unlawful, unprecedented surge of the federal law enforcement agents into Minnesota.
Surge. It's ICE agents doing their job, comma, shithead.
Because this has to stop.
You're right. If you obeyed the law, then it wouldn't have started to begin with, but
it just has to stop. We allege that the obvious targeting of Minnesota for our diversity, for our democracy,
and your fraud and your corruption and your waste, which is personally embiggening your wallets. By the way, I got more information on this dipshit.
Our differences of opinion.
Mayor Fry is the idiot white useful tool standing to his right, our left.
The federal government is a violation of the Constitution and of federal law.
Wrong.
We allege that the surge, reckless impact on our schools, on our local law enforcement is a violation of the 10th Amendment and the sovereign laws and powers of the Constitution.
Wrong. Supremacy clause.
Grants to states. We allege that DHS's use of excessive and lethal force, their warrantless, racist arrests.
They don't need warrants if you're in here illegal. They have detainers. You have historically, for over a decade now, refused to do what was considered de rigueur decades ago with regard to CBP and Border Patrol. That is to say, honor the ability to keep illegals within custodial facilities so that federal agents can go pick them up and deport the people that are deportable. When I was in the jail, CBP and Border Patrol would come to the jail every morning and interview every individual that we thought might be illegal. They left the ones that weren't and they took the ones that were.
Their targeting of our courts.
Because you have to go to the courts. If you can't go to the jails, into a secure facility to do your job, that means your job has to be done on the street, wherever you find illegal invaders. Oh, BZ, they're taking and kidnapping people that are not murderers and rapists. They'll take anybody that they come in contact with who are adjacent and corollary individuals to the people that they're seeking. They find you, you're illegal, you're going.
Our churches, houses of worship, and schools.
Fuck churches, fuck houses of worship. You decided that you weren't going to play. We're going to play your game.
Are a violation of the Administrative Procedures Act on arbitrary and capricious federal actions.
You don't like, how many times do I have to say this, you fucking racist moron? If you did the job, if you obeyed federal law, you wouldn't be here. And you look like such an idiot. Such an incredible idiot. But it's idiot people populated all around the fruited plain that are buying this crap from idiots like him and those surrounding him.
And we ask that the courts will end the surge of thousands of DHS agents into Minnesota. We ask the courts to...
Okay, the courts, if they do that, then essentially then federal law has no meaning. And you're going to turn the country over to insurrectionists. And or you will, in fact, promulgate that civil war. real, actual Americans, not illegal invaders, will sometime, sooner or later, say that we've had enough. We've simply had enough.
In the DHS unlawful behavior in our state.
It's not unlawful behavior. It's the law.
The intimidation, the threats, the violence. We asked the court.
If you didn't resist, if you didn't riot, there wouldn't be arrests.
To end the tactics on our places of worship, our schools, our courts,
I have to tell you, I couldn't care less where you find an illegal. An illegal is where you find them. A house of worship for an illegal is no safe place, which is why I hate NGOs. And I particularly despise NGOs that are conducted at the behest of people that are alleged members of organized religion. Oh, that's a story for another day. You may have lit me up just a bit.
Marketplaces, our hospitals, and even funeral homes.
2 words to this guy. If you want to see the rest of it, I think there's maybe 20 seconds left. If you want to see the rest of it, you can go look under the Rumble show, or the show that I have on Rumble, under show links, and you can see the rest of it. But you can see that the lies don't stop. He spews forth lies. Lies, lies, and more lies. From whom? Keith Ellison. Well, wait, who is Keith Ellison?
On the Keith Ellison thing, I just really want to point this out. He's the Attorney General of the state. He used to be a member of Congress on the Democratic side. He was pretty high up in leadership, decides to go back there. He is on audio tape, and he's talking to the fraudsters. He says, I want to help you. They discuss how. They explain that they're being cracked down upon. He says, don't worry about it. As I'm going to use the power of the Attorney General's office to stop that, to prevent that from happening. A few days later, guess what? Pops into his campaign account with campaign contributions from those very fraudsters. And he gives that money back only after those people are indicted.
Is that why he supports fraud? Is that why he supports ripping off the American taxpayer? Because he personally benefits. Cui bono, the first question to be asked of every Democrat. And you know who doesn't benefit? The American taxpayer. You exist to be raped and pillaged and plundered.
Indicted. So yes, I want to see him have to testify.
He's always been a... Yes. Oh, but, might I have another video with regard to this? And I think it might have to do with, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
That's part of following the money. There are evidently some disturbing tapes of A.G. Ellison in meetings with people who donated to him, them calling for political favors to stop the investigations. So we'll see. But again, I don't want to get out ahead of the investigations. It's going to be very methodical. And Chris, I can guarantee you, when the bear trap snaps, we're going to get these folks. And again, we're going to follow the money, whether it's over the 2 counties here, in Minneapolis, St. Paul's, or whether it's to East Africa. And there's tons of luxury properties, cars that have been bought over there. And how the hell did this happen? How did it happen? Like, President Trump is outraged. I'm outraged. The American people should be outraged.
Because Democrats and leftists wanted it to happen because they benefit. Cui bono? Well, they do. And you, the hardworking American taxpayer, I'll be blunt, because how can I be anything other than that? Because I'm BZ. You are getting ass fucked. And you have been so for not just multiple decades. But see, you have to go back to, would any of this, you inherently intuited that this had been occurring for quite some time because you're a smart individual, and that's why you're watching and listening to the show. You knew that this was occurring. But now it's all out in the open. Had Hillary Clinton won in 2016, do you think there would be any of this having come out? No, the lid would be clamped down tight. And the IRS would still be coming into your house, pulling off your shoes like TSA, emptying your couch, going into your accounts to make sure that you paid as much as humanly possible in money and blood. I see. 4 minutes after. It's 4 minutes after 10 o'clock Pacific. It's 4 minutes after midnight and 4 minutes after 1 a.m. Eastern. I'm going to rip through the rest of the show. There's going to be overtime. There won't be any blood on the TV, on the screen. You won't be able to see any of that, but I will reveal as much as I possibly can. Here's what I think is next, because I said, oh, the dude with the skip loader. If you can think it, as I told my trainees as an FTO, if you can think it, if you can envision it, it will be done. So here's what, I just try to do BZ's logical extension. Here's what I think may be next. Rioters may, in fact, begin using their own CN, CS, and OC gas munitions against federal agents. I think that's the next step. Well, they've already shot at them. Why wouldn't they use gas munitions? 2 illegal invaders killed when somebody shot at ICE agents and killed 2 illegals instead. So, that's not out of the fray. And that, using gas munitions, that is when more people are going to get shot. As I instructed my trainees as an FTO, a field training officer, disarming you or attempting to disarm you of your firearm or your gas munitions, which are carried on your belt on your Sam Brown, creates a deadly force situation when you are disabled. It allows suspects to access your personal sidearm and your vehicle, and even more potentially deadly force within. Because what do a lot of cop cars contain these days? A long gun and or a shotgun. It allows suspects access to these things and the utilization of deadly force to resist that will be justified. I think this is where this is going. Now, one word to Democrats and leftists would be similar to don't, because this could be your last sight on your planet. It would look similar to this in Bigley time. So, bad idea. Bad. Don't do that. Let me add one additional thing, if I might. And what do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more stories. And I'm going to go through it. If this takes me to 10:30 Pacific, then okay, so be it. Don't care. I also have this. You have to ask, cui bono? Who benefits? Okay. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, who I said you saw standing on the left, our left of Keith Ellison, who is on the take. Jacob Frey, isn't it weird how he is so emotionally invested in defending certain, like nonprofit networks and staging public meals and positioning himself as the bulwark against deportations. So always, folks, ask. He even dropped some F-bombs. That's how invested he is in this. He is an emo and F you, blah, blah, blah. Well, start to go back. Go back. Ask all the logical questions. Okay, the nonprofit that's in Minneapolis called Feeding Our Future was the center of a scheme involving hundreds of millions of dollars. And anymore, that's chump change. They're taking the money, and as we saw at the beginning of the show, they're buying luxury cars. They're buying Lamborghini Murcielagos. They're buying Mercedes. The money that they took was meant to feed kids during Wuhan 19 and beyond. That never saw any kind of a landing zone. So if you go back and look and examine some of these things and do a little bit of a semi-forensic analysis on it, because all this stuff is on the internet. How do I find it? Otherwise, I'm pretty much a moron. Ask anybody, especially with regard to tech. Ask Sean. No, don't ask Sean about any of that. So Feeding Our Future in Minneapolis hired this law agency called Hylden Advocacy and Law, and they wanted to lobby government services. Okay, that law agency, that law firm, they weren't there to run the nonprofit or handle the cash. Their job was to influence and pressure regulators, and they challenged audits, and they pushed state agencies to say, nothing here, don't look any further. At the same time, we want more money faster. That's what their job was. So is there a hook on this? PZ, is there a hook? There's a hook. You knew there's a hook, right? That's why you're listening to the show. So Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry's wife worked at that firm, Hylden, Hylden Advocacy. Okay, and the lobbying in that case happened to include like pushing agencies to speed up payments. Like I said, hurry up, harder, faster, more. Challenging audits and making sure that there wasn't any regulatory scrutiny, or you want to minimize it as much as possible. And you want to frame any kind of an oversight or responsibility or authority or accountability. You want to frame that as biased and racist and unfair and discriminatory, because the whites are going to believe that shit. The Gaups, guilty, overeducated white people, are going to believe that shit. That what they were doing was legal and part of how all this fraud was enabled. So then people started to recognize, hey, why is Mayor Fry taking a big interest in this? And why is he continuously and repeatedly emphasizing like public optics and public and solidarity meals and aggressive opposition to any form of enforcement, especially deportation enforcement? Anybody see any kind of a pattern here or a trend? Okay. So all of this stuff does not occur in a vacuum. The only vacuum that does occur throughout all of this, however, is the sucking sound as people reach into your shorts and your pants and your account through your taxes. Shut up and pay your taxes. Now, continuing, like you just heard Ilhan Omar, now that there's that amount of revelation, iceberg, hello, iceberg, Minneapolis, iceberg, Minnesota, iceberg, Ohio, every blue leftist state, Califailure. These themes keep reappearing again and again. It's a trend. And that is, hey, look away. Don't scrutinize. Enforcement? How wrong of you? You racist. Don't question. Do not ever ask cui bono. What the hell is wrong with you? Enforcement of this, any kind of responsibility, is considered it's cruelty. They're trying to frame this as cruelty. Have a little cruelty. Let's do some cruelty. This was, I saw this today on the Will Kane Show. Here's Tom Homan. Oh, I love me some Tom Homan. Go ahead.
When do I start seeing ICE agents, Border Patrol agents sue for defamation. Mostly, I have been curious about, and really honestly, in some ways, imploring the Border Patrol agents who were accused of whipping Haitian migrants by former President Joe Biden and former Vice President Kamala Harris, among many
You remember that? A lie.
others, to sue them for defamation. It fits the classical legal definition of defamation.
Both forms, libel, slander.
And now, to your point, you have all of these, not just politicians, but now celebrities and sports figures like head coaches in the NBA, Doc Rivers and Steve Kerr, calling this agent in Minnesota a murderer. And I do wonder what is holding back these agents for demanding accountability in the form of a lawsuit for defamation.
I think things are so bad now. Well, you're going to see that start happening. I've talked to a few people, and I think you're going to see it happening. And for this agent that was involved in the shooting, I think he's going to, wait for this investigation to pan itself out and wait for them to come out with actual facts, what happened. Then I think you may see him take action, because I know for a fact, now he has to be in hiding. I seen a post this morning on the way to the studio here.
Listen to this. Here. But you would expect no less, right?
With his picture, wanted for murder. It's beyond the pale. So I think you're going to see more of that happening now, because they're way over the line. We always get immigration enforcement always make.
You know what that's called? That's called a bounty. Somebody somewhere is going to pick that up.
Controversial. It's always been, tug at the heartstrings. I get it, but you know what? They're way over the line now. So I think you're going to see a lot more lawsuits coming here in the near future.
Stop. How do you put that genie back in the bottle? How do you put that genie back in the bottle? How do you shove that cream back in the tube? How do you attempt to converse with people that are not conversant in anything except violence? Oh, and fleecing you, which is why I say it's the world versus the American taxpayer. That's you. Here's something that I'm going to recommend. You can do it or not, depending on what you wish. I am going to. So the guy's name, it's up here, and you can read it later. I'm not gonna verbally mention the ICE agent's name. So all these asshole, coked up, crazy nut bitch bints like this, so weiter, and so on. They've done this themselves. They've brought this on themselves. So if, the dead leftist can get money for her, so can we, and we can give to him as well. Here's a site that I would recommend. GiveSendGo.com. And the link to this will be up in the SHR Media, BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Rumble side under show links. It'll be down towards the bottom because that's where I've mentioned it in the show. Stand with our brave ICE hero. The link will be there. You may contribute if you so wish. I am going to contribute. So over on the right, you can see give, share, pray. The goal is $300,000. What's he raised? $260,000. Got to tell you, I think that's great. I think that's wonderful. The other thing I want to tell you about is I want to give a warning to anyone. Initially this was aimed at ICE. I would say anybody in law enforcement, any male in law enforcement. Because these fucking cunts are crazy. Here's one, libs of TikTok. TikTokers are organizing groups of women to get dates with ICE agents so they can expose their identities and dox their personal information. Pretty little thing says, "Hi, everybody. I'm part of a group of about 20 or so women doing this. We have a private Facebook group of about 1,000 people. Some of us go on dates and others help on the back end with background checks, finding info, etc. I will not post the name of the group here. It's not obvious. It's inconspicuous, so we don't get trolls or snitches. So shoot me a message if you're in the area and you'd like to join. Go out on a date with an ICE agent. Go out on a date with a law enforcement agent. And then make sure that, somebody somewhere will place a bounty on them, or their personal information will be revealed. Oh, but wait, there's one more thing before I go away tonight. I found this on the Daily Beast, which is a massive leftist site. Personal details of thousands of Border Patrol and ICE goons allegedly leaked in huge data breach. A DHS whistleblower appears to have exposed data on federal immigration workers after the shooting of leftist Honda Pilot driver. Sensitive details of about 4,500 ICE and Border Patrol employees, including almost 2,000 agents working in frontline and environment and enforcement, have allegedly been released by a DHS whistleblower following last week's fatal shooting of Honda Pilot woman. So it's out there. These people are aiming at you. Well, they're aiming at your money, and they're being remarkably efficacious about making sure that you bleed all the cash to all the leftist groups humanly possible. But they also are going to dox you and make sure that somewhere along the way, you are subject to leftist violence. And of course, do you think I'm making any of this up? Hardly. So leftist individuals who are watching the show who are disappointed I didn't drink more alcohol. Damn, I got busy. I drank some. Not as much. Hey, thanks, Earl. Appreciate it again. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, thanks for being here on the show. And thanks for listening later. Thanks to KLRN's Rick Robinson. Remember, tax the Rick. And I want to mention also promotional consideration is by the Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, also by Shure and Electra Voice microphones, and the people that make my mixer, the Arrakis Company. And also by Pratt and Whitney Engines, manufacturing dependable engines, producing thrust that you can trust. Tiaras tonight are by My Little Pony. Did I show you? Look, here. Wonderful tiara. Also to enforce that thanks to my personal KC-135 Kettle One refueling team with whom I shall be consorting in less than 10 minutes. Thanks to everybody for being here tonight. Thursday night, again, I remind you, Amy Curtis from townhall.com will be here. Everybody, God bless. Take care. Be safe.
Everybody quiet down now and get some sleep. Good night, everybody. Good night, Mama. Good night, Ben. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Mama. Good night, Daddy.
Good night, children. Good night, Daddy. Good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Jim Bob. Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, Jim Bob.
What's going on? I was asleep. What's everybody doing?
Good night,
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, and good luck.
That's the end of the show. But I want to remind you guys of this. You can watch Jersey Joe here on SHR. He's the Reaver of Common Sense. Monday and Friday nights, 6 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central, and 9 p.m. Eastern. And like I say, we've got a show for you every day of the week, Monday through Friday. On Tuesday and Thursdays, watch Earl Big E Jackson on the Mission Ready Men Briefing. Tuesdays and Thursdays, he's in morning, though, 9 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Central, and noon Eastern. Then, of course, let's not forget Sean Lewis on the Edge of Liberty. He's on Monday and Wednesday nights, 8 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Eastern. And I shall be returning Thursday night with Amy Curtis from townhall.com. Same bat time, same bat channel. Everybody, take care. Ciao.